Yo, what's up?
My name is Chief James Bryan with the Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you receive to be extremely accurate. We know you have questions, and so do we. That is why we're here.
What's going on, everybody? How you doing today? It's a somber, sad day today, and done a lot of reflecting and thinking about the last year or two. So I don't know if anybody's with me. Want to take just a few seconds of silence here real quick. Hey Rochelle, how you doing? Nice to see you. Men's for Kittens in the house. Welcome in, everybody. Nice to see you. I was like, really? Nobody's going? Everybody was in the world was supposed to go live tonight. And I'm like, really? Nobody's going to go live at all? Oh, you did one at 3? I saw you had one. I didn't know you did it at 3 a.m. That's awesome. How did that come out? Let's look. We can watch that. I'd like to see. First, though, I got a lot to get to, so let's get started. This is the Chinese rocket factory, and this is the most powerful rocket. It's going to get them to like Mach 7 or something, Mach speed anyway. So crazy. They're just, you can see right here, they're dumping the fuel into it. So I don't know if it seemed to me like they were cheating on that one. Publix is opening a 2-story mega store in Florida. Here's what to expect. Double the prices. That ought to be fun. So if it didn't cost you enough to go to Publix and get half a cart of groceries, now you can wander around 2 floors. What are they going to have on the second floor, I wonder? Second floor, rutabagas and lingerie, folks. Publix. This is so crazy. Woke Up's not going to like that one at all. I don't know. That's got to be AI, though, right? Because certainly in the North Sea, those people would not have made it. I like these. Don't judge me. But I like these MSN things. Oh, they got an ad for the Adams monitors. I had one of these. Unfortunately, I had a pair. I had to get rid of them. The ones I have now are better, though. I like them better. But they have this new skin tech that gives you real sensations in virtual worlds. So you can even hook it up to your phone. I don't know if they're going to use it for where somebody can just, zap your neck or something through the phone. But you imagine the implications in the virtual reality and all that stuff. So that's taking it as a skin-like neuro I guess it's like a kicker, but it's on your neck. You know, like a speaker kicker they put under the couch when you go to the theater. What up, Shaggy? Kane B in the motherfucking Purge. Welcome in, everybody. I'm glad everybody's here. Did you like my thumbnail? I honestly reflected on that picture all day. I think it's the best thing I've ever put up there. Did you copy and paste that from the other chat, Rolo? Sorry, I'm yelling. I don't know. Anyway, about this skin add-on for your virtual reality sensation, they have one now that is a skin-like membrane. And if you're familiar with the neuromesh, it is it's the Neuralink, and it's this little membrane, and they put it in your head, and you get smarter, or it solves handicaps and all that kind of cool stuff. So there is so much; it's ridiculous. I filled up two tabs in no time there's so much robot stuff, drone stuff, and I was like blown away. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I couldn't even. Anyway, I can't.
Short area traffic, big black helicopter approach on the east, low level.
Is that Russ?
Yeah, who's this?
You got the Candy Cane Copter out here.
What's up, girl? Where you at?
I actually just got a visual on you. I'm way high, still a couple miles at your 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I think I see you.
Fancy meeting you out here.
Is that the truth? Where were you guys going?
I actually dropped Mike in Anchorage, and then I flew my uncle down here to jump on the cruise ship, and I'm heading back to Valdez.
Traffic,
Super
12
cool.
o'clock.
I see you coming. I'm taking a left-hand turn.
Roey's in here. Roey!
Traffic, 12 o'clock.
What's
Low,
good, Rowan
less than 1
Martinson?
mile.
You want to stop here on the snowfield and say hello?
Sure. That's a total trip. What a fun coincidence.
I love this. It's like, hey, buddy, what's going on? Oh, let's land this mountain over here. Hold on. I don't know. I thought it was cute. See with these, now I can control with the MSN. I can control. They don't default to as loud AF. So this is cops using a chainsaw to get into someone's house. If you think the military technology hasn't reached the street yet, now they can just come in your wall. See, I don't even have to listen to the ad. That thing's probably over. Let's see what they got next. Oh, they busted a grow house. I guess if you're not licensed by the state, comrade, you will find yourself in trouble, and you cannot make your own fields here. That was a good show today, Harsh and NAR. I enjoyed it. I made the joke that it looked like AR was a traffic reporter in a helicopter. It sounded like it too, or that, or a sports announcer. And I saw Harsh trying to hold back his laughter on it. And then they started cracking jokes. And then I started cracking jokes. Shut up, Kane. In Trump's deportation plan, the private prison industry sees a lucrative opportunity. Let's listen in. Don't judge me. I do have trivia for you. I have trivia news for you right now. And I have trivia tonight if anybody wants to play. Again, I thought it'd be a fun thing to do on the... We got 15 more minutes of the anniversary left here, so I thought it'd be a fun way to celebrate it. And then, so the news is that I'm going to change the trivia, and I'm going to start doing it more teams, and we have other stuff we can do, like the Family Feud. I want to do the Family Feud one where it's, the best of 8 answers you have to get, and so we'll choose teams. And then they have like Wheel of Fortune kind of stuff, and then so I thought that'd be a lot more fun than just doing straight trivia. Although trivia is fun, but mix it up a little bit, because the questions, they just keep a coming. Why I can't tell you, scusi, the questions, they keep a coming. Okay, so this is the private and blah 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 blah. Primo.
Trump is now calling the border czar, and he's going to be in charge of these mass deportations. Joining me now, Marcia Espinosa. She's the former assistant for public affairs at the Department of Homeland Security. So, Marcia, Donald Trump has his election victory, a mandate he's reading it as. How would this work, these mass deportations that he's promised and apparently wants to execute?
Well, we're not sure how he plans to make this work. What we do know is he's bringing back some of his toughest folks on immigration. Tom Homan, who led ICE, he's a former Border Patrol agent, and then Stephen Miller, who was one of the hardest liners on immigration proposals. But in order to carry out what they have said so far, they would need a lot more money, a lot more detention space, and a lot more cooperation with other countries. All of this, how they do this still remains to be seen. They don't have the number of ICE agents available right now to carry out these orders. And one thing that really bothers me in what they're saying is that they plan to go after the worst of the worst, or the folks who are, criminals or national security interests. That's what ICE already does. That's something that was implemented under the Obama administration and then actually done away with in the Trump administration and brought back by the Biden administration. So right now they're already going after the worst of the worst. The problem with that is that takes a lot of time, effort, and manpower. And what we could see this administration do, what they did before, is just go after the numbers. Whoever they find to just round up and deport. So a lot remains to be seen. They did this before very cruelly and inhumanely, and I think that they're going to come back again with a vengeance. And I worry what that means for the department, and most of all for the career employees who are there at the department.
You know who Richard Dawson is? He was on Hogan's Heroes. He was the French guy. Pee-wee or whatever. Has anybody ever seen the documentary about the serial killer called Man Bites Dog? It was banned in like 50 countries because either it was too real or it was actually real. It's about a French guy. It's in French. It's subtitled. And it's about a guy named Benoit. And he goes around pretty much taking everybody out all over the place, and it's sick. It's crazy. He goes to old ladies' little apartments and scares them to death. Literally scares them to death and takes their Social Security checks. And then at the end, he's shooting at the cameraman. He's trying to kill the cameraman. It is a really crazy movie. Whether it's real or not, I don't know that it's ever been vetted. I did hear today, however, this obviously turned into a anti-Trump rhetoric, but anyway, it's an interesting take on the, at least, I don't know. Anyway, there was a guy, and I forgot his name, Packett or something like that confessed on his deathbed to being D.B. Cooper, and then there was another guy who confessed to being the Zodiac Killer. It was on one of those morbid facts photo shows, or the TikTok. What? Why are you guys looking at me like that? All right, next. ABC New Laws. I should have known better. MSN's leading me down the primrose path here. This is sad. If it was on Rogan, so probably most people have seen it now. Unfortunately, the squirrel Peanut is no longer with us, and I'll play the video because it's cute. But they, for some reason, seized this guy's raccoon and squirrel because he had a YouTube show. It was a popular animal, and they just, the state of New York Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Push me on the subway rail. Leslie and Billy, how are you? Very nice to see you. Everybody, come on up in here. If you're new to the Purge, I'm Kane B. Don't be afraid of the name. The only one who bites in here is Meanie. We'll take good care of you, I promise. So, yeah, Peanut. They seized Peanut.
The proper way to do it. Here's the paperwork and be on our way. So about after the 4 hours, they grabbed Peanut and went and killed them. They immediately euthanized both animals without any due process, anything. And
so I'll probably get a copyright strike. I have a copyright strike on every video now. But it's not a strike. It's like, you know, if the people decide to strike me. I actually have one I want to show you. That's kind of funny because it's somebody we know. Check it out. Alright, check this out. China is heading for collapse. And I'm not going to pat myself on the back too hard this time. I have been telling you about what happened during COVID with the workers being locked to chained sometimes to their cubicles at work and not allowed to leave the building for the entire time. Well, there's this new movement that started, I forgot what it's called, like Float or something like that, in China with the young people, that is basically, they don't work, they don't do anything, they're just bohemian, drifting, dancing, doing YouTube videos, and I think that's why you see such a flux. But the whole now younger generation, so to speak, is not working. They refuse to be slaves to this idiot and the rest of them. The problem with China is you have a bunch of single-celled organisms. No, only children that are spoiled brat men that are all used to getting their way. So nothing, if it wasn't for this Zing guy or Z guy, nothing would ever get done there. Because everybody has to have their way or they have a temper tantrum. So what's happening is they have missed their call on their loans for the last 2 or 3 years straight, and they're collapsing. I mean, maybe if we paid them the money we owed them, maybe that's how we win the war, Tony. I don't know. Tony's here, but I cannot find his hat. He's upset about it. I'm not as upset about it as he is. He was looking for it. I had to find him. Might be under one of these bags. Somewhere in here. Behind my bones. Okay, anyway. So, this is now, you know how they're if you don't pick up your neighbor's trash in China, you get a social credit score. You can't leave the country and all this. And so it's happening quickly. So it's they have like 6 billion people in China, or 5 billion people, something like that. It's going to be the waste from China alone, for one reason, is all of a sudden everybody in China got cars. Well, guess what? We grew up with cars. We went through the whole mechanical, build your own engine thing, change your brake pads. When a car, the brakes go out, the oil needs changed, or it stops working in any way, headlights go out, they get rid of the car and they get a new car. They're so cheap over there, it's easier. There's no mechanics whatsoever. So they have like these literal shopping malls full of used cars that nobody will buy. Nobody will touch them because they have no idea, and there's nobody out there that even works on them. So it's insane. They should ship them over here because we can certainly do a lot with them. But Migure. I'm just kidding, Rolla. Don't get to. I'm just kidding. They're coming for you, bro. The private prison sector. I just thought that an article was interesting because the it shows that the private prison industry is just the same as Moscow, Idaho, University of Idaho, profit-driven, and the more they can get away with, the better. And that's gonna, the way that the immigrants were treated under Obama was deplorable, and then they pointed the finger at Trump, and now they're trying to point it back. I have a few things like that. I'm not trying to be political about anything tonight. Don't run away. Don't clear the waiting room yet. But anyway, that will be an interesting thing. It sounds like they're going to randomly wrap them up. So somebody has to get paid to do that. And maybe they'll leave the citizens alone and just put people back to where, whatever country they're from, and then they can re-enter legally, hopefully. It's so sad because the people that are migrants pay these coyotes and the cartels so much money to come in, and there's no guarantee they'll even make it alive. And then they make it here, and and Biden, welcome in, come on, bring everybody. And they cleared the prisons in Venezuela, and all those people just flowed in the country, and then they shipped them up north and gave them debit cards and hotel rooms. And then Biden was even asking for private citizens to literally let them into their homes to be their indentured servants for no money, just for a place to live. That was his plan. And also the plan was to unite everyone, if you remember that. That was fun. That worked out well. But today was a big day. Trump went back to the White House, and I felt that was pretty historical. We've all been through so much the last few years, and it just felt like a healing moment now. And the rumors today were flying because Jill Biden wore the red dress. There's tension between Harris and Biden and Obama and all that. And the rumor today is that Biden did actually vote for Trump. He put the MAGA hat on, and they say that was intentional. Took the MAGA hat on the plane with him. And so Trump is putting some pretty good people into place, I think. If you don't know who J.D. Vance is, he's I guess he's related to Elon Musk through PayPal somehow, and he's kind of a tech guy. So I feel he was a great choice, and I hope that he can carry the party, however you feel about that. I know not everybody agrees with me, through the next election, because I'm not like this tattooed up Republican by any means, and I was the first one to tell you I hated Trump back in the day, when they were doing the boss or whatever, you're fired. And man, what a great job he did, I felt, as president. So that's my opinion. So I don't mean to chase anybody away, and you're more than welcome to share your opinion on me right now. But anyway, so yeah, all right. Oh, is P Fox here? What's up, P Fox? Ooh, we got trivia happening in a little bit, guys. I'd like to get through this first.
Yeah, boys.
This first window, and then I don't know if Jen's going to come up or not, if she's around. I haven't spoke to her. We were going to do tomorrow night. I want to do tomorrow night. She has last night. She just put out a video.
All right. Leg straps,
so
chest strap.
We'll have that, and then I'm going to do the trivia a little different. This time it's going to be the same as last time. Points double every round. I only had time to make like five rounds, and so it'll be fun. They're good questions. And then the next one, I'll do the Wheel of Fortune Family Feud Richard Dawson thing for you guys. So, and I'm sure Heather is about sooner or later. She might be taking me down. Watch how close he comes on this. Watch this. It's insane. I mean, this isn't his first rodeo for sure.
Yeah, boy.
Insanity. I got a lot of those today. Hold on. I'm full of it. Right, Tony? He's so full of it. Drones combat experiment. Look at this freaking drone, you guys. So I remember in Afghanistan they were calling them the Predator drones, and this one is like half the size of the battleship right here. And the experiment is, it's an unmanned vehicle, and it's amphibious. They have an amphibious transport vessel, and where is it? They keep pulling me up with. I keep getting distracted with Legos. I'm like, squirrel, Lego. So let's see. I guess that is the weaponization of it. That's the experiment anyway. Great job, Kane. You really got it together. LG just demoed a new screen that stretches like taffy from 12 to 8 inches. Where'd I go? I got that song in my set. I think it's Nutshell by Alice in Chains, and then a couple other ones just keep running through my head. Down in a hole. I can't sing right now. I need a drink. So there it is. You've seen the t-shirts, folks. You've seen the 100-inch TVs. This one you can actually stretch Armstrong this sucker. So that, I'm sure a 12-inch, 18-inch screen right now is about $1 million. So if you got the coin, I highly recommend it. Let's see what else we got today. This was kind of cool. You may have already seen this, but they have been having a drought in Pennsylvania. I kind of just thought of Willie when I saw this. Wait, that didn't sound right, but you know what I mean. The drought has pretty much like Lake Mead and where the Hoover Dam is has lowered the water level, and this 200-year-old bridge emerged. And you know, a lot of the Civil War was fought in Pennsylvania, so it's crazy. You know, I love the Civil War, the history of it. It's crazy to think that maybe, I don't know, forces marched that, whatever. Idaho school teacher under investigation after allegedly wishing unwanted pregnancy on Trump supporter. I don't know. I put it in there. An Idaho's high school teacher. This is like the epitome of cancel culture right here. Is under investigation after controversial comments she appeared to make on Facebook post following President-elect Donald Trump's victory. Chubbuck School District is investigating comments made by Century High School teacher Lori Lombard after screenshots appeared to show her wishing an unwanted pregnancy on a Trump supporter. Surely she'll get fired. Maybe they'll pay to change her gender. So this is the first of them. I told you they were coming. And just the angle of this is insane. It's such a great shot. And let me tell you, she gets eaten whole by this wave. But if you look at right here, okay, like especially this part right here where it's cresting, when you're paddling out, this is considered like the biggest paddle in wave. You know, I've shown you videos like Nazare where they tow in from a jet ski and the jet ski's there to rescue them because the wave will crush. Let me tell you one thing right now. This is a sharp coral reef here, and so that's why it breaks with such good form, because the reef branches out. Okay, but it's sharp coral. And so even with their sand below you, when you're right here paddling out and the set comes in and you don't see it, and it's this big, you are like, oh shit. It is coming, and it's going. It has no forgiveness. It's just a wave that's going to bash you down no matter what you do. Your best effort is to kind of get the lip behind you and have it push you out the back of the wave. But when you're looking at something like this at 30 feet or 20 feet, whatever this is, you have to think there's 20, 30 feet of water moving behind it also. So the weight of the ocean is coming. Anyway, I love this angle. I mean, you couldn't get more right up in there. And she holds back. She's right where she should be. But look at how that whitewater just takes you down. The whitewater is like razors. It just feels like razors tearing you out, and it'll pull you right off your board, and boom. I've gotten lucky a couple times getting out of that. What's he talking about? I thought we were talking about Idaho 4.
Just relax.
They purr. And
Relax. They say if you look an animal right in the face and talk to them, you say, then they know you're not scared.
I was watching Carson today, and I wish I could play it. It's a long one. Tax Max, Thundercats, ho! They had Don Rickles on, and it was when, towards the end of Johnny's show, so he wasn't a regular guest anymore. He probably already checked into the old age home, but anyway, they had Rickles on, and Rickles comes in. He's an insult comic, and he just tears in to everybody in the room. No mercy. He's ripping on Doc Severinsen. He tore Ed McMahon apart. Tore Johnny apart. Tears the producer nobody even sees apart. And then just goes on to rip everybody to shreds. It's so freaking funny. What was the line that he had? I'll remember in a minute. It was just so epic. I'm like, man. Oh, they were all buddies. They hung out and they were talking about drinking. I'll remember the line he said. It's off the chain. Rickles, rest in peace. Flutentog is in Tampa. They do this every, I don't know how many years. It's stupid. It's dumb. Why does he play this dumb stuff?
1 year. This inspired me.
He's an idiot. I guess we'll wait. It's nice not to have to listen to the commercials now. Oh, Mike Judge from Beavis and Butthead was talking about where he got the voice for Beavis. Oh, I'm sorry, for Butthead. And he said that his neighbor... I'm going to check out the Flutentog and get that audio back. This is just stupid.
As we're noticing all the members, take it. Mercy sakes alive, Alexa, they made it rain out there.
I like it. We love that monument season. Here we go.
This looks like it's going.
What in the world?
My goodness. Aerospace engineers, and they put together a super light aircraft that
This is a nice area. This is downtown, and they call it, I guess, Channel Side, basically. This is over here. There's a little resort, but right next to that is Tampa General Hospital. And then you have over here to the left is the Lightning, the whatever you call it, the Thunderdome or whatever. And then, I don't know, this is where everybody's like, it's a fun area. This is, I think, offices, and it's also an event center. And then you have, I've stayed at that, I think it's a Hilton right there. We stayed at that. The view is insane. It's beautiful. Really nice. So that's Tampa for you. So, little slice of life down here. Jeannie Bouchard shows off incredible skill during latest pickleball match. And somebody had asked me, I have a video That's hilarious. Like a little skit. But this is... Somebody asked me what pickleball was. I was like, how do you not know what pickleball is? Hey, American Princess. How are you? Nice to see you today. And, so this is what pickleball is. This is actually an ad for, like, Ben Gay or something. But here's the actual video.
Take it to number 10. Pickleball.
This is singles pickleball. So it's a rubber ball, and I don't know if that's the same size. I guess that's a regular size tennis court. And you use a wooden Kadima paddle, like a paddle. And that's pickleball. So if anybody doesn't know, now you know what Randonautica is.
Tuesday, we learned that Democrats actually don't know how to rig an election. Donald Trump swept all the swing states, won the popular vote, and Republicans took back control of the Senate. It's like we're living in a computer simulation, and whoever's controlling Trump has a cheat code. He's invincible. He's like a character in Grand Theft Auto who throws a prostitute out of a car and drives straight to the White House. But don't you guys worry. If I know Democrats, they're going to take a long look in the mirror, learn from their mistakes, and then run Biden again in 2028.
And how did I let y'all convince me that rural Pennsylvania would pick the Jamaican Indian lady? Clearly, I've been spending too much time with you white liberals and your goofy optimism. It wasn't even close. At one point, Trump was so far ahead, they put in Brawny. I mean, what the...
He's not funny tonight. What's wrong with him? Self-flying car. Self-flying electric taxi. I'll try this one more time. A self-flying electric air taxi from Boeing gets nod from the FAA. So if you want to jump in one of these things, more power to you. This is what they want to use to look down on us peasants down here while the billionaires all fly around from skyscraper to skyscraper that their robots are running. And so there's the one first got a nod from the FAA, pilotless. And we already had a strike in San Francisco with the driverless cars. So it'll be fun to see who falls out of the sky first, I guess, won't it? Because it certainly won't be me. Okay, you get a free ride just for talking about it. Idaho judge who oversaw Bryan Kohberger murder case in Moscow is set to retire. And somebody did a video about everybody involved in the case retiring. Oh, that was me. Remember Tony? Yeah, I remember. But so he retired. He was the first one to get this leech off his back. He sent it away to Boise, and now it's behind him. He didn't accept the senior judgeship, which is odd, but maybe he's got enough money saved up from his career to happily retire. So we wish the best to Judge John Judge and his fucking ass. Alright, Alright, this is a what the fuck. What the fuck are you doing, dude? Kids, go to bed. What are you doing, really? What are you doing? Look at this. Unbelievable. That's what I call a fucking barrel. Now this, I believe, I want to say this is the Cortez Bank, which I think is off the coast of France, out in the middle of the sea. Cortez Bank, it's just a bank. The Jorge Maramero pie. I'll probably get a copyright strike, Rollo. Is it that clown that's on that soap opera? Look at, okay, so oh man, missed it by a smidge. Look at the back. Sorry, I got it all wackadood up here. Hold on. Darn it, Kane, you ruined everything. I can fix it. I'm just a manatee. So, alright. Look at that. horror. That's a horror show. I mean, I think the music playing with it is like read. This guy's got balls of steel, cojones. Unreal. So anyway, this is the first one. I'll probably get a copyright strike now. Look at this first one though. Like, what are you thinking? What are you doing, dude? He tried to jump out the back, but not a chance, man. It's crazy. Alright. Hit the wrong button. Being cool like Rollamano. Let's see what else we got. This was just satisfying. So the crazy part about this video is that guy set all those dominoes up by himself. I gotta love AI. That was pretty real looking.
A buddy of mine watches like death videos on the internet. I don't. He watches them. If we're hanging out, I'll watch. We watch. I watch. Fuck. I was over at his place. We were watching. I don't know if you noticed. The war in the Middle East is just on the internet. The whole fucking thing. Every dude out there on both sides was wearing GoPros the entire time. Like, you can watch it. We watched like 3 hours of the war in Iraq. And after the first hour, I found myself starting to cheer. Not cheer, but like relate. I felt like I could relate more to the monkey bars guys. You know what I mean? They were a little more my speed. You ever wonder how you would do out there? Watch those guys. Those are just normal fucking dudes. Second shots are fired. There's no game plan. Everyone's, oh, shit! Very relatable. Guns jamming. Trying to fire a rocket, it goes straight fucking backwards. They look like me trying to fire a gun. Their feet move when they shoot. A buddy of mine watches like...
It's like that feet move when they shoot. Let's see what we got rolling. I'm gonna crush this audio just in case. He came in a wedding dress and he whoops some ass. He's dressed like a princess. Ooh. Oh man, he's brutal. I was watching, well, who is it? Klinchev or Kalinkachev or whatever. Klinchov. What? I can't remember his name. The Russian guy. And these big bad dudes, man, talking so much smack. And he's just like, Klesko. What is it? Klipsko, I think. He is the baddest dude ever walked the planet. Man. So, alright, here we go. Might be.
On patrol around 9 o'clock last night. Craig Crime 2's Regan Gallo is uncovering this story tonight. Regan, what do we know from Moscow police at this hour? Well, police say friends of a woman first alerted an officer on patrol around 9 o'clock last night. The victim says it was around 6 p.m. yesterday and she was walking home to her dorm near Gormley Park when a car pulled up next to her. She says a man got out and forced her into the car. That's when she says the man assaulted her and then after let her go before leaving the scene. The University of Idaho also issued a vandal alert to notify students. Police say there's been an increased level of fear in the Moscow-Pullman area following another report of sexual assault 2 weeks ago at Washington State University. Police later said that attack can't be substantiated. Police say there have been discussions among students about a possible serial rapist, but Moscow police say at this time there is no information indicating that there is a suspect assaulting multiple people in the area. Moscow police are asking the community to contact them directly if anyone has any information regarding this most recent incident. In studio, Rickles, Brent 2.
Bravo, Moscow, Idaho. Bravo, Pullman Police Department. Where's Viviana when you need her? What is Miss Potts call her? Viviana said, "Oh, it was a drunk girl at Pullman that was reporting the serial sexual assaulter." Now it's in Moscow, and the Moscow police were saying there's no evidence. There's no evidence. Happy birthday, Rolo. It was yesterday, right? I think I already wished you a happy birthday. I don't know if I didn't. Heather, quit putting these videos in here. Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, what lengths will you go to cover up for this stupid university, man? What? Do I have to play this again? You guys get it. No, I don't. You got Tell It to L in the building, my friends. We are all excited to see you. We really are. What are you doing here? It's too late to be up. You talked to Ice Cube today there, Rose? He call you up? He text you? Yeah, it was good. Okay, so... Well, let's talk. Let's talk. I'll give you a topic. Essays at Pullman. 16 girls came forward and said that they've been essayed at Pullman. Was it last week before? Whatever. Pullman police said, oh, it was a hoax. And now it's happening in Moscow. And what is the Moscow PD saying? There's no evidence. La-ti freaking da. Wait, there is evidence, just don't let it get out. That's all I'm going to say. This guy, I don't know if this is rigged or what, but he's got these videos. And I'll let him talk in a minute. It's all music right here, but... There we go.
Metal detector.
Yeah, it's... Anyway, he goes into these rivers, and I watched the whole creepy damn thing, and he supposedly is pulling up iPhones in bags and all this stuff, and I'll show you at the end. Anyway, he's like Dr. Do-Gooder. He finds these phones and calls the people, and they got money in the bag or whatever, and I don't know. I'm like, I think it's planted, but I don't know. But anyway, he actually does contact one of the people that lost their phone in the river, and she was on an inner tube or whatever, and he gives her phone back. And what I thought was interesting about it is that he uses that contraption. He's not a scuba diver. He's a snorkeler. So I don't know if that whatever license you would need to scuba dive in a I don't think they show it in this video. I watched another one in a river, but he uses it's an air compressor, and it just pushes compressed air, like basically in this mask get up with a snorkel that you have, and so you can stay underwater. I don't know as far as, I guess it's probably the same air you're breathing up on the surface. He's only 12 feet down. But anyway, it was kind of hoaxy. It's like, oh, I'm gonna call this lady. There's a bunch of them. If you want to check it out, I'll give you a link. He's pulling up all kinds of stuff. Hello, Michelle Lee. Very nice to see you tonight. Welcome in. The 2-year anniversary show. I guess the official anniversary is over. It wasn't a happy one. I hope you guys like my thumbnail. I found it and I was like, that cannot be real. I'd never seen it. I don't know if anybody else was. I was literally like back and forth. I went, I went on a long bike ride today, and then I was kind of back and forth on the YouTube and making up the trivia questions and stuff like that. And I just kept looking at it, and I'm like, man, because you got Maddie's boots, you got Kaylee for sure in the middle, and then Ethan on the side. The only one that wasn't like strikingly like them was to the Xana one, but it's fun. It's just a fun picture, and it's lighthearted. So this is how life looked in 1980, and I thought it was funny because it's not necessarily how life looked; it's how fashion and TV looked. Somebody said, maybe I'm in trouble. I don't know. Let me check. Uh-oh. It's my producer. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so the armed fisherman I've seen. I haven't watched him, but does he literally? He doesn't shoot the fish. He's just does like a dual kind of show, right, with shooting and fishing. I think nothing half-assed up in here. All right, so this I was saying that this is more like what life looked like on TV, but it was kind of a cool look back. The Bengals here, and then add, and then the TV, and Michael Jackson, and that. It's like what we saw in the movies. I'm like, if you want to show what it really looked like, you got to show the people. Anyway, maybe that was a bad idea. This is insane, and it's not that I have been telling you it's coming, but now it's actually happened. And it's not like I talk about it a lot or anything like that. But look at the title. Ukraine ravages Moscow with a fleet of those drones, the swarm drones. And they have those, I guess they call them like kamikaze drones or whatever. And so that is what happened in Moscow, Russia. And they also, the North Koreans sent in an entire legion of troops, and they were called cannon fodder. The entire legion, which is like bigger than even a region, was taken out in one battle. So Kim Jong-un, not a happy man. Indubitably. Robot watches how-to videos and becomes an expert surgeon. So it's an AI robot, and apparently he got his law degree on YouTube, or his doctorate from YouTube. I just wanted to read the title. I'm not going to go into that, because there's so many. I can't even get to all these. Now this one is so fun, because this guy's, he's 80 years old, I guess, or whatever, and it took him a long ass time. And unfortunately, it's music again, but I will play it regardless. Not the music, but it's a 99-year-old car, and guess what? As soon as this ad's over, I'll be cool. So here you can get your sensors now with your virtual reality and do all the things. It's going to get very advanced for video games. Unfortunately, they will probably be brainwashing us through them. But bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, we love you. Look at that. He restored chitty, chitty, bang, bang, dude. I was so excited when I saw this. I'm like, that is the coolest thing that anybody has ever done. No word yet on whether it flies or not, or if AR Hayes is going to do the traffic report from it. You had to be there. It's not funny, Kane. Quit picking on AR. Hey, AR, are you here? I was talking about you, bro. I was making the joke earlier. I said that you saw it in the chat probably that I said, what is AR in the traffic news helicopter? But it even sounded like it a little bit. I was just kidding. Anyway, Tony's not mad. Don't be mad. So let's see. This guy is a newt. And if you don't believe this, you have to watch it. But I have a friend who actually built a home roller coaster for his kids in the backyard. Literally like an erector set. But this guy definitely took it to the next level, I would say. Look at this nut. He built a roller coaster through his house, and it goes through the woods. He can even go, whoa. Didn't expect that. And it looks like he can go backward and forward on it. It's like this sled, but it's like literally like a desk chair. He's a nut job. Alright, let's see. Chinese surfer defects amid surfing ban. So, I guess that's a chick? I can't tell. I believe so. But she defected during the Olympics. Because, well, I forgot why. But it was like an unprecedented thing. They weren't going to let her surf anymore or something like that. So she defected during the Paris Olympics. And if anybody cares about surfing, you'll be interested to them. I don't know how many people are. I got a lot of surfing stuff for you. This is also the Big Wave Challenge. This one is in Australia, and I'm assuming that's probably Bells Beach, where they filmed Point Break, the end of Point Break, which is known for some big waves. It might be Bells. Bells is where they filmed it, or what's the other one? It's like, I forgot the name. Anyway, I think it was Garrett McNarma, who also surfed that 100-foot wave at Nazare, was paid $10,000 for each wave that he would fall on for Point Break. He was the stunt guy, and he was a pro surfer. And if you look in the movie, there's a lot of talk about how the cuts are bad, and you can tell it's one wave to the next wave, whatever. But anyway, that's an interesting fact about Bells Beach. This was cool. This will be, I think, the last surfing thing, but one more after this. And this is in China also, I think, and it's actually it was Taiwan, and they're just I thought at first, I'm like, is that like dirty water? What is it? It's just mud water. It's just river water. And look at how long of a ride it's Brazil. I can't even read my own thing. So I thought that was cool looking. Anyway, at least a variety. Beaver Moon. And this is going to be Friday, folks. It'll be, that blood moon, the super moon kind of deal. And it's called a Beaver Moon. This will be the last one of 2024. It will appear bigger and brighter. And I believe like when it'll be like a blood moon when it comes up. So that'll be Friday, starting around 4:30. Or is it, wait, with the sun setting at, okay, it'll come about 4:30, and the sun will set a few minutes later. And I think it was select areas. So check a local area near you if you can buy that at the 2-story Publix or not. But I thought that was kind of cool. And then, so anyway, I don't usually keep up with moon news. This is crazier than the guy falling off the top of the wave. I don't know when this became a sport. Is this like planking? She is tied on, but she doesn't have a parachute. And they are thousands of feet, millions of feet in the air. And she's laughing about it. Or he. I'm sorry, mister. Golly. And he's just tied on. So if you fall... Rochelle. They made a remake, Michelle Lee, of Point Break, and they actually it was like he gets hooked up with some of the rich surfers that kind of playboy around the world in their yachts, and one of the scenes in the new Point Break, not the one with Keanu Reeves, one of the scenes is filmed in Cortez Bank, which is the video I showed earlier. And there's not as much surfing in the movie, which there's all kinds of other extreme sports. If you haven't seen the new one, it's okay. It's not a bad movie. I forgot who was in it. It was like Benicio del Toro or something like that, and I forgot the guy's name. I don't know if he's still surfing. He's not surfing anymore. So here's the last of them, and this is a insane bear rail. This is Mavericks, and this is where Mark Fu. Oh, can't see my big head. Sorry. Let me replay that. This is more what I wanted to show. This is where Mark Fu died. Mark Fu was a Hawaiian surfer. He was a pro. He was one of the announcers for the surfing community, for the contests and stuff. Well-loved Hawaiian, and the Hawaiians, they go to California and they practically bully everybody, But this is Mavericks, and Mavericks is I think just above LA. And they watched it break in the 60s and 70s for years and years, and just watching it. And one of the guys that was watching it forever was a board shaper, and he finally got the courage to go out there and surf it. But for like 20 years of surfing, of mainstream surfing, this wave went untouched. And Mark Fu passed away here, so it's got a really dark reputation. You can see why. Look how heavy that wave is. I mean, your day's over. Your everything the lights might go out if you get caught. And he is, watch this. This is kind of spooky. Look at this wave. And that's there's the main peak. He's on the shoulder. Look at that, practically an airdrop right through the whitewater. That's like, you kidding me? And I'm not usually a fan of just like the drop in and get a ride surfing, but that wave was just, woo! Right up there. Okay, that's the last. Why does he always have surfing stuff? This will be fun here. Award-winning building to be demolished less than 30 years after being built. And this is in the UK, and I thought it was sad that it's been abandoned for a few years for whatever reason. It has some structural issues, but they're going to tear it down and build something else. And I thought it was sad that, I mean, a building like that kind of invites you to go in. It's got that futuristic look, and there's a lot of controversy about the carbon footprint, whatever. So this one takes a minute. Unfortunately, it's music, I think, but let me double check. Oh, God, I'm sorry. That hurt so bad. That was worst case scenario. And the funny thing is about this is America's Funniest Home Videos. But this is like literally like bloodbath. Like, people getting hurt. This is worse than Fail Army. Hold on. Ay. Sorry, hold on. Woo! That was close. Alright, I got probably a second copyright. No big whoop. There we go. Now it's still playing. Awesome. Good job, Kane. Yeah! Ta-da! No. Stop, Kane. Stop. There it is. Whoa. That was a panic attack. Here we go. All evolve. It's better with the sound. Why does he do this? Look at this. Oh my gosh. Look at it. There's some serious pain about to happen. That first one's a face plant though. Yeah. Oh, that looks like a good idea. Let's do that off of a balloon. Oh. Oh my, I can't believe how brutal this video is. Oh man. Cats always be falling on their feet. I think it's in this video. The cat falls like 40 feet. I played it last night. The cat falls like 40 feet, lands on his feet. Anyway. A couple of those were pretty good. Those weren't really that good, Ken. So here we have, yeah, that. I couldn't believe when I saw. Look at that. I don't know if you've seen that video before. I had not. It's totally there. Unbelievable. Hold on, let me blow it up. And then this bull. Check this out. Oh, man. Agoraphobia. There's me eating. We've all seen it. Gross. Gross. That's so gross. Oops. How'd you get your head in there? Okay. Yeah, just a bear walking down the street. LA, man, you'll see anything. Yeah. But my wings are clipped, so deny. Okay, come on, Adobe. What kind of? Oh, that is that. What kind of dog is that? I forget. Yeah, just me, my chick, and my snake on my Segway. They have a. I saw it on Amazon for Black Friday. I wish I'd saved the ad. I can only imagine that it's a kid's one, but it's a motocross Segway bicycle for $50. I don't. It's got to be a kid's one if it's electric. French bulldog. Right. I like the English bulldogs a little better. I prefer pitties though. I haven't seen Perfume. That sounds Dustin Hoffman. Maybe I have seen it. Kylie, Are you guys ready to play a little trivia? We got only a few more bars to go here, and we'll get on the trivia bandwagon if you want. Does anybody want to play? Let's see what else I got here. But my ways
I hate those movies. You wouldn't be in a Steven Seagal movie if I would do gay porn before I would do a Steven Seagal movie. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Now are you cheering because you want to see me do gay porn? You're shameless bastard. I had nothing to do with it. I hate those movies.
Classic Rogan. If you guys ever watch Key and Peele with what is it? Michael Keegan. I get their names confused. They do a spoof of what's his name's movies. What's his name? Steven Seagal movies. And all he does is he walks up to somebody and just goes like this, and they just fall down like their neck's broken. He does it like 30 people. He gets there. It's funny. Maybe I could find a clip of it. It's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, meet the new generation of Ninja Turtles. I'm finna train them better than Master Split. Okay, guys, I only need 4. Only 4! Yo, stop! Yeah, meet the new
Why are there so many turtles? What's this one? Oh, was this Barry Steep? He was sick today. He didn't put out a video. Oh, this is me. That was my intro. Never mind. Well, he just is so forgetful lately. This is the last one. I have another tab we'll do later, but this was the wipeout of the year. So check this out. This is at King's in Australia, and I guess near Tasmania or whatever. And I think this is another open ocean break, and it has that character of waves forming within waves. So it's totally unpredictable and scary. And sometimes you make it, sometimes you don't. But look at the price for failure on what comes up behind you. If you can imagine what that's going to do to your body. It's going to split you in 75 different directions. Oh, Inception's a movie. I like the premise of Inception. And I do like the way I never would have layered it like they did. And also the movie Push. If you ever seen the movie Push with that one girl. The premises are very good. And Push kind of stays out like Hollywood free almost. Inception, it's so CGI driven that I think they had to get their funding to go Hollywood. But I think Inception could have gone even more twisted than it did. And I always thought that was a movie that they would do a remake or a part 2 of. Alright, there it is, folks. That's the first banner. And I've got all the things. And is everybody ready to play? Put a 400 in the chat if you want to play trivia. Or we could skip it tonight if you're not in the mood. I have more me. There's a lot of me's to go around tonight. Let's see here. Okay, that one's done. You can't see that one. That's that. Oh, I wanted to show you real quick. The copyright thing. Anybody put a thumbs up in the thing and we'll play Idaho 4 trivia again. Just give me one of these. I'll just show you this real quick though. How they do you on. This is how they do you on the tubes of you. So we'll go. Where's my backstage pass here? All right. Okay. So the first thing is they added now, since I have the membership thing, they added a estimated revenue. I don't have a card or anything attached to YouTube, but apparently I have revenue there. So that was one thing, and then the other was this, and I really got a kick out of it. Which video was it? See how they do? And so if you play like a second of a song that has a copyright, they'll ask you to remove it or whatever, and if nobody makes a copyright strike on you, you're fine, which they usually don't. But which one was it? I think it was this one. Let me see. I can go to the, what you call it? Where is it? Where would it say? Oh, right. Back there. Duh. Sorry. I don't know if you can see this. Whereas it's not this one. It's probably further back. It was a silly one. Oh. Wait for it. Was it this one? Let me see. I got a real kick out of it. They're like, oh, all of a sudden, we have a new copyright on you. I'm like, okay, YouTube, what do you got? Check this out. Watch. Get it? No. They sent me like this special message, like it was out of control, big deal. I'm like, out of hand, bro. Give me a break. It's one. It's not that one. Maybe it's right here. See, I need a drink. Damn. Anybody else want to do a shot with me? Now it won't let me do it. Anyway, it was Heather Fitzgerald's video, and it was like I'm like, oh man, I hope she doesn't get mad at me and copyright strike me. I better stay on her good side for the rest of the night. Anyway, so the guy Mike Judge was on his show, and he was talking about how he came up with the voice for Butthead. You know, like, all right, Beavis, come on, right now. And he said that he lived in a small apartment, and his neighbor, you could hear through the walls like an office space. And he said his neighbor got off his psych meds, and so he was happy all the time. And he would just watch TV all day, and he'd be like talking to the TV, like, oh, yeah, that's pretty funny. You know, I mean, it was Butthead's voice, like that with a more, and he does it perfect, of course. But then he said one day he went down to the garage or the parking, whatever, and the guy was taking out the rear window of his '78 Nova, and I do, yeah, thank you, Kylo. And Mike Judge looked at him. He's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "It's like a pickup truck now." Just take out the. I need water. Yippee! All right, we got a great show. All right, Rochelle put the thumbs up. Anybody else want to play other than my associate producer? Who we got in here today? Kylo. Did I miss anybody? Echoes is still with us, having fun here on the anniversary show. Have any of you, or do any of you remember dreams as a child of a giant wave? I had a dream, and it was a recurring dream, which is the only reason I remember it, from like when I was 5 years old. And it was my house in Clearwater was flooded, and the only escape I had was to jump. It was like, you know, like 2 feet high, and it used to flood here back then in the 70s and stuff all the time. It rained a lot more, and it would flood. Anyway, so my dream was I was getting chased by Frankenstein, and then I had to jump onto the lazy boy to get out of the water, and then there was an alligator trying to get me in the water. I didn't have any surfing dreams until I actually was surfing. I don't know if I've even had ever a surfing dream. I've had moments where time has slowed down when I was surfing in the barrel, where that's a trip. I mean, people say that, but it's hard to explain, like, because when the water, when it breaks over you, and it's even in, you know, like where the water's green, it'll be clear, and it makes this sucking sound that's like nothing else, just like, and it throws out over you, and then you're so tempted to just jump through the hole to get, but you can surf out of it, but you're tempted to just dive out of it. Anyway, so as soon as that cover, that blanket of water goes in front of you, all the water's turning around you, and it's like every millisecond is just like, and then you'll get spit out of the wave, and the spit from the water, the spray will, like one time it sprayed my back, and I'd slowed down, and I'd gotten out of the barrel, and then it spit my back, and it was like God was like flicking water on you. It was cold water, and so it tickled. But also at the same time, there was another section in front of me, and it was 10 feet high, and it pushed me down like 10 feet, but I was still tickled from the spray of the wave. And so thankfully I didn't even think about what kind of danger I was in, and I popped to the top, and I was still laughing my ass off, and there was all these guys like coming to rescue me because they thought I got hammered down, and I was still laughing. They all were like, what the hell? They're like going to rescue me, and they're like, this guy's laughing about that. It was funny. Alright, so yeah, Heather Fitzgerald, don't copyright strike me. Alright, here we go. Trivia time. Here we go. I just have a few of them. I didn't have a whole heap of time to dedicate to it, unfortunately, today. But the next one will be the Family Feud, if you missed that already. These will be... Does everybody want to play? Or I don't know. It's a quiet chat tonight. I expected... What day is it? Wednesday? I did start a little late, I will say that. I thought I saw Swamp Rose up in here earlier. That's always nice. But it's nice to have all of you here. And if you're new, welcome in. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. We always try to have a good time here, and we're a bunch of next level intelligence here that analyze the Idaho 4K. So we're very dedicated people here for most of us 2 years now, almost every day, thinking about these kids and what's happening and all the lies we're being told. So that's, nobody else is going to thank you for everything you do, but I thank every one of you. And every day I look and I try to find people of like mind, and I try to look into new angles, and Heather has been amazing lately, and Jenn has brought some angles that I never even would have considered as real. So we've all seen it. You've been there. Why don't you just play the game, Kane? Alright, fine. I better not make too many windows. Let me delete a couple of these before it gets started. Is everybody ready for trivia? I'm trying to get everybody fired up. I know it's a sad day. And I was really kind of morose all day. And so I felt, I was like, oh, we'll go live. That'll be a happy time. Alright, let's see this video. This is by some really huge news source that's blasting off. It's one of those things taken off in the world. Let's take a listen.
NBC News.
Okay, I just read that whole thing. I feel like an idiot.
This has been the mystery we've all...
Sorry, I'll read it again. Anyway, it talked about how the multiple people spoke to the dispatcher on the phone. Sorry, Heather.
All been wondering about. Why did the two roommates in the morning call the police about an unconscious person when there was apparently a bloodbath in their home? And this is what we are learning, that Steve Gonzalez may have told this NBC News outlet, that you've got to remember these two girls were so upset that when they went outside after seeing this, it wasn't very legible. They couldn't quite understand what the girls were seeing. He's referring to the 911 operator trying to make sense of what these two girls are saying over the phone, but he's saying that they ran outside having seen something horrible, and then he goes on to say one passed out and the other one was hyperventilating, that the message wasn't clear enough for the operator. This makes a lot more sense, that maybe those girls did see part of or some of the bloodbath in the morning and tried to call and could not get the message out to the operator. And one of them was hyperventilating and the other is passing out. And then they just say, hey, we got an unconscious person. We got an unconscious person there. I want to bring in Mark O'Mara. He's a criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney as well. This, Mark, has been a missing piece for a long time. And I mean, it certainly helps us to understand the mystery of the morning.
Does it though? On November 13th, the surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58 a.m., an 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked to the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police.
But there's still a lot of holes. And I just want to get your thoughts on that for starters. And then I'm going to ask you all about the defense.
Yeah, there's so much intrigue in this 6 or 8 hours that nobody called anybody. Perhaps there was something that we don't know about yet. Perhaps they were drinking, or not to impugn their integrity, but were they intoxicated on drugs or alcohol or something? That makes a lot more sense than this woman sees this attacker, or at least a stranger, in her house with a mask on, drives or walks by, and she does nothing for the better part of 6 or 8 hours. That makes no sense, and quite honestly, may well be fodder for the defense, because defense attorneys just look for anything to suggest an inexplicable event, and that's reasonable doubt.
So what about the notion that Kohberger matched one of these roommates, DM? We know it's Dylan because we've been talking about these surviving roommates for quite some time. Dylan said that he had bushy eyebrows. She saw bushy eyebrows. That's manna from heaven. That's manna from heaven for prosecutors to have a witness actually give that kind of detail about a face. Not just, he was 6'2" or 5'10" and a light build. It's bushy eyebrows.
No question that is going to be one of the sort of star pieces of evidence of a prosecution's case. The witness on scene can identify at least 3 or 4 or 5 different characteristics of this person. Again, this is an extraordinarily strong case of forensic tying together a noose, if you will, around Kohberger's neck already. And we've only seen 17 pages. Before we're done, Ashley, there's going to be tens of thousands of pages of discovery on this case.
It's true. Okay, I got to ask you about cell phone pings, because we've been, making huge hay about cell phone pings. Literally have a roadmap, to Bryan Kohberger. But there was one line in the affidavit that I thought, I know Mark O'Mara is going to seize on that, and every defense attorney out there will seize on it. It said that his cell phone pings in Moscow, November 14th. That's the day after. That's Monday after the murders. But investigators, quote, do not believe the phone was in Moscow on that date. Well, then why should anybody believe the phone was in Moscow on any of the other days? Is that what a defense attorney will say in this case?
Absolutely. It's that one little string that you want to pull on, that seed of doubt that may grow into reasonable doubt. In and of itself, maybe not enough, but we don't know what she's doing for 8 hours. Now we know the phone wasn't there. Now we know why wasn't she saying anything. Now we know that 100 people have left DNA. Why his? There's so much more information that needs to come out. But I will tell you, if the next couple of 3 or 4 months are as good an investigative technique as the last couple of months to get us to this point, they've done quite a good job. And of course, with FBI assistance, I must say the best law
Alright, this says Kohberger leaves apartment in Pullman, Washington at 2:42. Signal lost. Police believe Kohberger trying to conceal his location at 2:47, 5 minutes later. Kohberger traveling back to Pullman, Washington, 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m. Kohberger traveling to Moscow, 9 a.m. Kohberger returns to murder scene, 9:12 a.m., 9:21 a.m. Kohberger arrives back at his apartment in Pullman at 9:32 a.m.
Enforcement agencies in the world, they're going to tie down every loose end on this one.
Do they ever? Because just that timeline that we're looking at on the screen right now, it's got a 2-hour hole in the cell phone, right? Police say that's just when he turned it off because he didn't want to be pinged there. But he's leaving Pullman, and then he disappears, and then he's coming back to Pullman before and after the murders. And is that doubt, or is that reasonable doubt, or is that nope? Nope. Well, it depends on what the jury thinks, if it's reasonable or not.
Causes of death.
The alleged killer.
Gonzalez family, and he knows what he did to our daughter.
In this crime scene still has not changed. There is now a police officer monitoring this home behind me 24/7. Police tell us they still do not have a suspect in custody or a weapon. Something that happened earlier today could make finding that weapon even harder. The dumpster right next to the home is now empty. Waste crews cleared it out earlier on Tuesday. Police quickly stopped the trash truck from going any further. We were on scene for the whole encounter. We asked police why this happened and are still getting no answers. Moscow police say they aren't commenting on the trash removal or anything else in this homicide investigation.
There's quite a bit of blood in the apartment, and, it's a pretty traumatic scene to find 4 dead college students in a residence. There's quite a bit of blood in the apartment, and, it's a pretty traumatic scene to find 4 dead college students in a residence.
The Latah County coroner is commenting, saying the scene she saw on Sunday was gruesome. And any new clues are needed in the investigation.
Could be some evidence of the suspect that we get during the autopsies, which would be helpful.
The bodies are now in Spokane County with autopsies happening on Wednesday.
So many different stories were starting to be created.
U of I students just want answers. These guys are on the golf team and say the lack of communication from police is doing everything but calming concerns.
I think the confusion, at least for me, and I think all of us, has only heightened in the last couple days, especially.
The small, tight-knit Moscow community is now shattered by these homicides before the holidays. And we also know the FBI from Salt Lake City is now coming in to help this investigation. Still, they aren't commenting, saying they are not the lead agency moving forward. We'll continue to keep asking questions and looking for answers as this community grieves and confusion continues.
Without talking about Maddie.
These girls were best friends since 6th grade, inseparable. They lived in a house together. They were true, ultimate best friends. And Maddie had been a huge part of our life.
Like Maddie, Kaylee was a high achiever, due to graduate from college early, and had a job lined up with an IT firm in Austin, Texas. So she just moved out of the house on King Road, bought a new car, a Range Rover, and had gone back to Moscow for one last weekend.
And she said, well, I want to go show Maddie my car, and there's a pie-pie party tonight, and I want to go to the pie-pie party. That was the last time that I saw Kaylee.
amazing futures that were taken away by a monster. The man accused of this horrific crime has denied doing it and has proclaimed his innocence. There's no eyewitness, there's no confession, and there is no direct evidence. There's no eyewitness, there's no confession, and there is no direct evidence. It's a case that the prosecution has built on circumstantial evidence which they believe is compelling. We'll take a closer look as we continue to investigate the Idaho student murders.
Now to the latest out of Idaho. During a recent court appearance, the attorney representing Bryan Kohberger said that prosecutors are withholding information from the defense team. His attorney argues that 2 upcoming hearings this month should be made public. And says prosecutors have not provided the full video that allegedly shows Kohberger's white Hyundai by that home where the 4 students were killed. And says prosecutors have not provided the full video that allegedly shows Kohberger's white Hyundai by that home where the 4 students were killed. Kohberger's attorney also arguing that the case should be continued to be made public. The prosecuting deputy attorney rebutting, though, saying that while the trial will be public, not all of the hearings should be due to the information being discussed. Now, Kohberger is accused of stabbing and killing Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin in their home just off of the university's campus back in November of 2022. Here now to discuss the very latest developments in this case, News Nation legal analyst and criminal trial attorney Sarah Azari. Sarah, thanks for joining us on this tonight.
Good to be with you, Natasha.
So, Sarah, the families of the victims are so frustrated right now. They're speaking out saying that this case is turning into what they are calling a hamster wheel of motions, hearings, and delayed decisions. What do you make of Kohberger's attorney's latest claims?
Yeah, I empathize with the families of these victims. It's difficult to be waiting for justice in such a horrific case and not really understanding that these are not delays for the sake of delay. The biggest, I think the heaviest claim, the recent claims that Ann Taylor's made, to me is the one that stands out is the idea that the prosecution is withholding evidence. That's really, really important. And you pointed out the video. We're past the idea that we don't have everything and not everything is ready. Now it's intentional. Ann Taylor has been very careful about saying in these motions that she's not accusing the prosecution of withholding evidence. And now she's saying they are withholding evidence because we're coming up on almost 2 years. And now she's saying they are withholding evidence because we're coming up on almost 2 years since the crime. And discovery should be complete. Discovery should be complete. Discovery should be complete. There's a price to pay. The defendant is deprived of his right to a fair trial. The defendant is deprived of his right to a fair trial. The judge might say that the evidence is kept out, doesn't get to come in at trial. And, we're seeing this in the Scott Peterson case. If some of this is Brady evidence, decades later, if Kohberger's convicted, it could pave the way to an exoneration. If some of this is Brady evidence, decades later, if Kohberger's convicted, it could pave the way to an exoneration. So it's a very serious accusation, and I think it's true. So it's a very serious accusation, and I think it's true. So it's a very serious accusation, and I think it's true.
Yeah, that is such an important point. And, let's talk about the alibi here. Kohberger's attorneys claiming he does have an alibi for the night that these 4 students were murdered. They claim that he was driving in several areas outside of that town that evening, that he was not near the home, Prosecutors now argue that his alibi comes up short of the legal standard. They are urging the judge to reject it. rejected. It seems like an easy way to confirm his whereabouts would be to use his cell phone data. But we see prosecutors saying that information does not rise to the level of an alibi. But we see prosecutors saying that information does not rise to the level of an alibi. But we see prosecutors saying that information does not rise to the level of an alibi. Cell phone data has been used in other cases as evidence, so why shouldn't it be used in this case?
I think there's got to be some reason forensically that his data maybe is not conclusive of where he was. But let's talk about cell tower data. The idea of connectivity of his phone to cell towers. Up until now, prosecutors have been saying the fact that his phone was not connecting to the cell towers that were, connected to the area around the crime scene, that means he's a, savvy murderer. But let's talk about cell tower data. The idea of connectivity of his phone to cell towers. Up until now, prosecutors have been saying the fact that his phone was not connecting to the cell towers that were, connected to the area around the crime scene, that means he's a, savvy murderer. He was the guy who slayed these 4 people and then turned off his phone. But now suddenly when he's trying to use same cell data, from towers in a different area to show that he was somewhere else, which is what an alibi is, somehow now it's inadequate. I mean, that's kind of convenient. But now suddenly when he's trying to use same cell data, from towers in a different area to show that he was somewhere else, which is what an alibi is, somehow now it's inadequate. I mean, that's kind of convenient. But now suddenly when he's trying to use same cell data, from towers in a different area to show that he was somewhere else, which is what an alibi is, somehow now it's inadequate. I mean, that's kind of convenient. I think that inadequacy and reliability of cell data evidence is something that the jury will ultimately decide, and it's going to be a battle of experts. But an alibi is an alibi, that the person was not at the crime scene, they were somewhere else at that time, and that it's corroborated. And in the age of digital footprints and cell data, why not have it corroborated by cell data information and also experts who can testify about it? Why not have it corroborated by cell data information and also experts who can testify about it?
News Nation legal analyst Sarah Azari on this. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Or invoke traditional legal concepts in the law of the right to a fair trial, invasion of privacy, under Rule 32, subsection 3. Subpart N through O is exempt under interfering with enforcement proceeding, depriving the defendant to a fair trial, as well as disclosing investigative techniques or procedures. Item 2, subpart A, names a private business and is exempt under the previously cited authority. Item 2, subpart B through L, deals with the investigation. Again, exempt under 74-124A, subsection B and E, as well as Rule 32, subsection E. Item 3 names multiple private businesses. It's also exempt under the same subsection, 74-124A, B, E, C, as well as Rule 32-12A and 3. Subpart I deals with the investigation, exempt under those same authorities. Subpart J involves a private citizen, exempt under those same authorities. Subpart K through B deals with the investigation and is exempt under those same authorities. Item 4 deals with IGG information, which has been sealed and is under a protective order from the court protecting its disclosure. If the court decides to open this hearing to the public, the state defense will be discussing evidence without any context. This will undoubtedly fuel speculation, lead to assumptions and false narratives. The evidence discussed may not even be offered, and most of it likely will not be offered by either party at trial because it's either not relevant or material. The public will not have any means or context to be able to differentiate that. It is necessary to mitigate this by closing the hearing in order to preserve the right to a fair trial for both parties. The defendant does have a right to a public trial, but that does not mean the right to try this case in media. The defendant will get his day in court, and the public will have a right to see what evidence the state has. But that should be evidence that is admissible pursuant to the Idaho Rules of Evidence. Now is not the time for that. We ask the court to grant the state's motion to close the hearing regarding the defendant's fourth and fifth motion to compel discovery. Lastly, I ask you to issue a scheduling order for the parties to disclose witnesses, exhibits, expert reports, or any other evidence they plan on relying on for those hearings. Prior to the hearing, the state proposed May 3rd, and then a response to those by May 10th. And the state takes no issue with this being a dual deadline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May 3rd might be a little quick.
Well, Your Honor,
Tomorrow?
right, but our motion was filed over a week ago.
Right.
So everyone's been on notice of what the state was asking for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kane. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Judge.
Our discovery requests have been filed for months, and they've gone unanswered too. So if we want to talk about being on notice for something, we can talk about that. Our discovery requests have been filed for months, and they've gone unanswered too. So if we want to talk about being on notice for something, we can talk about that. Our discovery requests have been filed for months, and they've gone unanswered too. So if we want to talk about being on notice for something, we can talk about that. Puts forth the test that the court should look at when determining whether to close a hearing or leave it open and let it be a public hearing. And that the court has to find that there's an overriding interest that the hearing should be closed. In this case, in this hearing, that's not what's happening. The court would look at Bryan's rights here to a fair trial and balance that against the state's request to close the hearing. And we would want the court to consider this, that this isn't the state trying to protect Bryan's interests at all. He has the right to the public hearing. This is the state trying to protect what the state's doing. And the court should look back through the history of this case. This is our fourth and fifth motion to compel. Motions to compel 1, 2, and 3 were public. They were right out in the open with the public. The specific discovery requests were also sealed. So this has been a pattern to do things in the public. And now this one needs to be sealed. The court has to ask itself why. And the court should ask itself, what is the state trying to hide here? The things that we're seeking in these motions to compel are things that are outlined in the probable cause affidavit that has been public for a year and a half now, that has been offered to be shared far and wide. We're looking for things like videos that the state said they collected so that we don't look at things in a little vacuum. The state tells you not to take it out of context. That's what they're doing. When they want us to do this in private and not let the state know about the full scope of the videos that are out there that they haven't given us, that is the state keeping things in a vacuum to control the public narrative. And that violates Mr. Kohberger's rights. That's what we want to prevent. This needs to be out in the open. I'll give you a couple of examples. The state filed last June its motion for protective order of the IgG materials. That motion was filed in public. It's on the public record. People can print that and read that and do all day long. And that had information that was negative about Mr. Kohberger in it. So that's out there in the public. But that order was to protect information, the IgG information, that they say details how the state got to Bryan in the first place. That's been sealed, that's fine, we respect that. But you have to question, why can we not talk about the things they're not giving us? Why can we not talk about the cell phone information, the tower information, the drive test information in a public arena? Why should Bryan have to have his case, when he's asking for this information, be done in a little vacuum where the state says what the public can hear and what the public can't hear? Another example of this, Your Honor, is with the video tape that they've relied a lot on in their probable cause affidavit that we've received different parts of. Part of the hearing on the 14th is to talk about the different parts of that video that we've received and how we need the whole context. This is the video that they say places this car near the residence. We've received little tiny pieces of that. And we think Bryan's right to a fair trial means the public needs to know that they've withheld the audio from a great portion of that, and that it starts a long time before the little clip that we've received. To do this in a vacuum, Judge, when documents are filed under seal, that's fine. Those are documents. But this hearing needs to be in the public eye. For the court to allow the prosecutor to say, we need to keep this all private for a fair trial, really ignores the public nature of this case. It really ignores the fact that Bryan has been essentially convicted in the media. You don't have to read but a few articles to see how negative they are about him. He has a right to have this information withheld, brought out in public, so that people can see it's not this neat little package. So people can start to wonder if Bryan's innocent. Your Honor, Bryan is innocent. And he has an absolute Sixth Amendment right to have his hearings in public. We think if the court allows the state to shield the information and how they got their information and what they don't want us to have from the public, they're using his Sixth Amendment rights to hide behind. And that's just not what the court should allow. We strongly object to these kinds of things being closed.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
The court is ordered to be protected. That's completely different than when the state won't give us bits of information that's within their possession and control that we need to prepare our case. Your Honor, I would ask the court to consider, too, how much pressure there is to get to trial. We've heard the state say they'd be ready by this summer. We've heard the state say they're going to be ready by March of 2025. We've heard them say that they've given us 95% of discovery. We've heard them say they've given us all of the discovery, and those things just aren't true. They're just not true. You can see from the list of things we don't have, there's no way we have 95% of it. So when there's all of that in the public eye and the pressure of let's get to trial, I think the public has a right to see, and Bryan has a right for the public to see that we're trying the best that we can. The court offered to do what it could to speed this up. Having hearings about things that shouldn't be closed, that we object to being closed, takes time. There is no change in our habit or our practice filing documents under seal for things that meet Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32 subsection I, and us asking for a public hearing. There's nothing inconsistent about that, and that's the way we've carried out the case.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Response, Ms. Jennings?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Taylor's argued and multiple completely false narratives are the exact reason why this hearing should be closed. Ms. Taylor's argued and multiple completely false narratives are the exact reason why this hearing should be closed. Ms. Taylor's argued and multiple completely false narratives are the exact reason why this hearing should be closed. And that any closure, it gives you this balancing test. We just went through the balancing test and the state gave you the reasons for why this meets the test for closing the hearing. As far as being inconsistent, I would just note for the record, we have had one hearing regarding motions to compel. However, at that hearing, this is your order. At the outset of the hearing, the parties informed the court they had reached agreements on all issues except request 160. To do with training records. That is not what we're contemplating discussing at this hearing on the 14th.
Your Honor, we would request that we start on defendant's motion to compel and second motion to compel. I believe the third motion to compel will be heard on a different date.
True.
As it relates to the two motions to compel, and I'll present my arguments whenever the court's ready, but I can direct the court exactly to the numbers in those motions to compel that are still up for discussion today and a request of ruling of the court.
Excellent. I'm ready.
On the original motion to compel, we are only seeking the court to order number 6 be complied with in that motion, in that particular motion.
Okay, let me take a look at that. Number 6, and so this is the motion to compel discovery that was filed on May 4th.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Number 6. And that is request number 160.
That is for request number 160, and that was in the second supplemental discovery request.
Okay, thank you. All right. And we're getting some... Is that me? Okay. Number 6 from May 4th.
Number 6 on that one, yes. On the second motion to compel, Your Honor, we are needing the court to order on request number 1, number 4, number 5, and I think that we have a plan for the other numbers, so those would be the 3 we need the court's order on.
Thank you. So let me make sure we're looking at the same page. Okay, number 1 is request 1. Number 4 is request 23.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's number 2, request 4.
Okay, I apologize. Number 2, request 4. Okay. And then you said number 5?
And number 5, which is request 109.
Okay, thank you. All right. And that's the second motion to compel discovery.
Correct.
All right. Do you want to make an argument about those?
I would love to.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, first, I want to start with talking about the discovery process. As the court knows, we have been representing Mr. Kohberger since the very end of December of 2022. And during the course of the last several months, there has been a lot of discovery that's been requested and a lot that's been supplied. I come here asking the court to compel discovery. I'm seeking an order directing that we receive this discovery. I'm not seeking any other kind of sanction. I don't come here saying that the prosecutor has done something wrong. I come here saying that there are things that we have a disagreement about whether I should get them or when I should get them, and we seek a court order to assist us in this regard. Yesterday, we filed an exhibit that related to our motions to compel, and the purpose of that exhibit was to show the court how the discovery is coming in and what we are weeding through to try to find the information, and to let the court know that our office is making extraordinary efforts. Mr. Kohberger's team works nonstop, and when we ask for discovery, it's because we have reason to believe it exists. So I wanted the court of counsel to be aware it's not a fishing expedition. These are real items that are really necessary to investigate this case and prepare Mr. Kohberger's defense. So with that as the background and the frequent communication with the prosecutor's office to try to obtain the materials we need, we have come to an impasse in a few areas, and that's what brings us to court today. As the court knows, discovery is governed by statute 1309 and Idaho Criminal Rule 16. And the purpose of discovery is really to prevent an unfair trial, to prevent trial by surprise, and also to protect a charged person's rights to meet their defense. It protects their Sixth Amendment rights to have a sufficient and a prepared counsel, I should say, as we have a duty to investigate the case. So in preparing our case for Mr. Kohberger, we've asked for several things that we still need. I'll talk first about request number 6 in the first motion to compel, and that stems from discovery request 160. It's training records. These are training records of 3 specific police officers. Your Honor, we have not asked for training records for every officer that has had anything to do with the case. I would not want to stand here and let the court think that this is an exhaustive list of the officers that we might need training records for, but these are 3 officers that we've requested them for, and the state has indicated they're not willing to give us the training records. These 3 officers are officers that have each conducted critical interviews with critical witnesses in the case, made decisions about the interviews, made decisions about evidence, and conducted other kinds of investigations. We seek their training records to understand their processes. The training records, Your Honor, they are records that we've been able to obtain from various police agencies in the past. In this circumstance, are not records that I can find on my own. These are not things that are on the internet. They're not going to just hand them over to me. The 2 of the officers that we've requested them about are Idaho State police officers. I have often received training records for Idaho State police officers in the preparation of other cases during the course of my career. They are imperative for us to understand the specialty in interrogating and interviewing people, and for making the decisions that they made with regard to things taken as evidence in the case, or things followed up on or not followed up on. So that is the purpose for those records, and we're asking the court to order the state to provide the training records for those 3 officers. Moving on then to our second motion to compel, and what we are looking for is a lot of information from the FBI CAST team, as well as the FBI forensic examiner team. What we're talking about here is the CAST team are the FBI examiners that used cell phone records to provide a lot of information that found its way into the probable cause affidavit that the state relied on in arresting Mr. Kohberger. I had the opportunity to meet with the prosecutor, and they indicate that we will be getting those items in number 1 and number 6 disclosed to us, but we don't know when. So I'm asking this court to issue an order with a date certain to obtain those records. These are bits of investigation that the FBI conducted that relate to Mr. Kohberger's cell phone, and the state has relied on that in their affidavit to say that Mr. Kohberger was in certain places at certain times. So these are bits of information and analysis that's been done since December. We are now at the end of June. We do not have those records yet, Your Honor. They are something that's been relied upon by the state for the PC affidavit to arrest Mr. Kohberger, as well as to obtain a variety of search warrants. It's information that the state has agreed we should have, so we asked the court for an order with a deadline to get that. I want the court to know I don't think that Mr. Thompson or Ms. Jennings are trying to withhold this. I think they'll give it to me when they have it, but I think an order from the court saying this is the date certain may help them get the information a little bit more rapidly. I'll move on to our last request, and that's number 2 in the second motion to compel, request number 4. And that has to do with the FBI forensic examiner that told the state to look for a white Hyundai Elantra. This is the examiner that originally there were certain years looked for, and that year range was expanded. I believe I have the communications between the police department and the FBI about how that date range changed, but what I don't have is the report from the examiner. I did receive the CV, curriculum vitae, about the examiner late yesterday from the prosecutor's office, so I'm asking the court to order a deadline for the report to be given to the defense. Again, the courts read the probable cause affidavit that led to Mr. Kohberger's arrest, and the court can see that this vehicle identification was heavily relied on by the state to arrest Mr. Kohberger, as well as to obtain a lot of other search warrants. This is information that is very necessary for us to prepare our case. I don't think Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings are withholding anything. I think they don't have it, but I think we need a court order with a deadline so that we can get that. As the court is aware, the state has a duty to provide discovery to the defense. As the court is aware that not producing discovery, especially when it's material, can be a due process violation. And as the court is aware, the state has filed its notice of intent to seek death against Mr. Kohberger. These are critical, relevant materials, all of them, including the police training records. They're necessary for us to prepare and present our defense of Mr. Kohberger. They're necessary for us to do our investigation. They're necessary for us to prepare our case and our motion practice moving forward. These are things that we need to have. There is a heightened standard now that the state has filed its notice of intent to seek death, and these are very relevant, critical bits of information. They are discoverable, and we're asking the court to order that they be supplied to us. Thank you.
I've gone through the multiple issues and subparts, as well as the reasons why we cannot have this discussion in an open forum.
Thank you. Want to respond to any on that, Ms. Taylor?
Well, Your Honor, we had the entire IGG state's motion for protective order and our objection to that in a public forum as well. That ends up resulting in us receiving documents that the court had a protective order on, and we can't even share with our investigators that come to court with us. And we've abided by that, and we understand that. But the entire hearing leading up to that was done in the public eye. In that particular hearing, they talked a lot about DNA results on a knife sheet. That, I'm sure, benefited the state to have that in the public eye. What we're going to talk about on the 14th, Judge, I don't have to name any private citizen names. I can talk about records that exist and why we should have them without naming private citizen names. I can talk about the videos that they've not given us. They're not about the business. They're about videos that were collected by the police. I can talk about those in the context of the police reports. And by the way, those are all things that are talked about in the probable cause affidavit. And I can talk a ton about the cell phone information, the cell tower information, and the things that they have not given us, the drive test information, the verification of such. And I can talk a ton about the cell phone information, the cell tower information, and the things that they have not given us, the drive test information, the verification of such. And the things that they have not given us, the drive test information, the verification of such.
That's the thing. I don't want to talk about those particularly. That's the thing. I don't want to talk about those particularly.
His phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Yeah, so you know how close that is. If you've had a laptop, you walk out into your front yard, you're not going to get too far. His phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Yeah, so you know how close that is. If you've had a laptop, you walk out into your front yard, you're not going to get too far. His phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Yeah, so you know how close that is. If you've had a laptop, you walk out into your front yard, you're not going to get too far.
Okay, wow. Excellent video. That's a lot to think about too. And Phil Biggs had some great points. Do you know, just as a sidebar, not to take your mind off for a second, but in World War II, the Russians had a lack of weapons. So they were sent out with knives. And if your comrade fell next to you that had a gun, you were trained to pick up that gun and continue fighting. Now, the first point, and Heather's probably just going to shut me down here in a second, but is that they shouldn't have to file a motion to compel. She's making the point over and over that his Sixth Amendment right says that he has every right in the world to have all of the information. And secondly, you have Jennings talking about the false narratives that are their false narratives. And then you have them trying to hide what the false narratives
really
are.
necessary.
And here we are, Anne is accused of dragging her feet on this trial and dragging it out by the family, by all the guilters, and how can you point the finger at her when it's certainly his right to have that information? So just the fact alone that they're keeping that from them, and whatever they give, they presented it in a disorganized manner. It's missing time periods with no explanation. When she asks the lead detective where it is, did he get it, where a prominent business is in just outside of Moscow that he's driven by 4 billion times on his way to McDonald's, he doesn't know. I mean, is he Bill Clinton? Are we going to get the definition of it? Give me the definition of it. That's what Bill Clinton said in his impeachment trial. But the fact that later on in that same hearing, he readily admits to knowing about that what is it called? The Montana mechanic or whatever it is there. And so that missing footage, why is it missing? And why can't they openly talk about this? She made the point that I will not bring up any personal names. I can talk about it. And we have all this. And then she gets shushed. And the judge smiles and says, I don't want to talk about that here. So the fact that the scary damn thing is what we saw in Delphi already, is especially had this been pushed through with whatever they had, you have expert, and thank the Lord Almighty that we have Cy on our side, somebody that's a real person that can describe the technical aspect of it to a jury. They're used to having him on their side. I believe this is his first case working for a defense. He is from law enforcement, and I just can only imagine that brought him in the direction of always working for the prosecution and just streamlined that way. In this case, you have Ann Taylor, who's literally giving up her position of the way it works. You get people in, you get them either guilty or to take a plea bargain. And they work together, they move the cases on. If maybe she feels like there's something to defend and defendant, she'll make a stand. But here, in the biggest case of all time, you have her like, fine, I know you guys. Believe me, I know you in, out, upside down, and backwards. I am going to fight this one, even if I have to give up my job. I'll go private, and I'll make a ton more money anyway. That's not my reason. And so you have already Judge has retired. And just like I said, once all the people down the road, if they pull this BS thing through and say there's an appeal, or say the walls come crumbling down during the trial, which I think they will with the way she set up this case, then you are absolutely can bet your bottom dollar that fingers are going to start getting pointed. And they have a way of covering for each other, but this is going to be such a dumpster fire that people are just getting out of the way. And somebody made the point that this is Shaggy said that I think he was forced to resign. It's very just like they shut the mayor up. They kicked, they said, look, you're going to send this to Boise. You're out of it. You're done. You made a fool and a mockery of our justice system here. Whatever you want to call that. And I made a comment today to a lady, and just as a sidebar, at church, I said, I have a true crime comedy channel where we look at the lighter side of a dark case. And I said, 4 Idaho students, blah, blah, you may have heard of it. Yeah. And I started, getting into the real nitty-gritty details, describing it to this lady. And I said, yeah, well, this guy, Scott Green, we call him Scott Greed. He's basically the most transparently narcissistic human that's ever walked the earth. And she said, is that where the comedy comes in? It's just like, I couldn't even after that. Just I was like, that's probably the funniest thing I've ever heard about this case. So anyway, wherever the Led Zeppelin goes down, you have already in place a detective. It's his first homicide case. You have a judge who messed up. You have a prosecutor that clearly was willing to violate Sixth Amendment rights. Proven. Thank you, Heather. Fantastic video, by the way. A+. And you have a few police officers that may or may not be lying in the PCA and on the stand. So what's going to happen now? You have a new lead detective, so they can just say, oh, well, it was his first time. That's already an alibi for them. Allegedly, in my opinion. Also, you have now the judge is getting out of the way. Bill Thompson's reelected, but he's getting up there. He might decide, since he went unopposed, he didn't want the town maybe to go without a prosecutor. Whatever that case may be, I'm tempted to fly up there and run against him and try to impeach him over this. Maybe I get elected. It's just a name on a check, right? So when the rubber meets the road and the bullets hit the tarmac, he will be gone. And so what do you have left? Who do you have left to point a finger at? The state? Are you going to go and take torches and pitchforks to the state capitol and burn down your own state? So at that point, there's really nobody to blame. Oh, yeah, though they're retired now. Oh, no, yeah, the semester's over. It's time for Thanksgiving break. Let's move on. Now, the way she's positioned herself, and this is why I love Miss Potts so much, is she clearly, and Phil, it sounds like you've been on top of this more than I have, I'll say that. I know Heather has her own agenda, so to speak, or method and path. And yeah, it turns out this is you couldn't write comedy better than this if it wasn't such a serious matter, really. I mean, but what she has done is she literally said, okay, this is what you said in the PCA. Do you remember that? No. So he even admits that he has other people doing stuff for him, and he's literally signing off on stuff that he doesn't even know what it is. And then they don't want to present the FBI stuff as it's not going to be presented in the case. The problem is what we see with the jury is they'll say the word DNA, they'll say the word cell phone tower data, and even an expert like Cyre can talk till they're blue in the face, but the jury just go, well, we're just farmers out here. We just guilty. Let's get it over. He's the one. They say he's the one. I mean, guilties. Juries are unpredictable. I think that Lana was so poignantly said that. And this is irrelevant because her case, where she's literally, when she's asking for this discovery and pointing out the fallacies that they're using to keep him in custody, is just like this perfect storm of shutting down whatever they think they have, all this stuff that they're going to release. If they don't have a video of him getting out of the 3-point car and walking up to the house and walking back, where did he park? Where did he go? What happened? The reason we don't see that is because it didn't happen. And in my opinion, just like Court TV and all those guys said in the beginning, there's a perfect route from the dark side of the moon and the dark side of the house. And so her second thing now is she's taken care of the arresting officer, the lead investigator, eliminated. Also, you have now the prosecution that's using the PCA to convict him. Am I going off on too far of a tangent, Heather? So, anyway, so once those things are eliminated as evidence, just like the stalking charge and the cell phone data cannot even be close to accurate without the triangulation. That's where I'm going. This is the church. This is the steeple. Here's all the people. Wait till you see, though, the video that I'm going to play for you after the trivia game. Wait till you see it. And I almost fell out of my couch with my 4 jokes today when I saw 12 Gauge had this guy, and I don't know if he was on his show or if he was just playing his video. And I left the guy. It's the cop. It's like the cop, instead of the lawyer, And this guy is figuratively, I'll just say that. And when you hear what his expert says, it's so cringe that it sets the whole case apart. It sets it. You realize how far we've come, that we're looking back now. Don't look back. You're not going that way. She's moving forward and just has the pawns and the knights and the bishops right there in place, and they haven't even made their first move yet because they don't have a move. And so the moves they have are false, so they have to close the trial. They have to do a secret grand jury to do it. And that's where that comes in. All it's about. Oh, we'll get him to confess. We'll get him to do a plea bargain so he can get out of jail, or he can have the hope of one day getting out of jail, or just getting life in prison. The W. Just like George Bush. Mostly people just read on people in situations. With Ann Taylor, I just get how it's a coordinated dance. That's so well said. Got to keep little Rocket Man from firing nuclear across the bow. He's shot his load, Phil. When his head exploded and the steam came out his ears, that was the end of him. When he had his little temper tantrum, and now he's got his little assistant trying to cover for him with shush, shush. We don't want them to know what a bad case we have. And we can explain why with the prosecution. What we can't explain why is with LE. Because they've taken a bad cell phone data, twisted it to their liking. They've taken a timeline, changed it several times to fit their situation. They've released, I believe, You think that the only thing that Dylan said was, I heard somebody say, do you know, let me do something real quick. Here. That's the sound of a full-blown thrusting hand banging against a body. Do you know that in these houses, now you can see that house was built like crap. It's a flimsy at best situation. The doors to each bedroom are going to be hollow doors, paper thin. They keep out zero sound. If you live in a 1950s house, you have those nice thick wooden doors, heavy doors. You have the gap underneath, but for the most part, you get some sense of privacy. With this house, it's an updated, maybe late 80s, 90s house with, I can guarantee you, from what the walkthroughs, they weren't carved out tree window doors that were elaborate and thick, made of oak. These are metal, thin doors. One more time. That's the sound of somebody getting stabbed. Right there. That amount of thrust is what it would take to use a knife on someone. That's the sound it would make. You got 4 people in a house that on a street that even the police have said on body camera that it's like an echo chamber. This street is like an echo chamber. All the sounds bounce around. Point blank, period. The house is a cardboard card house made of toothpicks. You tell me that sound when you're more or less either your wall or your door is directly facing or one floor above, where we saw it was just a thin piece of plywood between each floor, and there's reports that house was very loud. You couldn't even go down the stairs without alerting someone. You're going to tell me that you're fully awake 3 times because you heard somebody playing with their dog or crying, and then you hear that you don't know what the hell's going on in that house? You know, a lot of people like to say, oh, well, he may have punctured her lung. And that's why there was no streams. So now we have Bryan, who's not only a ninja, but he is also a time traveler that can go from a car that's moving into a house multiple times each victim stabbed. Get that done with no remorse whatsoever. Yesterday, he was taking a midterm. Today, he's... And you don't hear that? Yeah, dude, no. Another thing is beyond this, her strategy is brilliant. She literally has them in checkmate with shutting down what little bit they thought they could sneak through. she hasn't even gotten to the fact that that crime scene was not only very, very old, it was also extremely contaminated in the eyes of the law. Even in just the eyes of citizens. Us against them, right? In the eyes of the law, you have students that were mowing around. We know that, was it Hunter? Went into the house. Also, the roommates went around the house. And that was the great point of Heather's video, is we have Mabbott saying it was messy, it's horrible to see 4 college students unalived in their rooms and blood everywhere. And so they make a call from inside the house, and they call it a unconscious person. And when the oddity is that Moscow PD was called at the same time as EMS. EMS arrives there within probably a minute of them and are already told to leave. But yet we have an unconscious person. So why don't we send somebody in EMS to see if they can save them? Have they already in that 1 minute investigated all 3 floors? Enough to say that, oh no, it's okay, we don't need you. We'll handle it. From here, what are they handling? Alright, and so that is not going to hold up in a jury's eyes, in my opinion. And there's not a single witness that's saying they saw the car. If the DoorDash driver is saying they saw him, that remains to be seen. If they have Tyson Furlow over there that's trying to get out of jail and say he saw him, or he was part of it, and that Bryan was part of it, then that remains to be seen. That's not what they're presenting. If they have it, she knows they have it, and they're holding it, and she needs to find a way to figure out what's going on. Now, the DNA, which Heather posted earlier, is crazy because there are all kinds of ways that other people's DNA can actually end up in another person. One of them being stem cells from a baby's cord, I guess. If you donate that, then the person that's the recipient of that, if a blood test is done after that's given, that shows the donor's DNA, which may lead to a false trace to a parental relationship. So the beauty that they have is Psy on their side, because all of this technical stuff, the state could run their mouth real quick, and then if they get some idiot up there who's like, well, you know, the 14th point of the 16th transistor is for, the jury's just going to get the 1,000-yard stare. However, in this case, they're going to literally pick it apart from the expert side and from the defense attorney side. So, alright, let's play some damn trivia, you guys. Great video, Heather. Nice. I love it. I'd love to. I want to watch that end part again. That was like the Super Bowl for me right there. Fantastic. Alright, let's go. First round, guys. You ready? Everybody want to play? I have the scoreboard. Too fast for please. We got him here, folks. And you're not going to remember he was here because I'm neuralizing you right now. You've been neuralized. Forget everything I just said. Alright, let's play some trivia. The next trivia game, if you missed my little spiel earlier, was we're going to have, we're going to do more of I want to continue doing it. It's fun. But I want to do like a Family Feud where I get to kiss all the viewers. Let's play some trivia on the Purge on Anniversary Wednesday. I want to look for the thing. I want to look for the the memorial garden, the healing garden video, see if somebody broadcast that today, because boy, those things are always a real knee slapping good time. So put on your shoes, kick off your socks, roll those jeans up, ha 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 ha. Anybody remember that one? I was kind of close. Kick off your shoes, take off your socks. Boing. Knee High commercial. Anybody remember Knee High soda? I guess they don't have Knee High. Fanta, Coca-Cola. I think probably Knee High was an independent. They shut them down. I guess Swamp Rose did a look into the 4chan stuff the other day, and that is unbelievable. The post he made, I think they have a knife. Oh man, that is so. I tell you what, if that does turn out to be Jack Showalter or Rogers or whatever, that would be crazy. But we have so many questions, right, everyone? But the case does not have the prosecution. The state does not have any answers. I'll give you a clown potato. All right, here we go. First one, A. I named it A, B, C, D, E, and F. So get every round the points double. So there's 1 point in the first round, and then it'll double as we go 5 times up, whatever that amount. I think it's 1,000,000 points. Here we go. All right. Thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate it. It's a sad day today. We did a moment of silence if you missed it at the beginning of the show there. Excuse me one sec. So, okay. All right. Get your fingers limbered up. Get that 7-10 instruction. And we're going to do some trivia. These are good questions. I came up with some good. Now, just remember that you have to type your answers into the chat. The first correct or answer will be given the points, assigned the points. And so, also, some of these were kind of hard questions. You guys are the judges. So, if I'm off or whatever, and I'll go on what you decide. So far, we haven't had any huge discrepancy problems. But where's Meanie? And where's Mr. Big Shot Toes? Toes the big winner. Wow, it's okay. So this is an open. Get them. Everybody's in for. All right, this was just for fun, I guess. But we'll do more cash and prizes down the road. I'll become Mr. Beast, and we'll do the Wheel of Fortune one. But y'all have to kiss me, so pucker up, buttercup. Here we go. First round, and it's 3 questions per round. So, first question. What is Xana's sister's name? Anybody remember Xana's sister's name? Who we got first? Who knows Xana's sister's name? Heather's probably like biting her lip right now. All right, one more. Oh, we got a winner. Danger zone. Get it right into the danger zone. Take me to bed or lose me forever. Danger zone. I think danger zone had it. Let's make sure there's not a flag on the play. We're clear. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Chat's judging the shit out of me at all times. That's what I love about you guys. That's why I keep you around. All right, next question. On Crime Circus, what is Drip Drop's alter ego's name? On Crime Circus, what is Drip Drop's alter ego's name? Does anybody know? Kind of resembles a doll, if anybody remembers. Drip Drop's alter ego on Crime Circus. Or it could be his brother, I don't know. One more round of the music. Give it to me, maestro. Baby Drip Drop. Baby Drip. Pavarotti. Pitch Franklin up in here. I love it. What is Drip Drop's alter ego? There it is. Danger Zone coming to play. Hit the brakes and they'll fly right by. The right answer, Baby Drip. No, Brendan. It is Chucky. And then the points go to Danger Zone with 2. This is the first round. Single point assigned for each correct answer. And we'll double it after this. Next question. Alex, play that tune. Ready? Here we go. Where is Maddie from? What city is Maddie from? Does anybody remember? That's a tough one. Is it Garen Duncan? Who remembers where Maddie is from? Maddie Mogan. Alright, pencils down. One more round of the favorite tune that everybody likes it. Alright, we got some answers coming in. Boise, CDL, the CDL. Post Falls, Washington State City, Coeur d'Alene, Tejas, Eugene, Oregon, Colorado, Lonnie, Post Falls, Laramie Cigarettes. Alright, I think that we had the first correct answer would be drummer, drum roll, please. The tension is so high. I could. All right, Mittens for Kittens got it. I think first. In Eugene, Oregon, really? That's true. Okay. Well, we'll give Heather a courtesy point. All right, that ends that round. Thanks for playing, everybody. I appreciate it. This is fun. I love being Johnny hosts. See, I would have loved to do the dating game. One of my favorite ones host was Chuck Woolery. If you remember Chuck, he was just so cocky. He did tons. I think he did what was the wedding one that he did? Anyway, all right, great game. We'll give Heather. Thank you for the correct answer, Heather. I appreciate it. Okay, so that knocks down the first round, and we don't have to wait between rounds this time. I got them pretty much queued up here. Okay, so we'll play the second round if everybody is a green. If everybody is a Scott Green in here. What did you call me the other day? Kane Green? I got Kane Green. Oh, it's really running up my arm. All right, I'm not going to upgrade. Thank you for the offer. All right, folks, let's get it to round 2. Here we go. On the Purge, Wednesday night. Idaho 4 trivia. We live the life. We might as well walk the walk, right? All right, Alex, cue that music up. And here comes the first question. Oh, what happened? How did that happen? All right, scratch that question. Let me see what we got for the next one, right? Okay. Let's see what happens here if it's a repeat thing. That's weird. There we go. I might just be on the same. Okay, yeah, this is... I must have started with 2. Wah, wah. Kane sucks at this. Maybe I didn't play A yet. Alright, let's try A. And let's see what happens. Sorry about that. Psych. This is all prototype, allegedly, in my opinion. First question, I hope. Get your pencils ready. First question. Round 2. What is Anna's sister? Dog Nabbit? I promise you on Heaven's Gate. Look at this. Okay, wait. I forgot I have to hide the questions. Kane and I. I love you guys. You guys are so freaking funny. Like, I don't know where you guys get it. Because I feel like I try to be funny and I don't even hold a candle to anybody in this chat. Alright, okay, so I got it right. I played A 3 times. This is the next round, and I hid the questions this time, so you should be proud of me. This one may need some vetting, so let's see what happens. But let's hit that maestro for me, Alex. And here's the first question, everybody. Round 2. So far, we got 2 points. It's a danger zone. And here you go. Who is the current chief of police in Moscow, Idaho? Who is the current chief of police in Moscow? Does anybody know? He's probably retired. That's a tough question. That's a tough one. I couldn't remember his name at first. We'll get one more round just in case people are scratching their domes on that one. Who is the current chief of police in Moscow, Idaho? Is it going to be danger zone again? I don't know. Translucent. I figured translucent's going to have some good answers. Alright, we got different ones coming in. Dollinger. Murphy. Really? Dollinger. Lee. A lover of the old gods. I thought Echoes of Clarity would have said that one. John Wayne. Javier. No, Javier. Comrade. Carrot Top. Keep them coming. I love it. Rogers. Oh yes, get back to your field. Judge. So I think the correct answer we had was Dollinger, and we'll give that to Translucent. Thank you. Unless anybody wants to dispute it, and we'll have a flag on the field. But I think Dollinger goes to Translucent. Congratulations. I can't talk. I thought I lost my tooth there. Okay. Translucent with 1. Oh, I'm sorry. Translucent with 2. This is the double round. Next question. Here we go. Baby trip. Kylo wants those bonus points. That's worthy. All those were worthy. This wouldn't be a fair game. All right, these are 2 points apiece. Next question. What is the name of Maddie's ex-roommate that allegedly committed suicide? Does anybody remember that girl that was a few years back? Was roommates with Maddie in maybe the dorm, I think, that allegedly took her own life. That's okay. We're not gonna nitpick. We're not here to split hairs. Wow, Minster Kittens with the bingo right out the gizzate. Mittens. I'm trying to spell everything so I can read it next time. Mittens with 2 points right there. And Cleary, very good answer. I thought that was Sean Cassidy, but is that? Oh, that's you. The picture looks like. Remember that cartoon? Was it Dara or Darla? It was like from the Beavis and Butthead show. But she was the smart girl. Anyway. Kane, you're insulting all your guests. Cindy, she is not remembered. Hannah Cleary, the correct answer. Thank you. I will just double check and make sure. Are we getting a dispute? We're getting a dispute on something. Yakov Smirnov. That is okay. Wait, that's really reaching. I think probably only about 3 people in here are going to know that answer. So we got Kylan O. And the first one I saw was Mittens. So let's go back to Mittens' answer. And I'm going to give it to Mittens with Kittens. All right, next question, folks. Here we go. Hannah Cleary. 2 points apiece. Last 2-point question. Here we go. Where did Gray Hughes get run off of the property? Somebody chased him off their property on a video. Does anybody remember where that was? Where did Gray Hughes get run off the property? Anyone? Sure, one more time on the round. Where did Gray Hughes get chased off? He drove up in his, was it Ford Taurus? I don't know. Linda Lane, Vinny P. Dumpster objection asked. an answer. Delphi. KFC. Linda Lane. Disneyland. Jeff H. property. Was the guy? The guy couldn't have been Jeff H. Jeff H. is about guitars. That is funny. All right, we got somebody else with 2 points tonight, and that's Biatch Franklin. Good job. All right, that completes the 2-point round, folks. Next round is going to be 3 questions for my mouse died for 4 points apiece. Vinny P. Hell. Where did Gray Hughes get chased off of the property? Hell, right back on Earth. They wouldn't take him. That's so funny. All right, great job on that one, guys. We got the next board coming up for 4 points apiece. We got Danger with 1 and 2. Danger Zone. I have Translucent with 2. Mittens for Kittens with 2. And Bitch Bait with 2 also. All right, great job, everybody. Thank you for playing. I appreciate it. And we'll shut this one down. And we'll go on to... Okay, this one I have to hide it real quick. I'm sorry. So you don't... Not so you don't... Because the answer is actually technically in the title. So I don't want to give it away and have anybody peeking on me. I'll be peeking at him. He's naked. All right. Brother loving manatee. Okay, here we go with the 4-point round, everybody. And get ready for the first question. Here we go. What is Chief Fry's wife's name? She works also for the city. Does anybody remember her name? What is Chief Fry's wife's name? Survey says. I want to do the survey says thing. Get kisses all. Oh, you look marvelous tonight. Does anybody remember Chief Fry's wife's name? I think you might have a good chance of guessing the question. Because I'm dumb. Baby trick about Julie. All right, there we go. Let's see. Bitch Franklin, you kick ass. All right, another 2 or 4. Look out, Translucent leading the pack tonight. Translucent and regular Idaho 4 Einstein. Did you say Honey? Who's Chief Fry's wife, Honey? Something creepy, I'm sure. Porn Fritz. Phyllis. You gotta slow down, Betrayal. Okay, so that went to Translucent, am I right? Let me double check and make sure everybody's fair. Oh, I'm sorry. Was it Shelly or Julie? Is it Julie? It's Julie. Like I said, you guys are the judges. Is it Shelly? I thought it was Julie, but we have an answer Shelly. That would be Translucent. So this is 4 points. Heather, go to Heather. Kathy Mavitt. Anybody want to Google it before we move on? It is Julie? Okay. Alright. So we got the right 4 points. Double check. Go into Danger Zone, right? And so, this is like, really? Thinking, Cat, I'm going to kick your ass. I can't even do Shelly from South. I'm bad. He's terrible at impersonations. Why does he try? Where's Tony when I need him? Aww. Okay. Tony's hat is missing. But you'll forget about all that because I just neuralized you. I win. Ha ha ha. Alright, so 4 points go to Danger Zone. Look at that. Look out, look out, look out. Danger Zone sitting up there at 6. 2 point ahead of 4 with Translucent. Mint for Kittens with 2. Bitch Franklin with 2. Everybody's game still. We're going to double the points after this. They go to 8 points after this. Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, she works at the MPD, and she also is like some type of accountant or something. I don't know. I'm not going to try to act like I'm smart. I'm just the pretty face for you guys. Okay, get ready for the next 4 point question, everybody. Here we go. What dish did Kaylee order from the grub truck? What was the to-go order that Kaylee and Maddie took away from the grub truck? Did anybody pick up on that one? I think I remember. What dish did Kaylee order from the grub truck? Who remembers? Give it one more round. That's a tough one. I know it started with something. Oh, Effie! I was just asking about you. I was like, it is not a show without my meanie. Did you try to come in with the... With the... Oh, wait. Did Rochelle get it? No. She did. I know that Effie doesn't like to lose. Or, you know, her other alter ego. So, yeah, there may be a hurricane headed this way again. Don't get alarmed. It may fade out. But it's got a cold front holding it. In fact, I thought this cold front was going to keep our face. Okay, next question. These are worth 4 points. Effie on the board now. Danger zone with 6. Here we go with the next question. It's the final of the 4-point questions. Here we go. Who was the large fella speaking with Hayden Villa and Jack Showalter at the grub truck? Remember the big fellow in the brown coat that was laughing and talking with Hayden Villa and the girl, the blonde girl, at the grub truck that night? Does anybody remember that one? I thought this was a good question. Who was the large fellow speaking with Hayden Villa? Effie, you guys better watch out. Effie waited a minute to join the game just to give you a head start. Joe Vito is the corrector. Vita or Vito. Joe Vita. Bubba. All right, that's the end of the 4-point questions. Great job, everybody. Having a great time again. This is fun. I can't wait to do the Family Feud and you know, because you'd be like, survey says. That's all. I just want to say survey says, and then act shocked when you say like a too overly overt sexual answer or something. Your dad's right there. If I could do a good Steve Harvey, I would. But all right, so that's the end of round 3. Points double again, so we're gonna get 8 points. So it's anybody's game. Effie now with 8, Danger with 6. And I hope nobody saw the questions. I'll go quick. Sorry. Oops. Don't try to rewind. It doesn't work. Let's go to our first 8-point question really quick. Sorry. What is Chief... Okay. This happens again. Like I said, this is a prototype. I do have to hide this. Sorry. So that worked out to our benefit because... I don't know why it keeps... I have extra windows because you guys are extra special. I'm such a dork. All right, having fun here on Wednesday, at Thursday, whatever, at the Purge. Everybody I love is in here, and thank you for watching. If you're watching and enjoying the show, feel free to subscribe. Jump on in. We love all viewpoints here. All arguments made respectfully, and we enjoy anybody's opinion. So come on in. Don't let the name Bitch Franklin scare you. And here we go with the first 8-point question, folks. Ready? Here we go. What did Maddie yell at Jack Showalter before they ran off at the grub truck? When they were at the grub truck and they were just about to leave with their carbonara, what did Maddie yell at Jack Showalter? It was played, they had an audio engineer boost the volume on it, and he could clearly hear. Thank you, Sean. I thought you were saying hit the button, Kane, we're waiting. What did Maddie yell at Jack Showalter before they ran off? Fu, is that like Kung Fu? That's right, she said... I'll take Kylan O. I don't know where Effie was on that one. Effie, did you go out for a cup of coffee? Excuse me 1 second. I've been kissing too many babies. That doesn't sound good either. Don't say that on air, Kane. Why does he talk like that? So we'll give 8 points to Kylan O. Thank you for that. 2 more 8-point questions coming up right now. Anybody's game. We got Effie with 8. Bitch Franklin with 2. Danger Zone with 6. Translucent with 4. And Mittens for Kittens. Holding in there at 2. Anybody's game. Get your fingers all stretched out. Do that piano finger thing. less chance to get the smart ass answers on that one. But yeah, it was fuck you, mister. Literally what she said. So yeah, you probably get kicked off the chat for saying that in there, but I can say it. Alright, kids, go to bed. Alright, we're doing pretty good. Next 8-point question. What did Kaylee ask Maddie in the Main Street video after leaving the corner club? They were on their way to the grub truck, and Kaylee asked Maddie a question in the Main Street video. I think it was in front of a bank after leaving corner club. Does anybody remember that question that she asked Maddie? I like manatees. I wish I could remember that Don Rickles joke from today. It was so funny. Alright, you knew who was going to get that one, huh? Can I ask for a sidebar? That's the correct answer, Effie. Thank you very much. What did you say to Adam? And it was in my introduction today, if you heard it. Boxers or briefs? I thought that was OCD Shaggy that had that answer. That's so an OCD Shaggy answer. We wonder, is he really OCD and is he really Shaggy? Discuss amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. OCD Shaggy. I got a, what did she say? I got a splink dink in my shmameka bazoink. Alright, so double checking on that. 8 points. Go to. Drummer drum roll, please. I said it already. Effie. Okay, 8 points. Oh, look out. She's in the double digits now. 16 for Effie. Danger Zone with 6. Translucent with 4. Mittens with 2. Bitch Franklin with 2. I feel like I'm like calling you the B word. Sorry. And Kylan O with 8 points, right? Breathing down her neck. Okay, next 8-point question. Everybody get their pencils ready. And number 2, Scantron. Here we go. Next question. 8 points. What was Maddie's answer to that question? What was Maddie's answer to that question? Does anybody remember what Maddie answered when Kaylee asked, what did you tell Adam? Who remembers? That's correct, Joaquin Tonka. Excellent. That was very buried. Jeff H., I think, brought that out. Oh, man. I feel like I should, Did it say for getting rid of their dope? Tonka trucks. That's a good... I didn't ever pick up on that part. The meaning of life. I told them everything. Social Glow. Thank you. Hi. Welcome in here. We're happy to have you today. Thank you for joining us. Enjoyed having you last time. In your dream, skinny white boy. Okay. That was good. That was good. I think that's the end of the 8-point answers. A big, huge jump for Miss Meanie there, Miss Effie, to 24. Do we have one more? I don't know. I lost count, punk. You feel lucky? We might have one more 8-point question on the board here. I think we do. So we got one more. Get them ready here. And we'll move on. Effie got that one. Holding a big 24. One more 8-pointer possible. And then they got a few more boards after that. The theory of everything. That's good stuff. That's okay. Now you know me. I like it. The life, the universe, and everything. Okay, next question. Here we go. 8 points. Oh, it was the last one. Wait, I feel like somebody... Oh, Effie kind of cleaned house on that one, folks. That's okay. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off. We got one or two or three more rounds here to go. We got E and F to go. Okay, so this is going to double. All these points are for 16. So the first one to get the correct answer and put it in the chat will be assigned the points, and we'll see who the bragging rights go to today. And I already showed you the questions. Ah, doggone it. I cheated myself. Well, hopefully nobody was looking. Journey to the center of the earth. Okay, here we go. First question. I'll do it real fast. Sorry. Here we go. Hit that maestro. And first question. What street in Moscow was Grub Truck stationed on? What was the name of the street that the Grub Truck was stationed on that night when Kaylee and Maddie ordered the carbonara? Remember what street name it was? Hopefully nobody sneak peeked it. We have Effie for the first answer. Danger Zone. Ooh, Rochelle coming in strong with 16. Right there. Good job, Rochelle. All right. Making me proud. 16 points to you. And we have 6 for Danger Zone. It's hard because you got so many answers right, and then the whole thing kind of blows up towards the end because the next ones are 32 points. So, but those 1 and 2 really add up. So anybody's game, I have it written very legibly today. Mean Streets. Putin Way. Did anybody ever see that video I made with anyway, Blind Date? That movie, Date Night, was a good movie. That was a funny movie. Alright, one more time on the music. We'll do the next 16-point question. 16 points just went to Rochelle. It was easy money right there for her. Alright, next question. What did the current location of the Christ Church used to be previously, just before it was Christ Church? They bought it from someone, and they're now on Main Street. What did that business used to be before it became the headquarters for Christ Church? Anybody pick up on that little detail? So now the Christ Church headquarters, and the windows are all bricked up, and Masonic Temple. Big. Excuse me, goodness. I got dry mouthed today, and I'm not saying it and spraying it. We got one more round of the music for you, Chuck. I got a copyright strike on myself. Oh, there's the answer. We got Bitch Franklin, 16 points. One more 16-point question, and that's 18 points for Bitch Franklin right now. We got Effie with 24, leading the pack, and the KB Wavy. I love that one today. Angel D, how you doing? Welcome in. And we have Danger Zone with 6. Like I said, all those little points are going to add up. We got Translucent with 4, Mittens with Kittens with 2, Bitch Franklin 18, Effie 24, Kai Lino with 8, and Rochelle at 16. So here's the final 16-point question. Then we go into the final bloodthirsty round, where all the shit goes down in Moscow, Idaho, here on the Purge. Get those torches and pitchforks ready. Here's the final 16-point question. Who is Adam from Maddie's answer? Who is Adam? What's his position? What does he do? What's his job? Who is Adam from Maddie's answer? Does anybody remember Adam? I told Adam everything. What was his job? How did he get that information? Who is Adam from Maddie's answer in the bank video there? It's Adam Lotta. Alright, I got to give it to Kylan. Bartender was the answer I was looking for on that. Last 16-point question. Great job, everybody. And Kylan looking pretty with a hot 16 points. So we have right now Rochelle with 16, Kylino with 24. I can't do math. Tied with Effie at 24. Bitch Franklin at 18. Danger Zone at 6. Translucent with 4 and 2. Now these are 32 points, so one question could put you up right here. And let's see who will win the final round of Thursday night, Memorial Day. Shoot. I'm the worst host of all time. Of Thursday night Purge trivia. And here I'm talking blah, 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 blah. Alright, let's get right to it. And that way we can ignore the fact that I already showed you the questions. Hopefully nobody was looking at the screen, because I'm just another pretty face. Alright, let's get those questions up. And here goes the first round of the 32 points. Write that down. 32 points. So this is anybody's game by a long shot. Doing a great job, everybody. Here we go. And say Arnold. Angel D, no, we still, this is halfway through. I might do another trivia just for kicks and giggles, because I have something that's a few minutes I want you guys to watch. Hopefully you'll enjoy it. But here we got the first round of the Grub Truck video. No, the first round of the 32-point questions here on the Purge. Memorial Evening. Sorry I showed you the answers. 32 points apiece. Get ready. What two physical features was Dylan able to remember about the assailant? So the two-part answer. What two physical features was Dylan able to remember about the assailant? Does anybody know that answer? There's two features that they use to describe the assailant that walked by her door. Kylan, oh man, Effie is banging on her desk right now, and watch her answer. Maybe she's giving you a false bitch right with cock and brows. What was the bushy eyebrows, dark clothes? Okay, that would have worked too. I was looking for the eyebrows and muscular build, which Kylan gave us. So that's 32 points right there. It's going to take her to 56. So we're going to need somebody to get two answers in a row. No big deal. It can be done. Effie's done it plenty of times. Javier's got a chance. Too fast for fleas. The bumps were small. Clad in black, busy eyebrows. Busy eyebrows. Bushy eyebrows, athletic, slim build. Danger zone, great answer. Very well done. Brow 1 and Brow 2, Angel D. Alright, the funny is coming. I love cock and brows, though. Play with your cock and brows. Fine. Second of the 32-point questions coming now. 2 more questions to go, folks. Everything on the line here. And here we go with the first of the second of the third. 1, 2, 3. What door do police say the assailant entered from? What door of the house on 1122 do police say the assailant entered from? Who remembers that? It's a good question. It's a great question. Who remembers what door the police said that the assailant entered from? Woo! Oh, that was by a hair. And these questions are 32 points. We got the slider, sliding, slider, back, kitchen. They didn't. Slider, second level, front. Okay, we have a flag on the play. And we have 32 points on the line for Effie. Is the wording of the question wrong? Does anybody know? Murphy knows. From what I remembered, it was the backdoor baby. Angel D on fire today. I love it. Diddy. That's always a good answer. And so what do you say, judges? You guys are, like I said, the judges of the show here. So I was going with backslider. But I don't know that it was necessarily in the PC. I don't read it and memorize it every night. What do you say with Kenyon? That's a fact? They never said? That changes the whole game. All right. Sorry about that, Effie. I guess it was kind of a trick question. That's one of the ones I was a little bit on the fence about. So we're going to give Tonka Trucks, again, a true player here. And that changes everything. So she has 32. Kylino has 56. And then we have Rochelle with 16. Effie, 24. Sorry about that, Effie. Bitch Franklin, 18. She's going to protest for the next week. Danger Zone with 6. Translucent with 4. 4 great answers. Or 2 great answers. Mittens for Kittens with 2. On the board. So this is going to be the showdown. The demo door. They did say kitchen. Oh boy, this is a tough one, guys. We're gonna have to vote, and I'll put up a survey since we have nothing but time to kill anyway. So, I mean, I would feel okay. Let's see here, and we'll go with the highest rated of the poll, I guess. Unless somebody wants to verify. We seem to have a debate. Did they say the kitchen or slider door, or did they say no door at all? Sorry, that's a little bit misleading on the answers on the question, but hopefully you know what I mean. If anybody's confused, just let me know. So we got a few votes in, 5 votes in. Did they say kitchen or slider or nothing at all? That's the question. Did they say kitchen or slider, or did they never say where they entered from? That's a very plausible possibility, and I'm trying to be fair. So far, it seems like they did say kitchen or slider is the answer. It's a close one, though, right now. They said front. Come on. Now you're just throwing wrenches. All right, we've got 11 votes in. Bitch Franklin always wins. And we'll end the poll there. And it says, survey says, I got to say it. Yay! My job just got more exciting. That is a big deal. And on further review, Diddy oil is the answer. Mangina, I missed that one. Is that too fast? Yes. Back slider, sliding slider. And wow. We've got one more question to go, guys. And that is a 32-point question. I'm going to go ahead and make it a 64-point question. So this is anybody's game. You never know here on the Purge. We're just going to throw it out there. This is anybody's game. We've got Kylino with 56. Effie with 56. Tied. Tonka Trucks, 32. Rochelle at 16. Kylino at 8. Bitch Franklin with 18. Danger Zone with 6. Translucent with 4. Men's with Kids. 64-point question for all of the Cajon marbles. Are you ready? Maestro music, please. Here we go. Final question of the Purge Thursday night. Idaho 4 trivia. Here we go. Who is the defense attorney in this case? Who is the defense attorney in this case? What's their name? First answer gets it. First answer wins, I guess, pretty much. Who remembers who the defense attorney in this case? Is it Wednesday? I don't know what day it is. It was Wednesday. McKinney Tonka! Ding, 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 ding. Woo! I just woke up all my neighbors. McKinney Tonka with the come from behind victory. 64 big points going to her. That's a total of 96 trouncing answers for Wikinia Talk. Let's hear it for everybody. Fantastic game. That was. I hope the answers were challenging and fun a little bit. That last one was sure easy, wasn't it? So, allegedly someone. So Ann Taylor was the correct answer. We got Jay Loxton, Alyssa Mazza. Was she the judge? Who was the first judge in this? I'll save that question for later. Okay, congratulations to Wikinia Tonka for bragging rights on this one. Sorry, it's still the prototype. Well, I'll try to do big prizes for the Family Feud ones, and we'll have Jenn. I didn't alert Jenn that I was gonna go on the air. I just kind of like stewing over the whole memorial thing. So congratulations, Wikinia Tonka has bragging rights, and she did a great job. Everybody did an awesome job. Thank you for playing. And all right, that's the first round. Maybe we'll do a doubleheader like I did the other night for the trivia. If I forget what I have more. I know there's more Heather stuff that we haven't even started. I don't know how we could even top that video that she just did. But let's take a look at what I've got on the Purge side of things. You got the girls against the guy now. I don't have a chance. Alright, let's see. This is trivia Thursday number 2. Here we go. Make a new window for you. I still got my game show host voice on. Does anybody remember the window? Not us, not the dogs. The beautiful dogs.
Let's fucking do this,
Hell
man.
yeah, man. Let's go.
Hold on. I forgot who asked me about pickleball. I played the video earlier. Okay, I gotta get out of this game show host voice. I need somebody to come up, somebody else. You know what it's gonna be? Whoever wins the first Family Feud episode that we do is gonna be the next. And we can just do a rotating host, because it's really fun to read the questions out and see all the funny answers. And so I'd like to get in there with I thought I sent this one. Congratulations to you. And it's fun to see all the funny answers. I'd like to get some funny answers in there. I don't know if I can even hold a torch to you guys. I was like, did I train them to be? Nope, they're smart asses on their own. I'm like, this comes from the heart. You can really tell that. Thank you for playing, everybody. Okay. And Kane, shut up and show us the window. Here it is. Fine. I don't have to yell. I'm going to take my lightsaber. Oh. One more thing here. So, somebody asked me about pickleball. Is AR Hayes still hanging out? How you doing, AR? You out there? There's so many awesome people in here. And so many creators, huh? Gonna rub sand in my ass neck. I used to be able to do the jerky voice better. Bitch Franklin, what a name. Alright, that is hot. I saw somebody today in the other chat. I'm sorry, I did cheat on you guys. It was outside of Idaho. I needed some chat. You know, I need to chat. And his name was, well, they had Mike Hunt, and then they had Huge Ass. And they were opposing sides. And they were literally like keyboard warrior fighting. When I first got in there, I mean, it was just like, obviously feeding my terrible son. He has a bad sense of humor. I'm Don Rickles. Don Rickles literally tears it. And so, you know the Triumph, the insult comic dog? For me to poop on that guy? Literally Don Rickles in puppet form. And he broke away, if nobody knows the story. Here goes the Kane story again. Why doesn't he ever just stop? The Triumph, the insult comic dog was a Conan show creation, but it grew out of control. And he had a lot of writers. Louis C.K. used to be a writer for him. And he couldn't do it anymore. He just got so sick of writing the same jokes over for Conan. But the Triumph the Insult comic dog got so big that he kind of Backstreet Boysed out of there, and there was a big copyright lawsuit on it. It was kind of ironic because I'm like, it's all based on Don Rickles anyway. You're literally stealing his act. Kane stories with Kane by the fireside. Okay, so these are going to start funny, and then I have some other stuff that I can tell you right now, it's going to grate you, and you're not going to like it. And it's literally like taking the erasers and rubbing your nails in the erasers, and then pounding them on the chalkboard, and then taking the chalk and... I can't hear him. I'll get you. You tried to take my sister. Nah. I'll come over the wall and get you pretty soon. You want to fight? Fight me. I love kung fu movies. I could literally spend the rest of my life just living my life with kung fu movies on in the background. They always have the super powerful, and she's usually overweight. And when I say overweight in the Far East, it is somebody who's like a pound overweight. But they always have the little bit overweight wife, and she's kind of the nagging wife that can kick the whole town's ass. And she's just like this little woman. It's like, you better pay your rent, or I'm gonna take you and your family out of here. And then she will do a kick and fly like 70 feet across the courtyard to take out her tenant that didn't pay the rent. And the poor henpecked husband is just like, oh. Every single kung fu movie has that woman in it. And then they have, if you ever watch Kill Bill and Kill Bill 2, Quentin Tarantino, also a big, huge fan of old kung fu movies. And that's remember when Bill drops, what's her name off at the hill? What's her name? Uma Thurman off. He says, don't give him any of that American sass, or he'll poke your eye out. And of course, she's a sassy American, and she learns her lesson, but she has to climb the hill to get to the top, which is how it literally is with the real dojos. You have to, it's thousands of steps to get down. And in the beginning, you have to run those steps all day long, bringing up water and so forth for a dojo. But it's funny because I saw an interview with Quentin Tarantino, and he says, basically Pai Mei is the master that is at the top of the hill that she has to get trained from to go back and be an assassin with Bill. And that's where he trained, with Pai Mei. But Quentin Tarantino described Pai Mei as just a conglomeration of every single Coach like Miyagi character ever in every kung fu movie. And so he has all his actions and expressions are all super exaggerated. And so she comes up and he goes, so what do you know? You about kung fu? And I know. And she's sassy. I know jiu-jitsu, I know kung fu, I know karate, blah, blah, blah. And he goes like this. And he's got the long beard. It's just such a stereotype of all. He's got the white beard, long hair. And so he's like, okay, let me see. And she has to do the 1-inch punch, where it's hold your hand touching whatever you're going to punch, which in this case was a super hard tree trunk. And you have to break the tree trunk without moving your arm. Just basically your hand going forward is as many pounds. And so she had to do that over and over to prove that she had the focus. Because they say anything you do, if you do it for 10,000 hours, you become an expert level at it, Just the repetition. That's what Kung Fu is. It's the repetition of training yourself to do something. And so she breaks her hands up trying to break this stupid tree for the whole training, and then she just becomes stronger and stronger. And Pai Mei's always watching like this. I love Pai Mei. You know, when he's fighting, he's like, and then you always have the floating master when they fight the other master. Now they can just like hover up and hold their kick, and then just get propelled forward. The special effects in those kung fu movies are Richter, though. They're off the chain. You literally, like, Hollywood doesn't do them justice. So I don't know how they figured it out. And you know who's the king of Chinese cinema is I want to say Bruce Lee, but Jackie Chan. And he owns like hotels and stuff in China. You go to China and you hang out with Jackie Chan, you're doing all right. He's been doing them for years, 40 years, 30 years. And he's made a couple really good movies. But anyway, I digress. So here's, somebody asked me about pickleball, and I went off on that whole thing. This I thought was a funny ad.
Fucking do this,
Hell
man.
yeah, man. Let's go.
What the fuck?
Hope you're okay with Dill. Hut 2. It's like I'm serving. What are you doing? Prime your face. Let's go.
What are you doing?
I thought we were playing pickleball.
Let's fucking do this,
Hell
man.
yeah, man. Let's go.
What the fuck?
Hope you're okay with Dill.
Hope you're okay with Dill. Oh man, Jackie Chan. Danger Zone. I'm trying to remember more Maverick quotes. I can't remember Iceman. All right. What did he say to Iceman? I forgot. That's a good trivia question. What did Maverick say? I like to throw in the movie ones, you know, once in a while to mix it up on the trivia. All right. So that's pickleball, folks. There you go. He's losing his mind.
If a jet goes super fast, it can actually push the sound waves in front of it, and this causes them to literally pile up. After a while, the jet will eventually break through this pile of sound waves, resulting in a sudden change in pressure and causing a sonic boom. If a jet goes super fast, it can actually push the sound waves in front of it, and this causes them to literally pile up. After a while, the jet will eventually break through this pile of sound waves, resulting in a sudden change in pressure and causing a sonic boom.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool because I've known about a sonic boom my whole life because we used to have the Blue Angels would train right over our house because we have MacDill Air Force Base just right across the bay. But I never understood. I guess it's always been rocket science to me as far as what a sonic boom was. So the plane is going below the speed of sound, and it's building up the sound waves in front of it. And literally, as it breaks the speed of sound, it busts through that thing, and it makes a hole. And so it's just pressure, but it sure seems like science fiction, doesn't it? So I thought that was a really good explanation. I don't know why he does this show anymore. Hopefully I do
Interesting
have the
photos,
one.
part 2.
Hold on. Oh, these. I was supposed to kill the volume on these and just talk over it. Sorry. These are kidney stones. And I've had kidney stones before, and they hurt. And I think I got them from drinking, like, when Equal first came out. I was putting it all over my cereal and stuff. And I think it already had it in the cereal, like Sweet and Low or something. And then I was putting it in my tea. And then all of a sudden, during a Biology 2 test, I got up, and the teacher says I was pale white. And I said, can I go to the bathroom? And I was gone for like 20 minutes or 15 minutes, and Ed Bradley came and checked on me and found me on the floor in the bathroom. I woke up like 2 days later in the hospital, and they're like, I'm like, what happened? Why am I here? They're like, oh, you had kidney stones. And the funny thing is, I never passed them. Usually with kidney stones, that's the painful part. Unless I did it when I was knocked out. But I never made it. I don't think I ever made it to the toilet or whatever. So anyway, yeah, I woke up and then they kept me in for observation, and so that's why I've since heard that the Equal sweetener, whatever it is, causes kidney stones. So I figured that one out. You know, doctors are weird, dude. Doctors like, oh, it's just natural. They don't look into shit. I'm like, well, I know what my diet was. This is a new thing I've added to my diet, and all of a sudden I get some weird kidney thing. Yeah, it's the kidney stone. I felt like I was just channeling Jewels of all Trace right there. I don't know why. Okay. Apple cider vinegar. Yeah, so look at how sharp they are. And I guess the pain just must have been so bad I just passed out from it, thankfully. I don't remember. I just remember being like all doped up in the hospital. I was like, wow, this is great. I didn't have to take my test anymore. Which I literally hadn't studied for that. No, Ed Bradley and what was his brother's name? I went to computer camp with them in 8th grade before we went to high school together, and he had a twin brother. I forgot they were the super nerds. But his dad was an engineer at Honeywell, and my mom worked at Honeywell, and they were in her group, and so they were in avionics. So I think some of the space shuttle stuff they would work on, and anyway, so Ed Bradley was my friend from we took basic computing. It's called BASIC was the language of computing in 8th grade, like 1980 for 1981 at Honeywell. We got to take the class. Anyway, so yeah, he was, I guess, probably the first one to be concerned about me, and went and checked on me, and I'm laid out on the floor. He probably thought I was gone. This one time at computer camp, the magical booms have kicked it. Thanks, Heather. So, okay, let's watch the rest of this. I'll kill the audio. And that's under an electron microscope. It's from calcium oxalate. That's what caused it. That's Ireland from space. This is a torture mask made of bronze from Germany. This is what a rip current actually looks like. So you can see that you have the breakers on each side, and you got your what do they call them? Your waves all lined up out here, coming in like sheets. And so what it does, a lot of times on a beach break where it's a sandy bottom, you'll have a suction point in the middle. And so, just FYI, now that I'm trying to preach to anybody, wear your seatbelts, brush your teeth. T knows you're not eating this Mr. T cereal anymore. That's okay. Mr. T knows. But swim parallel to the beach if you ever feel yourself being pulled out, or that you can't swim anymore, that you're swimming in place. You swim at about 1.5 miles an hour, or 1 mile an hour typically, and you walk at about 1.5. And so you can wear yourself out real quick trying to paddle in and the current is literally going parallel to the beach. So if you swim parallel with the beach, you will be fine, and you'll just go along, and at some point you'll eventually pop out of it, and you can go back in. So there's Kane's weather lesson for the day. And this is the next one. This is really beautiful, and this was done by, I think it's an ancient Chinese ruler emperor as a decorative thing at a lake, and it remains to this day. Oh, it's in Sri Lanka. And then the previous one was a lake. It's a lake that hangs over the ocean. So you have these cliffs, and look at the edge of the lake right here, and then you have the ocean right there. I mean, it's so elevated. You know, you have in Idaho, you have lakes up in the mountains. It's not a topography feature that I'm used to here in Florida, but I've been in one. I've skied in one and all that stuff. But the water is so high up there, and I think there's something about the Venetians here. Pimbaratu a tank is what it's called. Paracramaba. So this is one of those, they compressed it for TikTok kind of things. You can't see Europe, but you can see USA and Canada. But so we have to just guess whichever one's bigger. I don't know. I think that Europe like literally fits into just this part of USA and Canada. That's my guess. What does the judges say? Wait. Proof of flat Earth. Don't get Heather started on that one. Okay, all right. I think that was. There might be one more. Hold on. That's a hummingbird wing. Or feather. Sorry. Look at that. This is why I didn't mind the copyright strike to get that. That's obviously Brazil, right? Isn't that amazing? And that's actually Heather Fitzgerald standing there. I got a picture. We're on vacation. Inside of a wasp nest. That's pretty crazy. And this one really blew my mind. And you may have seen it before. This may actually be in Utah or Idaho. But look at the... I mean, this almost lends itself to proving a creator. Because if you look at one of my videos, I do the little fry eye thing with Rambo coming out. And it made me laugh because I saw this and I'm like, this is like God's hand literally carving this cave out. And look at all the beauty with all the colors and the reflection and all the stuff in there. So anyway, whatever you want. Okay, that was that. Sorry it took so long on that one. Let's see if we can get some audio. Okay, these are the audio I have to leave off. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. And so I think this is New York City. This guy pushes, I think, this lady into, and I think it's the other guy's wife, onto the subway track. And we've seen this on the news a lot. But look at this. And look at that. I mean, he cold cocked him. And if you've got your head against something behind you and somebody punches you, there's nowhere, like, he luckily went around the pole. But if you don't have anything to let, freedom of your head, it's gonna mash in your whole face. So he stood up after it, so I imagine it was a good sock though. And so he beats the guy up, and then the guy runs off. And look, the EMS is going after the guy because he saw the whole thing. And then the guy saves the lady. And I guess they got the guy, but I'm sorry. Yeah, the first two there were no plays because of the audio, and I'm sorry about that. But the next one is a reader, I think. I think we can put it on for this. Oh, maybe this was a skip. I was telling you about Kim Jong-un, that the North Korean forces were completely wiped out, and they were considered cannon fodder. So I think that was, this was just I probably got off the story on that. Sorry about that.
Hello, and welcome to You Should Just Quit. Because, you should just quit.
No phones in the bathroom. If you're in the bathroom for more than 10 minutes, a manager will conduct a smell test. And if they do not smell any number 2, you will be written up. How'd you like to work there and have that job? The smell test manager.
But anyway, the point...
Do you get raisin toast or stick with that regular toast?
I get regular toast. Yeah, I just put a lot of jam on it.
Wow.
I'm not a big raisin guy.
Yeah.
Do you like raisins?
Because I like grapes that have been through something. It's just who I am, But,
that was such a good setup.
Shit's getting real.
Whoa. This is the best one I've seen of his. It is nuts. No, I'm going, no, don't let it fall in the car. Not in the car. Oh, man. No saving it. This one is insane. They don't show it, but he's running at the car, and the train's right there. Anyway, maybe you don't know. Look at this. Oh snap! This is crazy. That's glass in there. Russia, right? Yes, the poor Russians. Oh, the poor Russian people. Russia is such a beautiful country, and the people are so wonderful. They're very strong, very smart, very beautiful. Our leaders have done us an injustice, and they, on both sides, we have reasons for pointing fingers. We just need to move on beyond that. We don't want Siberia. We're not trying to invade Kazakhstan or whatever. There's no reason for us to even be considering fighting at all. So it's the money, it's the fodder of madmen, man. I tell you, we could totally, almost every single person in Russia would get along wonderfully with Americans. I honestly feel that way, but they won't give us the chance, and they try to turn us against each other. It's stupid. And that's my soapbox for today.
On October 16, 1956, the Pan American Boeing 377 Stratocruiser Sovereign of the Skies took off from Honolulu, bound for San Francisco, with 24 passengers and 7 crew. Nearly halfway through the 9-hour flight, the plane lost 2 of its 4 engines in less than 10 minutes. With the plane slowed, the crew realized that they no longer had enough fuel at that speed to reach San Francisco or to get back to Hawaii.
From Hawaii.
The United States Coast Guard cutter Pontchartrain was on station midway between Hawaii and California to do weather observation and provide navigational assistance to airplanes and ships. And the pilot decided that the safest plan was to ditch near the Pontchartrain. The cabin crew went over instructions on what to do while the Pontchartrain put together the plan to rescue the passengers. But as the plane hit the water, almost immediately the worst happened. The left wing hit an ocean swell that spun the plane around and violently tore off the tail. One of the crew members of the Pontchartrain remembered thinking no one could survive that. But passengers started climbing out of the wrecked fuselage. The Coast Guard raced to the rescue. The entire rescue took less than 5 minutes, and miraculously, all the passengers and crew were safe on October 6th.
Can you believe that? And I was just saying that I feel more comfortable. And this is the old Pan American.
The Pan American.
And it changed to Pan Am later, and they had a lot of these. Pan Am was always kind of about value and luxury at the same time. So they had a lot of those 747s with the upper decker bar that I'm always talking about. But I was just saying the other day how I feel safer in a plane that has propellers. And here you have 4, and 2 of them went out. And if you look at the design of this plane, it is, I think they kind of designed them for over ocean travel to be more like a seaplane. So if you see, he had every opportunity to land this thing in the water safely. Of course, when you hit the propellers at the water, then you're in trouble. So you have to probably glide in. But the thing is, he hit the water okay and life-savingly, thankfully. But then a swell came up, and then it disbalanced, and so the whole thing blew apart. But the fuselage was intact, and everybody lived. I think that is a really cool story. I think Pan Am, though, and KLM were the 2 that had the largest air tragedy ever. As if you didn't have enough reason not to fly. I'm not trying to scare you, but I thought it was a great story. But the Pan Am and KLM, where they were 2 747s that collided on the runway in 1974. And it was at a time in the early 70s where there was a lot of hijackings. Hijackings were normal, reported just like a school shooting is now. Hijackings were happening left and right. And then you had like 2 big air tragedies. You had the Pan Am and KLM, and then you had, which was over 500 people lost their lives. And then you had San Diego, where the plane crashed into the hill in Old Town. And like I've told you the story before, there was a huge rug problem in San Diego at that time. And it's a horrible story. Close your ears, kids. Earmuffs. It's said, and I've heard it from locals, that some of the locals were going through the pockets of the recently passed passengers from the San Diego air tragedy and looking for money and taking their money. That had actually happened. That's something unreported, but history is history and we need to know it, right? So, terrible story, but anyway, sad. A moment of zen. I love the sound of that prop. It sounds so cool. Look how the guy is sitting though. And he's like, okay, ready to go. And there's a picture in one of these of a kid, and he's 500 feet in the air by himself in this little bench chair on like a ski lift. And it's the 1950s. There's no seatbelt. There's no nothing. Kid's like, hey, Mom, how you doing? So anyway, the irony. Anyway.
No better. All right. You know what? We could talk till we're blue in the face. I don't mean that as a racial thing either.
Would I ever turn fucking blue?
Who turns blue?
Who turns fucking blue?
You say that's what white people do. You can't turn blue?
Hell no, I can't turn blue.
Blacks blush. You blush?
Blacks don't fucking blush. No better.
All right. You know what? We could talk till we're blue in the face. I don't mean that as a racial thing either.
Would I ever...
Larry always puts himself in the worst situations. If you followed this show, he had a wife who was super into carbon footprint and saving the planet, and he had to go downstairs to the family that lived downstairs and borrow to borrow a roll of toilet paper for them to hide it from his wife. Because she had this super environmental toilet paper. And so he would sneak down there and be like, what are you doing out here, Larry? You want more toilet paper? And then they had another episode of I'm sorry, it was just like the funniest thing of TV ever was his associate, I think it was, what's her name? Oh gosh. I forget, but one of his friend's boyfriends was a rapper, and his name was Crazy Eyes Killer. And Larry would always, whenever Crazy Eyes Killer was around, Larry would be popping those packaging peanuts or the packaging plastic. And one of the funniest scenes is Crazy Eye Killer come in and be like, and his girlfriend, Crazy Eyes Killer's girlfriend, a living maid or whatever, was named Delicious. Like, Delicious! Is Larry up there popping them packing peanuts again? I don't know. I need to play it. Larry. No, and Larry's like, no, Crazy Eyes. Because Crazy Eyes, it was Wanda Sykes. And when she gets mad, it's so funny. And then if you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm, you have Jeff's wife, and she says that she used to love playing that role because she's like, Larry, you fucking four-eyed fuck, you fucking freak. She said that every time that she got to unload on Larry, it was just like all her problems went away. She was like the girl Rhea Perlman. I forgot her name. Susie was her name on the show. But you fat fuck. She would call Greg, what's his name? The husband, fat fucking Larry, was a four-eyed freak. Anyway, I love that show, and he really took it to the next level. I love that show. All right, so let's see what I had here. This might be a repeat how I got to it, but yeah, Larry. Oh, the king of the. And if you know Seinfeld, hold on, sorry, the character George Costanza was literally based on Larry David, so you understand the uncomfortable situations all the way from middle school on up is Larry's life. I feel like it's like a mirror image of my life, because it's like it's always his mouth that gets him in trouble. He'll just say the stupidest shit and then try to defend it. It's hilarious. Fat fuck frozen shock face. Is Jeff up in here? Jeff, where's Jeff at? Bugs Bunny Fatwa. That's funny. That's in one of my songs. Get to the chopper. Oh my God, you guys are a good time. Thank God you're here today. Awesome. Thank you. Love you. I love your shoes. That's probably the best thing the compliment you can give a woman at any given time. Oh, did you get a new hairdo? Are those new shoes? Come on. And then you say, I told you that bitch was crazy. That's told you that bitch was crazy. You just got to say that, and then they'll go on about the chick at work or whatever. Chris Rock, if you remember that. That's enough. Oh, those flats or those pumps? All right, Kane, shut up. This is a good one. This is delayed reaction in, I guess it's Iraq or whatever. That's like a nuclear bomb going on. Watch this. Oh! What?
Holy!
Watch the whole thing in full speed. Check this out, man.
Oh, fuck!
Ruh-roh. You gotta figure that's probably not very healthy for you. I don't know what's in those sonic booms like that, but I'm gonna say a lot. It's not necessarily PTSD, but a lot of the health problems that veterans have had from those Afghani wars and stuff have come from crazy stuff like this. Plus all the vaccines or the pills and stuff they made them take out there. I came this close. It's funny because my brother was just young enough not to go to Vietnam, and then I was just like a year or two out of, I don't know if they did a draft for Iraq or whatever, but I was like a year or two out where I think they were gonna do a draft, but they didn't. And so I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna get drafted. But then after, I was like, who was that football player that volunteered? Was it, I wanted to say Pinkman. Now I got Pinkman in my head, but he played for the Denver Broncos, and he lost his life in Afghanistan, unfortunately, and he was gung-ho on the whole die for oil thing or whatever, I guess. And so, you know, he lost his life. You know, I respect our soldiers, and I love our soldiers, and it's their way they're treated. But like I said, I finally got a little, Pat Tillman, thank you very much. Really crazy story. I don't know, they made such a good movie out of that sniper story, which is an incredible story. But the Pat Tillman one, I don't know if they did it any justice. I think they actually didn't make it or dropped the ball, and I can't remember exactly. Anyway, before when Pat Tillman was all fired up for it, I was too, and I was like, maybe I'll join the Army, and I was like 34, I think 35 was a cutoff, and I'm like, now I want to join. And then that happened to him, and I'm like, oh, I'm good. I'm straight. And so I mean the stuff they subjected them to. Yeah, is it really? That's interesting. Bitch Franklin says that the Pat Tillman story is a rabbit hole. It's insane. Oh, he played for the Cardinals. Thank you. That's better. Okay, so now I got my facts straight. I told you guys are great judges. All right, so play the next. I got a few more.
Do you not realize I got Nico Jenkins? Do you not realize that? I got Nico Jenkins. I got you. What do you mean you got me? I got your DNA at the murder scene. I got your DNA in the car. Sir. I got the weapon. I got Nico Jenkins. Do you not realize I got Nico Jenkins? Do you not realize that? I got Nico Jenkins. I got you. What do you mean you got me? I got your DNA at the murder scene. I got your DNA in the car. Sir. I got the weapon. I got Nico Jenkins. Do you not realize I got Nico Jenkins? Do you not realize?
I was thinking about this the whole time I was watching Heather's video. And I'm like, I got Nico Jenkins. I got your DNA at the murder scene. I'm like, I got Brian Kohberger. I wanted to pipe in with that, but I'm like, nobody's gonna have any idea what the hell you're talking about. They're gonna think you're crazy.
The Archangel Michael. That's unlikely.
Cooperation with our old enemies.
Well, oops, I didn't realize this had music on it. I wasn't meaning intending to play this, but we can watch it. It's holy water, and they have a demon that they want to end, and for whatever reason, and then so these are the angel guys, and they make the judgment, and they say, yeah, pour him in holy water, and he gets taken out. But what it turns out, he had switched bodies with a human, and so the human still kept his body. And here they show at the end. See, he's actually elevated now to a next level, and here they show it at the end. It says swap back then, and so they swap. So the demons try. Why am I trying? If you can't, if you have to explain it. All right, that might be the last of them, guys. Wait, I have a couple more.
You gotta always be ready, son. You always be sleeping or not. Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, that's my boy right there. He's on top of it. You gotta always be ready, son. You always be sleeping or not. Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, that's my boy right there. He's on top of it. You gotta always be ready, son. You always be sleeping or not. Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, that's my boy right there. He's on top of it.
That's the best meme I've seen in a long time. Does anybody remember Vine? The Vines they used to have? Those were fun. Alright, that's the last of them.
I don't know what else you want me to say. I don't know. Tell us. I don't know. Tell us the truth. He came down and said, help me. I went upstairs and yes, I saw the goddamn body. Is that what you want to hear? No. We want to hear the truth. That is the truth.
If this was an audition for the role of an innocent man, Dan just blew it. Dan has now admitted to helping a killer get away, seeing Julie's dead body in the apartment, and then doing nothing about it. The detectives now lie to Dan, stating that his DNA was found on Julie's body. They do this with the hopes that he will give up more incriminating information.
How'd your DNA get on her? Because I was right over the body. What's that? Because I was right over the body. Okay. So how'd your DNA get on her? That I don't know. DNA doesn't just fall off. 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 I don't know. Okay. I didn't touch her. I didn't do anything. What did you see? DNA get on her? That I don't know. DNA doesn't just fall off. I don't know. Okay. I didn't touch her. I didn't. DNA get on her? That I don't. DNA doesn't just fall off.
Well, unless it's coming from stem cells, right? That's a good one, Heather. Very pertinent too. Thank you. Extremely graphic movies. See how YouTube is getting with the overt nudity and younger not audience, but I don't know. These girls they're not waiting until they're 18 anymore to. Look at this. And now I'm getting a lot of ads for like, maybe I don't know if I talk in my sleep or whatever, but it's like, yo, you want a overseas wife or whatever. So yeah, let me send $2,500 to some dude. Oh, Camellia is coming. Yeah, I haven't had a hair problem in a few years. Just keep sanding the head down. What video did I want to play for you guys? Let's take a look at the homepage. I wanted to see. Here, let this load. I wanted to see, since today. They had there was a ceremony of Vigil for the Idaho 4 at the Healing Garden, which is generic. I don't know if anybody live streamed it today. Has anybody come across a video? And that's what I wanted to play for you guys, and I was going to work on some questions. Oh, look at Heather popping up in my feed. That's cool. And here, look at this. This isn't even real. This picture with Craig Ferguson, they have like some celebrity in her 90s or whatever, and it's not even real. And so they're doing these thumbnails that are, well, I guess everybody does clickbait or whatever, right? The truth about Find a Grave. What is that all about, I wonder? Let's see if anybody else is any bold enough to be. What is it? Oh my gosh, it's 4 in the morning? Oh man. What? Okay, so I believe that Jenn released a video right before I started. So I didn't get a chance. It might have been Heather. I got an alert for it. So I want to just double check and make sure. I think she was working on something new, that's for sure. Let me see. Which one? I gotta watch out with hers because they keep getting copyright things. And Heather, if you missed it, I was copyright struck or something, or you were copyright strike from me, or I was copyright strike from you. And I was trying to find maybe there's an alert in here. But it told me copyright issue or whatever. And I'm like, what? And it was you. I was like, that's crazy. Okay. I'm like, I hope she doesn't get mad. I probably already said that. Let's see here. I have one from 2 weeks ago. I have one from yesterday, and we watched that. 3 days ago, we watched that. This is, like I said, with the families, I'm trying to keep the kid gloves going. If we do find something revolutionary, I have no problem talking about it. But I also with the copyright thing. But oh, this is the LinkedIn one. Okay, so we saw. Did we see this? Yeah, we saw this. So I'll play it anyway. But I just want you to know that.
I am just pointing out the lies we are being told. There are no answers until there are no more questions. Justice cannot be served with a side of lies. 2 things are wrong with this. Pay attention to the date. I'll address that later. First, I want to address the sender of this email. Look where it says Kaylee's name. That is impossible because when LinkedIn sends an invitation, the email comes from LinkedIn. It will look like this. This is an email sent to me by someone on LinkedIn. As you can see, it says the person's name and then via LinkedIn. Okay, now let's look at the date that email was sent. It is dated November 2nd, 2022. Now let me show you the discrepancy I found. Check out the date of this email. It was sent on November 6th, 2022, but if you look at the subject line, it says the original email was sent 3 days ago. 3 days before the 6th would be the 3rd. But the first email was sent on the 2nd of November. Make it make sense because the math ain't mathing. But wait, there's a lot more. Stay with me. This is a screenshot taken the night of the incident at 11:33 p.m. Olivia claimed to be driving from LA to Idaho when it was taken. More on that in my next video. That's not the focus right now. This is not how a LinkedIn profile should look. There should not be 2 message buttons. There is one blue message button and another right under it in the highlights section. Stay with me. I am not finished yet. Watch until the end because I saved the best one for last. This is showing another confirmation of the discrepancy with the dates, as I showed earlier in the video. As you can see, the original message was sent on November 3rd, 2022. Now I want you to take a look at the tiny little picture I circled on the bottom right. Does it look familiar? Yep. It's Kaylee's profile picture from her alleged LinkedIn account. Now ask yourself, why would Kaylee's profile picture be there if her profile was deleted? Olivia is showing us the message allegedly sent from Kaylee, which now shows as coming from a deleted profile. So why is that tiny picture of Kaylee showing on her screen? And now the grand finale. Why does her phone battery show that it's at 35%, but the indicator is showing all the way filled yellow, as if it was at full charge? Here, let me show you what I mean. This is a screenshot of my phone's battery at 52% and on low power mode, just like Olivia was showing on hers. Do you see the problem here? Photoshop is not her forte, obviously. And yes, I know I need to clean up my email inbox. I'm sure I am not the only person whose email inbox looks like this. Leave me a comment if yours is like this too.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't get out of the screen I was on. I took another screenshot of Heather's, and I want to keep this under 5 hours because that seems to be the boiling point for a lot of viewers that are on replay crew or whatever. Like 5 hours? No, I'm good. I'm out. I'm like, jump in. You'll watch 3 hours. You'll love it. But you know, we do a lot of the finding out as we go along in the chats and the talks, and I know that Criminal Confidential and Heather and Bubbly Waters have all been working on a lot of stuff together like this. Now, when she's talking about Olivia is driving from LA, reportedly, in that time, I guess she finds the LinkedIn account is deleted because it's an 18-hour drive. And so the math doesn't math on her story. I will say that. On a lot of things, it's starting. So many things are starting to come to light that have been right there in front of our eyes, you know. And it's obviously you have a grieving family, and it's a hallucinogenic time. I'm sure that 57,000. I probably have way more than that. My it's so bad with my email now that my it's full. Like I'm at 99%. I'm sure I'm probably missing out on emails because they're backed up. But that's just in the one account. But anyway, what I wanted to look at was once again. Let me see if I can just open it from the thing. Sometimes it has a memory. Open, I can't find the picture. I just took it today. Darn, it should be right here. And I'm not seeing it. There it is. Okay, I did find it. And I wanted to take one more look at this. I felt like this was, well, it's important, but I also feel that I could have done a little bit better with I don't know what you guys can see. Let me see what you can see with the photoshopping of it, because after watching, and I'm not trying to pick on the families or put them in any precarious positions whatsoever, but we're trying to follow the trail of the story, and if this is who it could possibly be, it's ground shaking. There's more falsehoods than we even considered there could possibly be. So I want to make sure, and the reason that I wanted to take a second look at this picture is because I watched another interview with the G-Fam, and I had not noticed, and of course at the time around the tragedies, you're crying a lot, your eyes are swollen. I don't know if that's a feature of, I think I took a screenshot of it somewhere that I could side by side it, but I think a lot of you have seen the there's me with the kids having done the videos, the interviews that I'm talking about with Olivia, where she does seem to have a very distinctive, what would you call it, the guy on the radio calls them butthole eyes, but like a very red, puffy, sort of appearance. And so also we kind of focused in right from the beginning last night. Can everybody see okay? The to see who it was. And I feel like I get more out of it right now being zoomed all the way out, because once again, this is a video still frame. So what I'm going to do, what I remembered I did when I was doing still frames for wedding videos, was the first thing you want to do is de-interlace the picture, because it's at a different frame rate or whatever than a typical still photo would be. So that automatically, by de-interlacing it, you set yourself up to a little bit better opportunity to get a clearer picture. But looking at it from afar, 3 things I noticed is this person's eyes were very red. I mean, I can't stress enough. And before I zoom in on anything, that's the driver. And when we looked at it last time, I said it doesn't look like there's anybody sitting here in the passenger seat, and I theorized that that person did not want to be seen, that they laid the seat back, and that they are in this person here's lap. So that's why there's no, or whatever, or maybe this person here was sitting in the passenger seat, and that's why but it does appear the passenger seat is vacant. And then this looks like a person sitting in the back with dark hair, and that looks like their face, sorry. And if you agree, but looking at it zoomed out more than just zooming it in and trying to figure out who that is that this does appear like, I think my first impression right here, to be a blonde hairdo. Whereas a lot of people had said going into it that maybe it was Murphy. It does sort of have the same tone to the color as Murphy. But looking at it from afar, it appears it might be maybe a reflection here. And then, I don't know, just somewhere in there. What I could see right now, looking at it from afar, this being a tail, this being 2 dog legs, and the dog draped across somebody's neck, trying to get to this person over here, because that's what dogs do, right? There's no rhyme or reason to the way they move in a car. They just want to get to where they want to get, and so you put up with it or whatever. So that's 2 different ideas. And then the third thing was, somebody had suggested that this might be Junior, and we looked at that same video where I said that this person had red puffy eyes and a similar facial structure to Olivia. And then somebody had said, well, that this hat was the same hat worn in the interview, an Oakland Raiders fan, black and white. I don't know that we can get close enough to de-blurring the photo to be able to read what the logo says. But I figured the whole shebang was worth another look, because if we can find credibility in it in any way, that is literally life-changing for all of us. And again, thank you all for all your dedication to this case. Nobody else is going to thank you. So what I'm going to do first is interlace the picture, if I could find that feature. And I remember that that was one of the steps in Photoshop class of making a still frame from a video less blurry. So let's find de-interlace. I'm going to put this, hopefully you can still see it if I put this on my high resolution monitor here. Let me see if I cannot see the chat, but it looks like you can still see. So I'm going to hide the chat for a second and do my thing here. And hard to see my tools. There we go. Okay, and so let's find de-interlace. It's buried in one of these options, and so we'll give it as fair as fair a judgment and as fair a test as we can possibly do before I start enhancing it or changing the color. Let's see here. That's what I first did was sharpen it, and I think that the problem was it wasn't de-interlaced. So anyway, you de-interlace. It was like, yeah, it's like cell phone data. Why does he keep going on about de-interlace? Can't he tie his shoes? What's the matter? You can't tie your shoes, Kane? Alright, I will find him. Where are you? This white balance is a good one to add. Desaturate. Info. Here's somewhere in here. Selection tools. Oh wait, what's that? Fuzzy. Select. No. Transform. No. I'm sorry. It'll take a second here. Bear with me. Let's see. Optimize difference. Playback. What was it? Map. Bump. I think it might be one of these. Illusion. No. Artistic. No. Combine. Generic. Darn it. Where is it? Noise. Yeah, you're doing a great job, Kane. Distorts, no. It's gotta be here. Despeckle. NL filter. We're de-interlacing. Let me look in the help. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cheat. Read online. It just takes a second to look this up. Actually, this thing is worthless, and I'm just gonna go to. I'm going to go to DuckDuckGo real quick. And DuckDuckGo, a proud partner of the Purge. I wish. Okay, let's see. Interlace in GIMP. Don't be afraid of the name, folks. Jump on into the chat here. We got about 30 minutes left going on the Purge Live. We'd love to have you in here. Please sub up and do all the things, and watch out for Meanie. She's an ankle biter. She's even hiding right now. 2 ways to batch process in GIMP. How to use enhanced filters in GIMP. Okay, so it's an enhanced filter. To use the interlace filter in GIMP, filter keeps only one or both images. It replaces missing lines by a gradient between. Here we go. Okay, so enhance. Where is it? Anti-alias. How to use deinterlace. The deinterlace filter keeps only one of both images and replaces missing lines by a gradient between previous and following lines, especially if the image looks blurred and stripped. Click Filter on the menu bar, hover over the cursor over Enhance, and select Deinterlace. Let's try that. So Filters, Enhance, Deinterlace. It was right there in front of my face. Okay. And so let's see what it does. Deinterlace the dialog box, the Keep Even Fields and Keep Odd Fields option. Try both to see which result works better. You can also change the orientation and block slider in the input boxes. There's a preview pane checkbox to display the preview of your image. Let's see where that is. Split view. Let's see if it'll give it to us. The preview. Okay, so there it is. Hopefully you guys, can you guys still see okay? Yeah. Alright, so that's the lines they're talking about. And so when they say a gradient, it takes the color from the previous line and then blends it to the next line. So there's literally teeny tiny dots, and it's gonna quit explaining and just do it. So we want to bring the block size down, and you gotta have something. So there's it, really extreme. We'll bring it down to where it'll make a difference, and we'll try a horizontal, and let's mess around with it, see if it helps us. So you can see, I'm focusing on, okay, there's a point where at 0 it's blurry, and I'm just going to click up one at a time. Watch the one we think maybe Junior's face to watch the blur go away, and it's only on a 2 or a 3. Is it getting blurrier or unblurrier? I feel like at 1 it's best. So we'll try a vertical. The horizontal seems better. And then keep odd fields is worse, so we'll keep even fields. And we have a blending option, so the opacity can go down, and then it goes back to blurry. So 1 is the very little deinterlace on it, and this is a split view here. So right now to the left it's not deinterlaced, to the right it is. So let's see her face. Watch her face now. So okay, we'll work on him because that seemed to have the most effect on him, and I'll zone in on it, and now we can start doing our enhanced filters. So let's look at tools and filters, and well, first I'll start with the white balance, and that'll be under colors, I believe. And we have auto white balance. So this is gonna, when you use a film camera, you have a white card. It's called a white balance card or whatever. You put that in front of the lens, and you focus on that, and then you set. Will set the balance between dark and light. And so we're just going to do an auto one and trust the computer knows what it's doing. Okay? So there's the white balance. That was pretty drastic. And so growing a little clearer now. Wow. Let me just take a sneak peek. Look at the back seat. Let me take a sneak peek at her just on that little move right there. Wow. Wow. Okay, so we're going to have to pull up a picture of Olivia, because it does seem to be that I think the problem I had with the first one was that the face seems to be more rounded. But I think that we're kind of, I don't know, this is 50 times better already. I'm glad I remembered all that. And we're starting to see a little bit of feature to this face in the back seat, I think. I don't see anything clearer here on this. That may be a coat hanging from the oh shit handle or something. You can use your imagination. But right now we'll focus on this picture with the guy in the black hat part of it. Let's see how much. Let's see, it starts to pixelize as you go in. So let's take a wide shot. Let me see what you guys can see. Let me make it fuller up. And alright, so, and I'll pull up a picture of Steve Jr. here. And so the theory again is that maybe there was some discrepancy in the story, that this would actually be portions or whatever of the GFIM at the, I think this was the next day or that day, where they were supposed to be in Othram. And we have a whole story about Jack Decor coming down there in shorts and them doing an inspection on him. That would be impossible if they were at the scene on Sunday. So this is much, 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 much better than we've ever gotten before, and I had a feeling it would work better. And this is also a better original image that I got. So let's take it from here. Now I've done the white balance and the de-interlace. Let's try to noise reduce it. And noise reduction is typically going to take out artifacts, edges, and these types of things. So let's see, the strength is at 4. We'll bring it down to 2. Let me see if I'm getting... I can do a split view for you. Maybe you'll let me know in the chat if you see a big difference. There is... That's the left side of the picture is now doesn't have it, and the right does, the noise reduction. So we're down to a 2 on the noise reduction. And let's go down to a 1. There's a 0. There's all the way up. It's very, very infinitesimal of a change. But I do see it. If you look at his nose, it starts to develop color, if not a little bit more of the cut of the feature. So I'm going to leave it on I'm going to leave it off to start with, and we'll go directly into some of the other enhanced features here. See if we can't get an image of somebody. And you guys are probably more familiar with their appearance than I am. I haven't watched a lot of those interviews a lot, so I kind of blend Olivia and Kaylee kind of together sometimes for some reason. So help me out on that. So this is a render, and let's see if anything in here. Yeah, I think this is going to add noise, and that's going to add noise. That's going to add stuff. That's going to add stuff. Depth merge might work. Generic, we have convulsion matrix, distance map, normal map, dilate or erode, edge detect. So I'm going to go right into, just do it, Kane, get it over with, the sharpen. So we're going to sharpen it up, which is, I'm sure everybody's familiar with sharpening a picture when it's blurry. And it's one of the very few ways to do it. So here I'll try a sharpen mask. And let's see if we have, this is before, this is after. And we'll zoom out. And let me see if that threshold's at 0. It seems like, okay. Yeah, it seems like threshold's adding blur. Let's see, the amount's at 0.5. And there we start to get a little bit clearer. Now I'm starting to feel like I'm doing the Kennedy assassination. So radius goes down, and here it goes up. And of course at some point you're going to, boy, look at the face in the car go. Alright, so let's take away the preview. Before, after. Let's mess with the amount again. Blurrier, clearer, blown out. So we have to find the happy medium there. Oh, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, I can remove this filter. I'm just going to leave it as is right now. I think that we... Boy, that really appears to distort that feature. Look at this, dude. So here's what I'm woeing about. And I want to look at the chat for... Hopefully you guys are still with me. Hey, Bubbly Waters, how are you? Nice to see you. Heather, stop picking on me when I'm not looking. So the woe, I don't know if anybody else is with me on this right now. This is, I forgot to follow the procedures, and I knew them when I was doing videos. But look at this now. I see a whole different thing than I saw before. And let me go to the pointer for you guys. Let me see if you can see my pointer. Yeah, okay. So check this out. Look at that. I don't know how big on the screen it is for you, but on a high resolution monitor here, you can see a face start to develop. And look at this. Almost like another face. 2 eyes and a mouth. Let me zoom in because I don't know. I've got it big. It's big now. Let's see how far we can go without it pixelating too much. But look at now. So what I see is sort of a a spiky haircut, sort of hanging out on the edges. I see a forehead, I see eyes, I see a much clearer nose, I see a mouth right here. Do you guys also see that? And this may be a hand. I wonder if that's a hand. It almost looks like it's flipping the bird. But let's zoom out and take the wide picture. It really starts to focus. Now, the thing about this picture now, where we are, it's much clearer than before, guys. It looks almost distorted. But look at this eye. Right here. I don't know. Hopefully you guys can see, and I'll zoom out. You can see the color of the eye. It appears to be green to me. I haven't affected the color other than the white balance. And from what I'm looking at, my goodness. I'm not saying that because I think it's necessarily anybody in the G fam. I just can see so much. It's like a, who was that artist that painted? It wasn't Renoir, was it? Like a Renoir or the other one. I am struck right now. I finally did something the right way, follow the procedure. So let's just slowly kind of scan over it and look at what we thought might be Steve G. So, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the sharpened mask and we'll go back and we'll focus on him for this one. Let me see if I can't do the auto stuff on the... Let's try a color enhance. And then let's put the sharpen. Where was that sharpen at? Color temperature, color balance. This is a tough one to work with. Let me get the... Oh wow, it splits his face. Check that out. That's pretty cool. Let's work with the shadows because right now magenta is going to be the most, so we'll bring that down. Cyan down. So the one on the left is okay. So the one on the left is the affected side. I just want to see, can I get this hat, if not the face, into focus? Let's take away the yellow. Add yellow. This doesn't. Let me do full view. Add the preview, and we'll hit the highlights. And we'll bring the cyan down again. Bring the magenta down. Bring the yellow down. Now we'll bring them up. It's hard. It's a hard one. Reset. And we'll try it in the mid-tones. Whew. That's drastic. Let's try this cyan. It seems to affect the background more than it does. So that's the color balance. And here was before and after. That's without the color enhance. This is with. And so I'm going to leave the color enhance on. And I'm going to try to find that saturation. Sorry if I'm kind of just rambling on. I feel like I'm not even stopping talking. But I'm sure I'm really very... I'm impressed with myself, to be honest with you. Just that it's working out. So let's see. That levels one is a good. Where was the saturation? Darn it. Does anybody know? I'm going back to my game show's voice. Let's see if we can. Big difference though, huh, guys? We got bubbly waters in the house. I'm sorry I can't see the chat, so you can say whatever you want about me. I'm sure Heather is. It's got champagne supernova in the sky. So it's got to be under enhance. Saturation. Oh, it's not saturation. It's sharpen. I'm an idiot. Okay, there it is. Okay, so we can add or subtract the amount. That gets blurry with the amount. I'll leave that where it was. And we'll do radius. That doesn't seem to help. Let me see if we'll go get a before and after. Before, after. Bring the amount down. Bring the amount up. Before, after. Oh, before, after, before, after. Before, after, before, after. So, let's see what modes we have. Normal. Dissolve. I hate to leave it there because it's so... Let me reset it. And then we'll try the different modes. There, that almost brings... I'm watching the hat, folks, and the eyes. Because if we could just get a little piece of something in the hat... We'll bring that down to 80, 90, something like that. Then we can... Let me try the different modes. So this is behind. It's back to what we had. Color erase. Hello. Opacity back up. That's Super Monster. Erase. Let's look at the preview. Not much of a difference there. Merge. Before, after. Before, after. A little bit too large on the pixels. Split. Before, after. Not much difference. Lighten only. Before, after. This is interesting. Luma. Let me try to move one of the amounts on Luma. Okay. Let me try this. Alright. I'm gonna cancel. And I'm gonna try to get the exposure. It seems like there's a little bit too much blacks. I don't know if I can go into the highlights, but that's where it is. In the shadows. See, something starts to emerge when I bring the exposure down. I bring the black level up. And bring the exposure down again. Black level up. Exposure down. All the way down. Right here, let's try the different mode. Normal. Dissolve. Behind. Color erase again. It's always ridiculous. It's a shrouded turn there. Merge. Preview before, after. Sort of darkens his eyes. But we got a little tiny piece of a logo of whatever this is on this hat. This is definitely a baseball cap. I see the curvature if you're with me, and it sort of has that thing. I believe that is it could be a beaver hat. Unless that's his hair. Steve G doesn't have long hair, though. So that's an idea. Before. After. Gosh, if we could just clear that up. Let me go back to replace. Before, after. And then, okay, so this is a tough one to work with, but sometimes it will help. And this is the curve. I like these graph ones because you can sort of play with it and go back to where you started. Okay, let me grab it in a different place. That's a little... Let's turn off the preview. Before, after. Okay, so we'll just take what we can get as we get it. And let me zoom out, because I always forget to do that. And let's take an overall look at the pic. What we have here. And let me look back at the chat now. Remember the pic of Steve Jr. in a Raiders hoodie Oh, the hoodie. But they don't have a logo. This seems to have a logo. So I'm guessing it's a... I'm sorry, I don't even have you guys on full screen. I suck. But I think we've arrived at least a waypoint, if not a destination, on this picture. And I don't want to blow it out for you, and I want you to see what I'm doing. So here we are, and I think you get less pixelization when I actually blow it up here. And I don't know if I broadcast in SD or an HD or whatever the case may be, if at home you're seeing the same thing I am or not. I hope that's why I like to do this live, because when you finish your video and you upload it to YouTube, it compresses it, and so you lose all the work you did, and you're jumping back. I mean, I already lose a lot of clarity by just taking the screenshot as compared to the original picture in the video. So, but unfortunately you have to do that to get it out. So what we have here is, let me move it over. I think that we can now make a relatively rough guesstimate of the face. And here's the thing, is if you have ears, which a lot of people do over here, they have ears, they may be so blurred and pixelated that they're blending in and making the face look wider. So, but I think we're getting closer to a facial shape. If it's, oval shaped or square, whatever it may be. Excuse me. Did I bore everybody, Heather? What is this? She's yelling at me. You have to, if you want me to play, you want me to play something while I do this? And you guys can watch. What do you got, Effie? What is this? Let me see what she's got, just so. Let me close this. Oh, thank you so much. Fantastic. Okay. So let me make a window for this. Thank you, Effie. You're amazing. Everybody already knows that. But check it out, babies. So, okay, so this is awesome. You are the best. You guys are the awesomest. Alright, so look at that. This is, I don't want to take the screenshot of this and pull it in, because whatever. And so look at what I notice is the angle. Let me see what you can see. Okay. So what I notice is the angle, the slope of the forehead here appears to match. Let me pull this down. I'm sorry. I need to be able to see. Yikes. Can't, no. Oh man, I suck at life. I can't split screen it for you guys. Sorry. Let's get it back to full speed there, and oh, it's blown up in your thing. Might be. This is very. I'm at 5 hours right now, and I would have shut it down 20 minutes ago if I didn't think this was going somewhere. Now I'm excited. This is, and now that I remember that procedure, it was Reagan Brown was my instructor at St. Pete Community College, and she is friends with Scott, one of the inventors, or one of the original guys of Photoshop, and that's who taught me. And you know me, I like to goof off, and she's a very serious instructor, and so I missed a lot of the lessons, but I did go back and learn them on my own, and so, but I remember her telling me, and you always have a a bullet list of what you want to do with certain type of pictures. So anyway, sorry to cover it up for you guys here. Trying to, okay. Oh, that's weird. It's showing up in... That's weird. It's showing up... Do I have two of them going? Oh, let me see there. I have to get rid of that one. Okay. Alright. Put me over here. Flip me around. Alright. Oh, this is getting good. I hope you're not losing your interest. This would be earth-shattering, groundbreaking. Alright, so my original impression of this photo overall is that it got about 50 gazillion times clearer than even the last time I tried. I totally messed it up. But it also, it appears it has a little bit too much yellow. So what I'll do is I'll go to the colors, and let's mess with the temperature first. And so this is just a standard. Now they have the original temperature. And there, okay, I'm going to reset it. Where's reset? Reset. And I'm going to bring down the original temperature. And I have a tool in front of his face so I can't see. And it looks like we got a little bit extra clarity when I went down with the color temperature. And it got blurrier when I went up. Am I wrong? It's funny because I only really see it in the output for OSB and not in the... Okay, I see it now. Okay, there's a fine line between love and hate on this one. So there's original. And I don't want to go fuzzier. There's definitely fuzzier than original. I think there's a median. Get out of here, instructions. So the median might be right where we started. Yeah, it seems to get fuzzier no matter which way I go. Alright, so reset that. Let's try intended temperature. And that's fuzzier also. So alright, I'm going to let that one go. We'll go with colors and we'll try the color balance. Like I said, there's a little too much yellow. It's my only impression. Maybe just a touch too much red. But look at her face. Okay, so here's the yellow. And we'll bring it down and get... That's a little bit more normal of a skin tone. Oh, that was the magenta. Okay, there's probably too much magenta also. And let's try reset. And we'll bring down the yellow. I slipped up, sorry. Sometimes the yellow, taking it out will... Oh, I don't have the preview on, ding dong. Okay. So yeah, the yellow. Here we add. Here we take away. I'm gonna reset. See where we're at. And then I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go more towards blue. I'm just looking at him. And so right there, we definitely get broken up. Let's reset. And just a little wee bit. It goes through a transition. It's weird. It's like it gets blurry and then comes back. So let's try the magenta again. And then the cyan. Alright, and that's with it. That's without it. And I feel like I made a pretty good leap there. Because now you can clearly see a gray color to the house. This is 1122 right here. We still have a little bit of red and yellow happening on her face, but I'm focused on him right now. So we're going to zoom in on that. And what I'm starting to think... Alright, and so we have Steve Jr. right here. And we have a picture here with a guy with a black and white hat. Let's zoom in and see how far we can get with it. Like I said, the ears hide some. It seems like such a rounder face. But originally, if you remember I was saying, from the hat, the slope of the forehead seems to match there. The nose coming into focus now has definitely aided in identification. Look at this. I'm not going to necessarily do a Bubbly Waters layover picture and try, because it's so hard to do that with facial features, because everybody has eyes, everybody has a nose, and the flare to the nose and the flare to the lips are only slightly different, but you have different angles that pictures are taken on. This one, fortunately, is a comparison between this one here, this guy, and this guy, where they're both facing more or less forward. We can judge that. Now, if this is a hereditary trait with the dark, like Cowhead says, the butthole eyes, and no offense to anybody, I have butthole knees. I'm as useless as a butthole right here. They have, this one does seem to have a dark. Now in this picture, it doesn't do the dark eye socket thing any justice. But let me pop this out. Hang on. Not that one. Where'd it go? Should be one of these, darn it. There it is. So you can even see on Olivia, whether it be makeup or just a different day, it doesn't seem that. I can make this, that'll help a lot. That'll help a lot. Okay. Now let's look at Steve G's eye sockets. He doesn't seem to have that as much as the children, so maybe it's a Christie feature. And because the sockets definitely, to me, have a more purplish hue, very clearly on Olivia here, and it's a very wide. Some people would call them eye bags, but it's more of a discoloration around, more pigments around the eye socket, and it gives her a distinctive feature in the angle of it and the width of it. I don't remember seeing that many people with as wide of a I call them like black eyes or whatever, like when you get a black eye, because when you're tired, you get those bruised purple looking whatever under your eyes. And this one, I don't, they may have been crying all day, I don't know, obviously. But look at, also here we have a feature. I'm sorry, I'm not even on the picture. You can't see, but look at her, look at the feature going down her cheek. And I don't know if that's just the cut of the makeup, but it does seem to be a line directly down. Now, but just remember the wide discoloration, darker area on the eye socket, round face, very a cut chin with like almost a dimple, okay, and sort of a protruding jaw, like an overbite right here. And she doesn't have a hook nose, but it's not a Cindy Lou Who nose or anything. He has more feminine features than she does, in my opinion. I wish I could circle around and you could see my fancy cursor, but in my opinion. So let's see if I click on this. No, that, no. Oh, I need a snack. I think it's time for cereal. Get some flavor splash up in here. Flavors. I used to drink this water called Flavor Splash. My friend was from Michigan, and he'd be like, Kane, you can drink your Flavor Splash. I love that Flavor Splash. It's water with a little taste. Okay, so, sorry, I get carried away. I'm an idiot. Right, Heather? I don't know that I see it in Kaylee as much there. But definitely with Olivia, and in this picture I see it. I don't know if it's a shadow really, but it seems to be a recurring theme in her photos. And maybe it's a hereditary trait. Maybe she's tired. Maybe she's doing dope. Who knows? You know, allegedly, in my opinion, these types of things. So we're just trying to get to an answer, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything. But let's take it back. How far back? All the way back. And we'll look at Alright, so now that we're a little clearer, my doubts are melting away on him. I feel you have the same ridge to the nose. It's a nose that's never been broken. You want to see a broken nose? You want to see a nose that's been broken? Check this bad boy out. I had a little tiny nose when I was a little kid. I got hit by a baseball bat when I was 10 years old. Full swing. And I didn't even go to the hospital. Back in those days, I bled for a week. And it was still 2 months later. Yeah. I didn't go to the hospital. I remember it was a metal bat. I still remember the ding it made when it hit my face. It was my fault, I guess, technically. The kid was an asshole that hit me. But he was in his backswing, and I walked behind him. Suppose that's what he's told his dad. His dad's like, Bryan! His name was Bryan. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Alright. So okay, now. I am getting excited. You guys are too. Okay. I'm glad I can move that around. Okay, so we're on colors. And I still can deinterlace, or sharpen this. Let me try one thing that has just been calling out my name. It's called Despeckle. And see what this does. Let's see. Okay, do we have the preview on? Adaptive. Oh, the preview is super zoomed in though. So let me see. I'm going to clock something up and look at the picture. Aren't they? Okay. I think they only give you the preview here. Oh, what was that? Wait. Look at that. Okay, you can't see it. Alright, check this out. This is crazy. Okay, so wait, back here. It's hard because it's so tiny of a window. Let me put it up in the bigger window. Wow, that's a huge difference. Look at that. Hold on. I wish you could see the black level up. Wow, light level down. Reset. This doesn't have a reset. Let me do preview on, preview off. Very slight difference, but clearer for sure. So let me put it on. Did you notice? Okay, let me take it off. Take it off! Take it off! I didn't notice much of a difference there, so I'm going to leave that off. And I'll be honest with you, this face here that you're seeing doesn't quite look as wide down here on my screen. for what that's worth. I can see more the cut of the jib. So let's look at Steve G. Now Steve G has a mustache and a goatee. As we got clearer, and it's easier to see down here where I am, on the high resolution side, the facial hair right here, and I was like, it's like a Hitler mustache that's coming in, but I think it's just because we have maybe a reflection or something coming off the car that's blocking the rest of it. But I do see below the nose it's darker. I feel like the line of the nose is the same, and I feel like as we get clearer, the areas around the eyes match up better with the girl in the front seat. And I'm trying to play this as neutral as possible. So let's look at the back seat, guys. Switch tools there. And with all we've done, we have a different blurry image, and I'll move me, of the person in the front seat. Very odd. But what I was going to say is that the dark eye circles seem to match between this backseat person now as I've changed the color. And more or less, I haven't changed the color. I've only deinterlaced, sharpened, and color balanced and white balanced. That's it. So I have not. I think we might have added some yellow or subtracted some yellow. Okay, so yeah, I did a little bit, but it only was to show the highlights. And so if you look at her eyes, wow, okay. Now she's starting to finally come into shape. And so here is Olivia. Sorry, I was on the wrong screen. Oh my gosh. You can see it better on your screen than I can on mine. Look at the chin. Let me zoom it out. Can you see that? She has this tiny little protruding chin. Darn it, and let me get rid of this one. Get out of here. Get out of here, you. Let's see here. It certainly is coming into focus a little clearer, isn't it? Okay, so she has this little area of protruding chin with a wide cheekbone, and whether her mouth is closed or open will affect the narrowness of this whole chin area. But let's look at the lips. And right now, what stood out after our last little outing on the color trail was that very likely the same angle in the chin, and I see the protrudiness here very, very faintly. Now remember this head. Okay, so I'm going to take this picture, guys, and I'm going to make it small real quick. I'm sorry. And I'm going to flip it because right now it's fucking with me because there has part kids go to bed that don't drink the beer and stay out of your Halloween candy, you little rats, you little rascals. So I'm going to flip the picture so that the heads are going in the same angle, just to keep it fair. Another thing I noticed right now is the hair. It's more yellow with the reflection on the window. But since we've gotten clearer now, Sorry, you interrupted. You know, there was a video I wanted to play for you guys, and it was the cop, or whatever I was telling you, and it was just you don't even need to see it. It was just to make you vomit about how they're going over the evidence and how it's so damning to Bryan Kohberger. I mean, and then I saw that 12 Gauge played it in his live or was part of it on the panel. I don't know, but it literally the guys made me vomit. Alright, so let's actually take this in just a smidge. And now, okay, the heads are more or less the same size. You know what? I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. That's too much. That's it right there. And coffee pot. It's a Mandela effect, I'm telling you. We got timelined. Okay, so her face is facing a little more this way. Do you see what I'm saying? Whereas this one, it's like looking over. Very close to the same thing. Okay, now look at the one thing that's really throwing us off is the cheeks. Right here. It looks like super chubby cheek right there. But you have to remember it's blurred at a different angle. And she sort of does have that kind of baby face chubby cheek here. Where we're really losing it is in the full width of the face. I'm almost starting to feel definitely a shocked expression on the person's face. Alright, our third candidate here is backseat guy. And let's take a look at Mr. Gonzalez here. While we're at it. And let's see what you guys can see here. That's not going to matter to you. Okay. It helps me. How do I do this? Let's see. I don't know what I did. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know why yours cuts off. Let me bring this one back. So there's Steve G. Now Steve G has a pretty good receding hairline. This one has what I would call a matching nose. It was clearer before. Let me go a couple steps back. And can you see Steve G? Remember, it's facing forward versus a profile. It's hard because OBS shows all the guidelines and it blocks my view. Sometimes it's frustrating right now. I don't see anything new there. Let me go back a couple steps in the Photoshop. And let's look at a wide pick again and see if there's anything to that right now. It's funny because what really messes with you here is this looks like the head and that looks like the body. Like he's wearing a jacket, but it just seems like he would have to have. Oh my gosh. Okay. I just realized it. There's no blonde, there's no person in the back seat. There's no Murphy. This is his jacket. The door is open. Look, there's a space right there where you can see the door is ajar. And then look, that explains the angle of this window. The door is open. This is his jacket. That's the only clue other than the car. If we can figure out, maybe Bubbly Waters has a video she done of what cars they drive. I think that at this point we know that one of them does have a blue car that's a sedan like this. I'm almost sure. Yeah, but you didn't have my cleanup on the picture that I could see it. It only matters if I see it. Okay, yeah, you probably did. I don't listen. Get out of here, Puffs. What were you? You were watching the. You must have been watching too much of my trivia contest with these smart tail answers. You're a pissant. That's one of the first things that Bubbly Up Waters ever called me was a pissant. It's still my favorite thing to be. Now, let's look at my face compared. So that's a jacket. Very good, guys. Well done. Well played, folks. All right, now we really. That shows you that I got somewhere at least. And I will send this to Heather so she can look at it on her high resolution monitor when she takes the papers. And let's slowly zoom in and take it. Wow, that's so much better. Okay, so if we can find this jacket, and it's a pretty distinctive jacket. I don't think it's a Carhartt. I'm gonna go with like a really out of date sort of leather / faux fur looking jacket. Does anybody agree with that assessment? They're something you'd have, since for a while for cold weather, right? Because you don't buy a new jacket every year. When you live in cold weather, you got 3 months in Idaho of cold, and it's not cold every day. Heavy jacket cold. All right, let's bring back the GFam. Sorry, it's hard to. All right, well, he's definitely not wearing the jacket in this picture. If we can find anything of him with what appears to be a tan jacket, take off your pants and jacket. Jacket on, jacket off. We might be able to make some headroom. It's another bridge guy thing again. I really feel. I keep trying to go off the reservation here. Okay. So yeah, okay. I don't know. Definitely on some kind of micro dose of something, thinking that was a face, I guess. That is an arm, hand in pocket, cheap leather jacket, white leather jacket, dirty, maybe, possibly. Okay, so now we've gotten that. Let's see what we can do beyond that. Now we can really mess with the fun stuff. And so let's see here. Now it's got to mess with me. What am I at? 5.5 hours? That's nothing. People watching like, when is he going to shut up? He really likes Jim Gaffigan a lot. He probably wants to be a manatee. Alright. Okay, now I'm back. Here we go. Okay, thank you for the enhance. So they only give you one window of enhanced stuff. And I'm just going to run through them. This is a high pass filter. And let's see if it is going to make a difference. Whoa, that made a huge difference. Not the kind we wanted either. So I will remove that. You never know. You just gotta try. Oh gosh, what's happening here? Oh, I'm in the wrong. It's getting late, folks. Kane had too much coffee today. Alright, let's go to another sharp. Sharpen is, you can only use so much. But when you get there, you get there. And let me bring down the opacity real quick. That's not helping. Alright, let's check the amount. Oof. Boy, it's right there, Alright, that seems to be a little better. Let's do it before after. Is that zoomed in enough? Let me zoom it in a little more for you guys. That light. And now I remember you guys were yelling at me. I seem to recall somebody yelling at me. Hey, you're an idiot. I can imagine what you're saying in chat. Oh gosh. Overalls in a jacket. Interesting. Okay. And there we are. It's definitely different days, different photographs. I'm on the fence on that one. The jury's out on that for sure. To me, no matter what we do, I can't get to the slim features that he has on his face. And like I said, that could be anything. What if we cut this out? Can you see? No? Okay, what if we cut this out and call this lens flare? And let me remove that just real quick. So that wasn't a huge change, but it was slight. Before after. And I'll put it back. And then, so let's try one more thing. See what else we can get out of this. Those are typically the bigger dogs of the unblur process. I wonder, though, if we can't get to, what was it again? It was under enhance, deinterlace, and I did already. Okay, so this is already set. We don't want to leave that. We only want one. Let me see if we go one more block up. Whoa. Now, of course, again, I can make him into a demon if I want to. Let's see. It takes away and it gives at the same time. Isn't that crazy? Alright, let me see here. Let's try the vertical. We didn't affect the vertical last time. I just give it one pop there. There is a video. This translucent. This is actually a still frame from a video, and it was the clearest spot in the video that I could get. You know, because it's a panning. It's literally a panning shot. So it's almost, it's a miracle she found it. It's a freak of nature that it even appears, because I believe this is very soon investigation day of, I want to say. So that's why it's important to me. Oh, look at that. We got a little bit more color. Let's keep going. We definitely got a little more detail on the hat. I'm sorry. Detail. I'm going to hang with preserving blur filter base of symmetric. Sharpen again. Despeckle. Remove speckle noise from the picture. And that's what we have, is a lot of speckle noise. You didn't speckle that, did you? Hey, maybe he's Sergeant Speckle. With a schmeckle. A schmeckle of schmuck. That's all the Yiddish I know, sorry. Okay. Black level down. White level down. Can we all just get along? Alright, let's see. Radius. Yeah, we're starting to... Okay, so I feel like with that move right there, that we brought out a darker area under, and now I'm even starting to see highlights of more of a stash. And the hat, whether it got more pixelated or whether it's showing more detail. So from there, I'll do... I'm glad you guys are hanging with me. It's the only way it works for you to be able to see it is live. So I'll keep pushing myself here for a moment and try to stay focused on this. And so now I'll go back to the sharpen and see where we can't get. The threshold's gonna... Oh. That's interesting. Alright, let's get in the Wayback Machine here real quick. I don't know how I didn't see that door was open. Maybe I'm not so smart after all. I'm just a pretty face. That's what they hired me to be. Much more detail on the house. Gosh, you almost see a snicker. And I know I'm sounding like Bubbly Waters here to this guy's face. He's almost like, duh bears, duh bears. But, you know, the thing that's keeping me captivated is the, for lack of a better term, butthole eyes. Also, look at sad eyes. And you knew there'd come a day when you'd have to make me cry, or whatever it's. Sad eyes, look the other way. I love some yacht rock up in here. Before, after. Something just went flying by. Was that a UFO? Wow, look at there. Now we have detail in the left eye. To your right. And we have, I think we have some outstanding facial features. I think we did more good for her than we did for him. This is interesting. Yeah. This just got interesting. Still that same cut to the chin. And so you're going to have a facial line here. And this may be hair. This may be neck here. Let me look at her again. I'm really going to have to blow it up. Shit. Sorry. Defeated the whole purpose. I'm trying to take an objective. Let me shut my eyes for a minute. If I could bring that white, if I could bring the brightness up, you know, and take out that yellow. Alright, let's try that. I think we probably added a little yellow. And of course, on your screen, what you're seeing after the broadcast is a little even more orange and yellow. Over here, I have more whites than I'm seeing on the output of the video. But by gosh, if that nose doesn't match a dead ringer, and I really brought out some detail. Well, us here on the Purge. Criminal Confidential and Heather Fitzgerald, obviously. So let's take a look. Okay, let's do the cyan thing or whatever. Colors. One more sharpen. Just for shits and giggles. Let's take a zoom out. Oh, I mean, this could be Buck Dharma. This could be the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I can't, for the life of me, say for sure. You know, I wish that with as much progress as we've made here, I could give you something that you could believe in, that you walk away with. Somehow when I flipped her picture, it still remained facing the opposite way. That's better. Fee, fi, fo, fum. What do you think, y'all? Alright, let's get to that yellow. Colors. It's not easy being green. Alright, let's see if it's making an effect now. Just barely. Alright, and I'll go more towards blue with the yellow. What we want to do is get some red in there and bring out the lips. So let's take away some green. No, too much. And we'll take away the cyan and go towards, let me get that yellow back. Okay, before, after, very, oh, it's a tough one, kiddos. Okay, let's make sure while we're here. Who the fuck keeps rolling by my window? Alright, let's see. Damn, it's more and more. Yeah, I see the contour of the face being similar. Although at this point, this is starting to look like a saggy old lady face with all the pixelization, right? So it's a tough call. Let me go all the way out while we're here. Now we'll take a look at the back guy. Oakland Raiders. What? I mean, that still wouldn't prove anything. It would just be a trip. And that could be any kind of hat. Oh boy, what a progress though. What a different picture. Alright, let's try an automatic filter. And then I'll probably shut it down. 5:45, yeah, I better shut it down. People are starting to stand outside my window like, when's he going to bed? He's been talking all night to himself. Lord have mercy. If you're new to the Purge, this is how we do it. This is how we find our answers. And we found quite a few that are very compelling. So let's see if we de-stripe might help with the de-interlace situation. And let me see if it goes by width. I don't think you can see the difference yet. Oh, come on. That's all I'm going to get. So there you are. Alright, so where were we? Yoinks. I forgot. It was. Because of the wonderful things he does. De-stripe. Create a histogram. That doesn't help. Alright, I'm going to pop it on. And let's see what happens to the whole picture. Yep. That's not bad. That's a little clear up, actually, I think. And you find this, you start to see reds pop out when you're getting closer to the edge of what you can do. So let's see. I can't turn the thing right on. Let me see this. Okay. I can't turn the preview on and off, unfortunately. It doesn't. You're not seeing a preview, but I am. And so this. Oh wow. Okay. Let's go minus. I guess it's stay. Oh, I can do the preview on and off. My bad. That's on preview. That's off. Very, very little, but each step is a thing. I'm starting to see a mustache. If anybody buys that, it just, to me right now, it seems the face is chubbier. Sorry, Steve G's is a very thin face. So I'm just kind of like closing my eyes and looking back. So, all right. Well, I wanted to give that some attention. There are things that are definitely standing out more. Than previously. And some things that are more casting doubt, right? That's how it goes. So that is a guy standing outside. He's smiling, in my opinion, right now, at where I thought it was more of a grin. It looks like he's kind of got a grin on his face. And let's, oops. I just like to look at that one was right there. Okay, now so let's go up here and we'll look. I don't think that's the one I want. Where's the other window? It's hidden. Looky there. Looky there. Let me take this window, move it over. Maybe this one. Okay, and Olivia. Oh man. I don't want to say what I'm thinking. Wow, I saw. Ooh. Ooh. Huh. Okay, check this out. Dig this. I can show you right here what I'm talking about. Look at this side of the face, y'all. It's almost like a regular picture. Like over here, this looks like some kind of medieval painting. But let me bring this in real quick. I noticed sort of a droopy, like, what's my good side? And I'm thinking that this side of the eye in this picture alone seems to have some sort of, the eye hangs lower maybe, or something. But look at this, look at this. I don't know what you can see right now, hold on. Wow, okay, so the picture has come clear. I'm starting to see curly hair. Lighter colored hair, curly hair, with sort of a Phyllis Diller kind of face. And then you have a whole nother wackadoo on that side. So let's zoom out, which is the best thing to do. And now it just gets micro. There we go. Where'd it go? Bring it back. So here we go. One more filter. I'm just gonna, for kicks, try this. Let's see. Oh, the preview's off. It's mask or saw. Wait, right? Oof. Do you see what I'm saying? See how it's kind of blown out right here? But it's sort of kind of kept its features here. How do you like me now? You guys seeing what I'm seeing? Now remember, I flipped this picture right here around. This the one you can't see my cursor on. This picture is also flipped around. So we've been flipping around so much, I don't know which end is up, to be honest with you. What do you see, Heather? It looks like the Elephant Man. Well, now I'm you're dumb, Heather. Because look at now. I feel like this part came into focus. And you see, because what you're losing is depth of field. So you have now a more clear defined forehead. Sorry. Right here. And I'm going to rage quit this live if you keep it up, Heather. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You're not dumb. Just an idiot. Elephant Man. That was a good one. That was better than my A.R. Hayes helicopter joke. But I am starting to see. Okay. It looks like a burn victim right here. But check it out. Trip on this. Yeah, it's tough. Alright, let's try one more and then I quit. You all can have it. This is saturation, so this is going to take some of the color away. They'll go, the extreme is black and white. And this, okay, so now that balanced, let's stop right there. And that balanced the skin tone. And now we have more of a actual human skin tone as opposed to whatever it was before. For better comparison, that picture where I said she had red eyes, which very well, like I said, could be from crying, would be better for comparison to this picture, I think, because that's the same situation, right? And so let me bring this back here over to him. Now we have some reference. Elephant Man. I'll give you the Elephant Man. I love it. Alright, so there's what we thought was maybe Junior. And like I said, so the side of the face here would be your depth of field. So that's the side, that's the rest of the skull going back. So that may make the face look wider. I can't tell you. Like I said, it's different pictures, different days, maybe different people. I don't know, but look at the hat now. Also as well. It's starting to get detail, isn't it? Wow, this is like a... Can you identify this gentleman in the lineup? This is a trip, dude. Oh, Bubs, you're on jacket patrol. And so hopefully you're still listening. That definitely, to me, brought out the true shade of that jacket. Wow, that was a good find. That last color one here. Yeah. There you have it for posterity. Court TV. Yes.
Out to be murdered. Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan all stabbed multiple times while sleeping in their beds. It's a crime that has terrorized this college town, with many students leaving early for the holiday break and many not planning on returning until the killer is caught. It's a mystery that has tapped local police resources, so now the Idaho State Police and FBI...
Nothing that fast. I just have to ask, is Easter a heavy laughing time? I read your thing, I was curious. He's such a dick.
Have joined in this investigation. Forensic teams have been inside the home for days and are now scouring the outside of the home, looking for evidence, looking for answers, and looking to bring peace of mind back to the University of Idaho. But there are many questions still unanswered. Who called 911? How could a killer get into the house and escape that crime scene? What have the autopsies revealed? And is there any connection to reports of a skinned dog? Tonight, we are live at the crime scene, digging up the latest information and trying to answer these questions with our own panel of experts.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thanks so much for joining us here on Closing Arguments. The mystery continues tonight out of Moscow, Idaho. 4 college students murdered last weekend. And the big question, obviously, for all of this right now is who did it? Who did it? And that's a loaded question because there's a lot of steps to get to that point. There are so many other unanswered questions, but all of them, as they get answered, will get us closer to answering this question.
For the win with doggy
dial. Which is the one, number one, to get that answer for the families, to get some sense of justice and peace of mind for everyone else who's living in this usually safe and quiet college town. If my child was going to school there, I don't know if they'd be returning after Thanksgiving. Now, police have spoken. They're looking for help. They're looking for help. They have asked the public for videos, surveillance. They've put out information just trying to jog people's memories or put some relevance on certain times and places if people saw, heard, or noticed anything. And when police are looking for help, that tells me they don't have all the answers. You know, they won't tell us everything that they know. They won't tell us everything they're thinking. They won't tell us everything they suspect. But by asking for more help, more tips, more information, more potential evidence, of the murder of the 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho. Still with us at the scene, Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter, who has been there on the ground speaking to everyone who will talk. Chanley, what's new? What sort of information
I will chase them down.
What is the timeline?
On the evening of November 12th, Ethan and Xana attended a party here at the Sigma Chi fraternity home. At 10 p.m. on the other side of campus, Kaylee and Maddie are seen together here at the Corner Club in downtown Moscow.
0095.
Hello. How are you?
Anything you could update? Why'd you block off more of the road, by the way?
Just looking at a little more area, thoroughness.
There's a look at some of the investigators at the scene of the murder of the 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho. Plus, coming up next hour.
In Moscow, Idaho, the search for a killer continues as the state and local police join forces with the FBI to continue to search for who is responsible for the horrific stabbing murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Tonight, we are asking the important questions. What is the timeline?
On the evening of November 12th, Ethan and Xana attended a party here at the Sigma Chi fraternity home. At 10 p.m. on the other side of campus, Kaylee and Maddie are seen together here at the Corner Club in downtown Moscow.
0095.
Hello. How are you?
Anything you could update? Why'd you block off? More of the road, by the way.
Hello. How are you?
Anything you could update? Why'd you?
Okay, well, the rims of the car are distinctive, so if we know a G vehicle that's blue, this is either a wheel cover that's unique or a rim that's unique. It has sort of like a spidery pattern to it, I guess you'd call it. Total, like, what an idiot move, right? Like, what an idiot. Why'd he go over it? That's epic.
Block off more of the road, by the way.
I could have sworn right there she said, why don't you block off more of the road so we can't get to it, right? By the way. Viviana corrected me on that. Thank God she was here for that. Alright. Well, now this gives us the opportunity to bleep up a different frame in comparison. They are definitely invested, in my opinion, in what's going on. And they're not driving by because he's out of the car. So they're sitting there hanging out. Not the kind of place that you'd want to hang out. She turns her head. And... sorry, okay. She turns her head, look. You can't see. Look at that, folks. And look at that, folks. I see a clear mustache there. Interesting. Alright, let me pull it up. Where's the other picture? Where am I not seeing it? There's the other one. Oh, there's that. Wow. Alright. I'm burnt on this one. Wow. Okay. Good job, Heather. Thank you for putting that up. This is just... it's a whole nother rabbit hole, isn't it? get myself lost in this one.
Hello. How are you?
Anything you could update? Why'd you block off more of the road, by the way?
Why don't you block off more of the
Just,
road? That would be the bitchiest thing you could possibly say, right? Let's see.
Could update? Why'd you block off more of the?
Look at the shocked expression at first. There's just no way of hiding that that's a very surprised look.
Road, by the way.
Oops. Sorry. Alright. I've had it. I've had it with all of you. You're making me do this business. Interesting. That's a whole new perspective right there. Darn it, we can't see him. I wish we could see him in that frame. Let me go back one.
Hello.
Yikes.
You could update. Why'd you block off more of the road, by the way?
Why don't you block off more of the road?
How are you?
Anything you could update? Why'd you block off more of the road, by the way?
Without going back into Photoshop on this one, now that I have that link, I can work better with this. Try to pull, yeah. Notice that I'm gonna go with wheel cover on that. It's about as big as I can make her. Let's try one more time. Blurry than a mug, bro. Blurry than a mug. Ugh. God, alright, Heather, you really... Oh. Well, bless the victims and bless the families and bless everyone in the chat. I love all of you. Criminal Confidential loves you guys. Heather hates everybody, so don't even try there. Yeah, I've been fired. I had to resign because I'm afraid I'm gonna get. Is it one of those things you go to bed you lose? Can I just win an iPhone? Can I just an iWatch or something or whatever? I just want a stack of $10,000. What about my half a face? If I do half before, after, before, after. It's not helping. Meg P, you are the one. You are the true one that Heather actually does love to death. That's for sure. The rest of you can scram. That's where we ended, I guess, y'all. I had the one thing, and I'm really itching to play it for you. Let me see one more time if I can findy windy. Might be stuck in one of these trivia things. I hope I find it. Just 'cause it's so disgusting to watch. I don't think it's here. Yeah. No. Not that one. What's this one? This wasn't the... It was a short video. It was just a short, I think. Findy windy? That's me. Is that how I sound? I used to have a tape recorder when I was a kid, you know, and I would I'm literally delirious. I don't have bushy eyebrows. I have a 5 head. I'll admit to that. Alright, let's see here. Should we take a look at... Alright, let me look one more curtain here. That's 222. I had one open that I might have closed. Darn it. This might be it. Sad eyes look the other way. Okay, all the live programs are starting now, so you should be able to just hop off this chat and right into another one. Bunch of grifters, yeah. Get rid of that. That's the post. This is the last chance we have here. Finding it. Shucks. Well, it was stomach-wrenchingly guilter. It was just so, like, you can't believe that to this day people would say this stuff, but it's never going to go away, folks, and they're going to push that narrative right on into, and that's on my eye, and through the trial. Ta-da, Richard Allen. What a day, though, right? Let me see one more time while we're here, while we're all together still, if I can find... What's the date? This is November 13th now. It would be November 13th. (13) 2024. What's that? What's something? I just sent chills up my spine, whatever the hell that was. Here's his voice. Alright. One more. Healing Garden. U of I.
With health coverage at healthcare.gov, you can do more of what you love with less worry. Because all plans covered.
We begin on a somber note tonight in Moscow as the community gathers to remember the lives of the 4 University of Idaho students who were killed in an off-campus home 2 years ago today. All 4 died in the early morning hours of November 13th of 2022. Just hours ago, students and community members gathered at the Vandal Healing and Memorial Garden to honor the lives of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kronodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez. Tonight we want to tell you about each of them. Ethan Chapin from Conway, Washington had just turned 20 years old the month before he was killed. He was one of 3 triplets. His brother and sister were students alongside him at the University of Idaho. Xana Kronodle was 20 years old. She went to Post Falls High School where she was active in volleyball, track, and soccer. She was a junior majoring in marketing at the College of Business and Economics. According to her family, she loved her dog, electronic dance music, and going on family trips with her sister and her father. She was best friends with 21-year-old Madison Mogan, who went by Maddie. Some describe them as being close as sisters. She was a senior.
Community garden here at the university's campus is helping shine a light to their memory with a student-organized candlelight vigil. The weather isn't ideal, but that didn't stop the support.
Very emotional, sadness, heartache. I mean, what else can you say?
Wendy Van Hooser and Linda Swanson sang what many are feeling after 2 years with the lives of 4 U of I students lost. The Vandal Healing Garden was designed in memory of the 4 students. Students felt it was the appropriate space to gather together on the same date. They were killed. Hundreds of students attended, each lighting candles and having a moment of silence for Ethan Chapin, Xana Kronodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves.
We wanted to create an interactive experience that allowed all the visitors and users to sort of actually engage.
Aaron Migalski helped design the space, wanting to bring something new to the campus as a venue and resource.
There was kind of a a lack of a place on campus for people to go and a resource for them to kind of deal with that grief. And we saw the opportunity to provide that resource for people and for the Vandal family.
A Vandal family 2 years after the tragic
I know it's raining, but this seems awkward to say the least.
loss coming together, each shining their own light, so the lives of the students murdered.
You know what it is? It's such an awkward space that nobody seems to know what to make of it. It's not an inviting, warm, comforting anything with soft edges. It's look at the faces of the people. See if you agree.
Murdered will not be forgotten.
I just know that it's going to benefit people and really bring a light to people's lives for years after I'm.
I mean, what else can you say?
Silence for Ethan Chapin, Xana Curnow. Chapin, Xana Curnow, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves.
We wanted to create an interactive experience that allowed all the visitors and users to sort of actually engage.
Aaron Migalski helped design the space, wanting to bring something new to the campus as a venue and resource.
There was kind of a lack of a place on campus for people to go and a resource for them to kind of deal with that grief. And we saw the opportunity to provide that resource for people and for the Vandal family.
A Vandal family 2 years after the tragic loss coming together, each shining their own light, so the lives of the students murdered will not be forgotten.
I just know.
Okay, I'm watching the Healing Garden thing, listening, and I look up, all I see is Nothing Half-Assed saying I cried when they put Han in the carbonite. Last thing I expected to see. I'm sorry.
That it's going to benefit people and really bring a light to people's lives for years after I'm done with my education.
Looking at what the garden brings for those who need it. Staff and faculty tell me while they're still heartbroken by the circumstance, they're happy to be doing something to honor the memory of the students' lives lost.
They feel totally weird and awkward and forgotten by the school. There was more of them. Let's see if we can't find something other than a stupid news story. Here's the let's get out of here. This is 10 hours ago. Let's take a look at it, I guess. It's creme. This is creme de la creme, right?
Well, today marks 2 years since 4 University of Idaho students were murdered in an off-campus home in Moscow. Happening tonight, students in the community are invited to gather there to share memories of the 4 students. That event begins at 6 p.m. It's at the Vandal Healing Garden tonight.
Wow, that was interesting. That was a different angle than we'd seen of the original one, isn't it? Is it? Maybe that was later. It seems closer up. And
Healing Garden tonight.
If you remember, I made the point that these girls right here seem to be wearing dresses like you would see Maddie wearing and Kaylee wearing with the sneakers. And then, you know, maybe that's just the summer look. But I felt like they went the extra mile to bring up the memory of their friends, and they were completely ignored. stuck in the back. Maybe they came late, I don't know. Maybe they were waiting for some type of invitation or something like that. But if you notice, most of the people here are in jeans and shorts, and when these girls walk in, it's like, oh, that's a whole different fashion thing. There it is from the top. I mean, why did they go with the UFO thing and the 911 thing? That's up to you to decide. I can't say, but we know they ignored the family. They couldn't wait to get out of there. And then, yeah, didn't she wear Chucks? I want to say that the Adidas are Kaylee and the Chucks are Maddie, right? Or maybe vice versa. Okay. Let me see before I fall asleep and start snoring on air. If we can find one more. Finally did a good search for it, thank goodness. Alright, that was Creme. And this is from 4 hours ago, Creme. Okay, so it might be the same report. I'm sorry if it is.
What did...
Yikes. Why you gotta do this to me every time? So the thing is about YouTube, it's just so dumb. Is this the same one?
Over the lives of the 4 University of Idaho students who were killed in an off-campus home 2 years ago today. All 4 died on the early morning hours of November 13th of 2022. Just hours ago, students and community members gathered at the Vandal Healing and Memorial Garden to honor the lives of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez. Tonight, we want to tell you about each of them. Ethan Chapin from Conway, Washington had just turned 20 years old the month before he was killed. He was one of 3 triplets. His brother and sister were students alongside him at the University of Idaho. Xana Kernodle was 20 years old. She went to Post Falls High School where
students were killed. A community garden here at the university's campus is helping shine a light to their memory with a student-organized candlelight vigil. The weather isn't ideal, but that didn't stop the support.
Very emotional, sadness, heartache.
Aaron Migalski helped design.
How in the frick do they have the exact same report on 2 stations? There's 2 different stations, dude. Remember that thing where it was like all 50 states, 500 different news agencies all had the same headlines and the same banter? Here's a microcosm. This is Channel 7. Same reporter. Is Creme Channel 7? They have a totally different logo. Creme 2. KTB. They must share the same. Is it that small of a town? They share the same reporter? Wow. This place, it never ceases to amaze me, Idaho. There's got to be more to it. You know, sometimes when you click on the thing, it'll pop up more stuff. Let's see if it does that. Idaho 4, Revelation Tarot. The Shocking Link. KTSC 2 years after. There's KTS TV. Let's see if this is a little different.
Welcome back to Idaho Today. Today marks a hard day for Idaho. On this day, 4 University of Idaho students were killed at a home just off campus. And since then, it has captured attention around the world. We're joined today by Howard Blum, a journalist and author of the true crime book, When the Night Comes Falling, a Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders. Mr. Blum, it is so great to have you join us here. Greatly appreciate it.
Glad to speak with you.
You know, my first obvious question here is, you are a former journalist.
My butthole knees.
But what drew you to investigate and write about this particular
I didn't think you guys
case?
picked up on that.
This book, actually, that you wrote right here, is actually your own personal investigation into what unfolded in North Idaho. But why write this?
Happy birthday, though.
2 years ago, I was
I'll
sitting
keep it
around
happy.
the Thanksgiving table with my family, and people started talking about this case. It just happened a week earlier. And the more they talked about it, the more perplexing it became. It became a real-life mystery. Why would someone go into this student house? Why were the 4 people killed? Why did he disappear? Whoever the suspect
Right
was,
along.
why did he disappear? There was no sign of him.
You don't want to hang out for Howard Blum? Have a great day, Michelle Lee. Thank you for being with us tonight.
A mystery, and I had been a New York Times investigative reporter. I had been nominated for 2 Pulitzers by the paper, and I thought, well, this is a mystery. I'd like to try to see what was happening, to try to find out what the town was like. How did all the pieces in this story fit together? So I went out there for my first trip and began to just literally knock on doors.
Yeah, okay, so in the book too, though, you not only cover the murder itself, but you also take readers inside the lives of the victims and then the impact that their deaths have had on their families, on the community. Can you share a bit about the personal stories that you uncovered during your research?
Yes, I mean, the subtitle of the
That's
book
a good
is
look for it. It's as good as my head
Idaho
thing.
Student Murders. And I wanted the book to be a fitting tribute to the lives that have been lost and what they could have become. One of the victims, Xana, I remember, wore to her high school graduation, inside her high school graduation mortarboard, she had written, "For the lives I will change." And the fact that these students, young, beautiful, full of so much promise, will never get to change any more lives, that was very affecting to me as a parent. And I wanted to detail their journeys. I mean, here that ends is one of the fathers of the victim said, you send your daughter off to college and she comes back to you in a box. How can you deal with that? And as a father, I tried to make sense of all this and what was happening to the families. Unfortunately, this is ultimately a story all about victims, the parents,
Meany, that's a really good point, Effie, that what a way to taint the jury pool, right? By putting a book out that you're sure that a good portion of the county is going to read, or in the state. They're going to want this Pulitzer Prize winning Arthur's book about the case. And there's the facts, and I can go back and I can reference my Howard Blum book for the details that I'm sharing with you on everything. What the brick?
The survivors, even the people in the town become victims.
Yes. Okay, the trial is coming up for the summer of 2025. What do you think is at stake in this trial, both for the victims, families as mentioned, and for the broader public's understanding of justice in such a high-profile case like this?
Well, you have a trial like this to try to get some sense of justice. And for some of the people involved, unfortunately, it's become also vengeance. And I say unfortunately, but how can you blame them? You lose your child to someone, you want to make sure
it's like a
that
stethoscope
something happens to them. And yet the trial, I believe, after all my investigation, that the suspect is guilty. That doesn't mean that he's going to be found guilty in a court of law. There are lots of issues. There's a DNA evidence. It's touch DNA, which can be impugned by various critics. There is cell phone triangulation, putting him in the area. That's pretty broad. It covers 13 miles.
No, there's
the case
not
against him
at all.
Is not legally airtight. And there's still discovery information to be presented, and the governmental authorities seem to be holding back some of the information on the genetic investigative procedures that were used, and one wonders why they're holding them back. And if the defense ever gets this, it too could raise questions. So you could have a situation.
I was just going to say that there's just so much, right, to go through and to uncover in the case. I just want to say thank you so much, Howard Blum, former journalist, author who wrote When the Night Comes Falling, a Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders, your personal investigation into this story. Thank you so much, Mr. Blum. And a reminder to
stupid face.
All of our viewers out there, KTVB has the coverage that you need now.
Oh, shut your hole. There's got to be somebody that live streamed this damn thing. Maybe they'll come out later today and somebody will pick up on it. That's 4 News now. This is different.
No offense, but if you still think...
Oh, crap. Sorry.
Cold, wet, and somber night in Moscow, where people have gathered to remember 4 students murdered in their off-campus home. This is a live look at the candlelight vigil. That's
they won't let go of that off-campus thing, will they?
It was 2 years ago today. The college town was left shocked by the murders of Kaylee Gonzalez.
This is different, right?
At the Vandal Healing Garden.
Yep, this is different. All right, here we go.
It's us now live from the Vigil. This has been a long 2 years of mourning and healing for the community here in Moscow. 2 years ago today, this community learned the horrific passing of those 4 University of Idaho students. And since then, we've seen their home on King Road demolished. But as time passed, demolished turned into creation. And that's exactly what you guys are seeing here behind me at the Vandal Healing Garden and Memorial. So many students in the community are here circling around the garden. I just seen candles passed by. They're playing quiet music and everyone is here. It's just a safe space for everyone to grieve. Tonight's vigil is put on.
So what it looks like to me is the problem is there's no organization to this whatsoever. They're calling it a vigil. Maybe they handed out some candles and played some music. So it's like a kind of do your own thing vigil, which is what it's intended to do for the everyday. I guess Scott Green backed off on doing his speech.
By the university student body government, and we will be here throughout tonight's vigil. We'll have more for you tonight at 6:30 live in Moscow.
We got more for you tonight at 6:30. We missed the 6:30 report or what? Why isn't it here? YouTube takes forever to do anything. Okay, this is King 5, 2 years, 18 hours ago. 18, what are we at? 6, that would be 12. This is before it. This is 4 hours ago. Let's see. That's the same one we watched. Come on, some YouTuber picked this thing up. Where's Twiz when I need him? I'm gonna send him a strongly worded text email. Could have just drove right over there for this. This is 4 News again, 18 hours ago. 20 years later, Billy Bob Thornton. Let's see now. Maybe if we go to their channel, Kane, if you're not an idiot, get a live stream of it. Don't you dare. Let's see what we got. And they don't. Okay, they do. Alright, good. Live. Dumbass. Let's see here. Watch today. Blah, blah, blah. 10 months ago. That's nice. Alright. Study. Soccer. Maybe.
The world's first titanium nonstick.
It's 4 University of Idaho students. We're here. There are some of those and Kaylee touched, even those they never met. We went last. Note cards, letters. It was clear.
Just a small moment for us. It was a large moment for
darkness, and gentle tapping of rain was a light that shined bright at the Vandal Healing Garden and Memorial tonight.
that. It wasn't just a small moment for us. It was a large moment for our community to continue to hold on to each other and learn how to love each other through the tragedy.
That tragedy the community has had to love each other through happened 2 years ago today when they received this Vandal alert. It's when they learned about the passing of Xana Kernodle. Received this Vandal alert.
Alright. Vandal alert. Moscow police investigating a homicide on King Road. Suspect is not known at this time. Stay away from the area and shelter in place. Update to follow when more information is to be redacted. Got some kind of alert on my phone. Hold on. Look on the far right side of the window in the video. Well, I have to read that later. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. Sorry.
Alert. It's when they learned about the passing of Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogen, Ethan Chapin, and Kaylee Gonsalves. But today, as crowds of people huddled in their honor, it was clear their memories live on.
They had a really profound effect on the first couple of years here at U of I, and I'm just really grateful that so many people remember them and care about them.
Candles were passed around and lit throughout the crowd, and at one point, a blanket of silence hovered over everyone as they all took a moment to honor the 4 students' lives.
Beyond lighting,
hovered over everyone as they all took a moment to honor the 4 students' lives.
Beyond lighting candles, people also had the opportunity to write on note cards letters or memories that they shared with the 4 University of Idaho students. As you can see over here, there are some of those notes. Now, today's vigil was truly a space for healing.
It revealed how many lives Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee touched, even those they never met.
We went last year and we just saw how big the celebration was, and the celebration and remembrance of life, and we wanted to continue that memory.
And of course, their light also shines on through the friends they left behind.
The outdoors is a wonderful, beautiful place, and Xana was always talking about it and always wanted to go on trips, and so truly just like enjoying nature and finding that. Don't forget to take care of the small moments and take kind of care of our earth. It's a beautiful, wonderful place.
In Moscow, Marissa Rio, 4 News Now.
Giving Tuesday is a...
Alright, well, it would be nice to find a raw video that doesn't look like it's going to happen. This is King again. Let me see what that's going on. This might be. I don't know.
In the heart of campus,
we lost 4 beautiful souls that meant so much to so many.
There is healing, while many are still hurting.
It feels more surreal than anything else.
Students like Martha Smith remember exactly 2 years ago when 4 fellow classmates and friends were killed in their off-campus home.
For our community, there's still more healing to be done, I think justice to be served.
And 2 years later, hundreds came together to remember the 4 lives lost: Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, who is from Skagit County. Students gathered to write down their memories, which are now on paper for people to read at this vigil.
This way they actually have a way to come leave a note or, something like a bracelet or a flower, and it kind of gets taken care of and it's covered and it's protected.
Aaron is an architecture student. He helped build the Healing Garden and Memorial.
It's going to benefit people and really bring a light to people's lives.
While the sadness is evident, the focus is on healing together.
Our hearts have been hurt, for so long, and just to be able to turn the grief that we've had into something positive and beautiful.
The man accused in the murders, Bryan Kohberger, is set to stand trial on August 11, 2025 after
Sweet leather pants. I wish I could make those work. All right.
multiple delays and a change of venue. He has pleaded not guilty, and the latest back and forth in court surrounds the death penalty. Kohberger He has pleaded not guilty, and the latest back and forth in court surrounds the death penalty. Kohberger's attorneys have asked for it to be off the venue. He has pleaded delays and a change of venue. After multiple delays and a change of venue, he has pleaded not guilty, and the latest back and forth in court surrounds the death penalty. Kohberger's attorneys have asked for it to be.
Lady. So more stuff's popping up here. Let's take a look. Trial. Open. footage of Diddy. Has everybody now seen the video of Justin Bieber making out with some dude and apparently getting the train ridden on him at this party or whatever? And I think somebody said celebrities are going to start fleeing the country. But I didn't believe it. Now I'm starting to wonder. And they're saying Oprah is involved. That's something, man. Where that's the trial. Darn it. Let's 18 hours ago. March 2 years, 5 hours ago. So 17 hours ago. 5 hours ago. Did we see this one? KTTB. Let's check it out.
Healthcare.
Darn it. Yeah.
University of Idaho students
I would remember that jacket.
Off-campus home in Moscow. Tonight, the North Idaho community gathered at the Vandal Healing Garden and the memorial to share memories about the friends they've lost. Connor McAvoy, from our sister station in Spokane, was at tonight's event.
It's been 2 years since 4 University of Idaho students were killed. A community garden here at the university's
a lack of
Drought. Let's see where we wound up. Let's see if there's one more chance. 5 hours to play Crown. If we scroll down, Kane. Come to 4 hours ago. Let's see. Same one. Come to 10 hours ago. Here's what we know. 2 years after, 21 hours ago.
Wet and somber night in Moscow, where people have gathered to remember 4 students murdered in their off-campus home. This is a live look at the candlelight vigil that's just about to get underway. It was 2 years ago today the college town was left shocked by the murders of Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison.
This has been
I was saying goodnight. I love each and every one of you. Sorry. And I was like, is Kiki here? I'm like, I'll get your sister. So I'm gonna, you want, unless there's anything else you want me to play, I did finish a whole cup and a half of coffee not too many hours ago. Now it's 6 a.m. here. My neighbors love me. I think they were yelling, go to bed outside. Get some sleep. So I'll shut it down on that. I think later in the day there may be some raw footage, raw dog it, for us to watch later on Sunday. So we'll pick up on that, and we'll do hopefully Wheel of Fortune. If we don't do it this week, I'll try to get it going for this week. It seems like a fun Family Feud or dating game. Something like that. You do password, all that stuff. We'll do it all. Buck naked. And is it Angel D's birthday today? Well, happy birthday, my dear Angel D. To you. And you know what? Nothing half-assed. Happy birthday to you. B-Day. I have my bass. I'm trying to focus on playing the bass lately. And I was doing the flamenco thing today. It's a little harder than... I'm in the wrong register. It goes... I was doing what was the other one I was doing yesterday? I almost had it where I could kind of do like the Neil Young, but I don't have the neck around thing. And I guess if Neil Young can do it, you can do it. But I like to get that wah wah. There's the blues birthday for it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, yeah, yeah. Happy birthday, Meg P, Angel D, all the free baby childrens of the Idaho folk. B52 baby, way up in the sky. Shine your love on me tonight. Move 'em up, get 'em out. Move 'em up, get 'em out. Move along, little doggies. Happy birthday, Mr. President. I feel like, what is this? Whose line is it? Whose harmonica is it anyway? Happy birthday to you, baby, baby, yeah. I'll see you on the next one. And we'll be together again. Happy birthday. I love you. Good night, everybody. Don't forget to put your seat backs down. I got the slap thing down. You got it. The problem is the pull. It's basically like all Flea's doing is. But I can't. He does the pull up like the. Okay. I got the. It sounds just like because I got a buzzy string in the high D. So it sounds kind of cool. I keep messing with that. But Flea is just. And then he does here's that little pull. I gotta work on. That's why I'm trying to work on getting my bass playing better. What? I'm not making excuses. I never had one lesson. Happy birthday to you. Come back again to the Purge. We love you through and through. Alright, that's enough for me. Less me, more you. Guys, I really do appreciate it. That was a lot of fun. We have to do trivia, and we have a lot to look forward to today and the rest of the week. So, oh, Heather. I'm going to get you, Heather. Darn Heather. Why did I put her in charge? I'm an idiot.
May face disciplinary action over his reaction to the presidential election, specifically to one of his students wearing a Trump hat the day after the election.
Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez is live with that story now. Christina?
Yeah, and it's interesting because even the parents who reached out to us about this were telling me that this is a very popular teacher, has been here for a long time. As far as anyone knows, has never had an issue like this until students in a class got this in their cell phones. Listen.
I'm pissed. People voted for freaking rapists. I'm pissed off.
It's the voice of a Chino High teacher reacting to a student walking into his class wearing a Trump hat the day after the election.
Turn it off and go back to your freaking seat now. Go. Take that. Can you send security up? Please, a boy who has a Trump hat on, and I'm not going to tolerate it today. Bye-bye.
Unfortunately, this video is real.
The president of the Chino Valley Unified School Board of Education, which Chino High is part of, says they are looking into this.
Teachers are not supposed to bring their political views, whether this is, on something else or specifically on this election. It should never happen.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I have a daughter, I have 3 nieces, and he raped them, and it's people are voting for him. The Christians are voting for him. Bunch of losers.
God knows what this teacher could be capable of doing in a fit of rage.
He's just one of several parents concerned about the teacher's behavior.
You know, you cannot scream at a kid and call someone names over a political person. It's wrong, you know. So I don't mind kids being corrected, but in the proper way, not over some political stuff.
I don't care. Fire the hell out of me. I'm fighting for my daughter, my nieces, their rights.
If this teacher unfortunately has to be the example of what not to do, we need to move forward and address this behavior. And then we also have an opportunity now to say, hey, no more of this. Let's bring the kids together. Let's not bring in our own personal views, and let's respect each other, whether it's political or something else. Let's have respect for each other.
So yeah, the high schools are less worried about enrollment than colleges, and that's clear. Oh, wow.
Now, we did reach out to the teacher in question. He has not returned our calls or emails. We'll keep you updated. I'm live in Chino. Back to you guys in the studio.
Chris.
Well, that was something to finish on right there. Happy birthday to you. Nothing half-assed. My goodness. What a day. What a great day. All right. Oh, my Purginians. I bid you adieu. I don't know what happened to Chick Bait tonight, I guess, and woke up 1984, and we missed, Meg P wasn't here, was she? Just kidding. I'm kidding. I know, I see you. We had Michelle Lee. Now she's on her... Did she really say she was going on her ride-along? Was that a joke? That's hilarious. But yeah, Angel D. Whose birthday is it? Just so I'm clear. This is MAGA country. But,